I also don't tell him that I had to hide in silence for another 10 minutes before Nixine drifted back upstairs. It took breaking Marigold's ankle with a hammer to get that Eleutherian chain off, which probably would have taken less time if I didn't have to keep pausing to retch into the nearest corner. Even if Marigold was a monster, I can't help but wonder at what point I became capable of this. But I have it. I have the chain. I'm getting out of here tonight. It's all I can do to hide the excited little skip in my step. Instead of admitting any of this to Syl, I smile politely and say, "The green room. Napping." To be fair, I did go to the green room to drop off the chain in a leather pack, along with a crossbow I snatched from the armory behind Marigold's workbench. Syl's face says he doesn't believe me. Then he shoves me onto the stage. After the shadows in Marigold's lair, the warmth of the stage is overwhelmingly welcome, like crawling under your sheets and falling asleep after a long day. The ice in my lungs dislodges as I speak my lines. Then, they don't feel like lines anymore. Hours melt into days and then years. Or maybe it's just been a few minutes by the time my world ends with the crash of a closing curtain and the storm of applause roaring outside it. Reality hits like a hailstorm as I follow Titus off stage and the other players exit in the opposite direction. What looked like the set piece of a brick alley a moment ago suddenly looks more like the wings now. And what looked like two strangers arguing in that alley are no longer strangers. They're Syl and Jude, standing backstage. Pity Jude couldn't have stayed dead just a bit longer. That's going to complicate things. "Fantastic job, Alistair," congratulates Syl, just as Jude interrupts with, "You need to take my face off, now." "What? Jealous you wore it better?" Titus asks, clapping me on the shoulder. Jude grits his teeth. "You've been in costume too long. Syl, tell her. It's dangerous. Our Alistair looks just fine to me. Don't forget there's still curtain call." The curtain flies open, and from the opposite side of the stage, Parrish and Arius approach the glaring spotlights, shattering the illusion of the show as they whirl into fond farewells. Titus follows with gracious thank yous before joining the others off to the side. Mattia crosses the platform next, dropping into a graceful low bow. The applause slows, confusion stirring at Jude's, my, absence. Syl takes the stage next, and the audience flies into hysterics as he bows. Syl: "I'm proud to announce we had somewhat of a surprise this evening." I will the stage to open up and swallow me whole, already puzzling out what's about to happen. Now that Jude's back on his feet, Syl is going to spin it like this cast change was intentional. "Alistair," says Jude softly and coughs. "Don't take this the wrong way, but you look like hell. And that's really saying something considering you look like me at the moment." Instead of admitting that I had a little scuffle downstairs with the prop master, I take in the dark circles under his eyes, the sickly pallor of his skin, and mutter back, "And you look like you spent most of today being dead." Syl: "You'll notice we are short one face on this stage, that of our lead player. You see, just earlier today, we found one of our casting call's own was secretly harboring an affinity for mimicry the Playhouse hasn't seen since the likes of our most beloved player, Atlas." The audience shouts their approval. I pass over the archives of my mind, recalling Mattia slaughtered Atlas in the arena. I remember this mostly because it's the only match so bloody that, at first, no one thought either survived. Syl: "So, just for you, tonight we invited this surprising new talent to share her discovery. A force to be reckoned with in this year's casting call. Everyone, welcome Alistair Hunt." The audience shatters into a storm of cheers and whistles as Jude and I cross center stage. The applause stills a little in confusion, unsure who is who until Syl calls, "A perfect imitation, no? Come this way, Alistair." Reluctantly, I resume the long walk off the main platform and into its round center by myself, surrounded on all sides by faces and screams as I nervously descend into a bow. My heart hammers in my ears as I come back up, the sea of eyes dizzying sets of expressions everywhere I look. I have told 14 lies today, and this is by far the biggest. But I'm almost done. I'll be gone in the next 30 minutes, tops. Jude joins me on the platform and takes his bow, gesturing to me again and then clapping himself. A strange feeling flutters, bird-like, near my heart. This almost feels... good? No, that's not the word. Right. It feels right. For a moment, I feel like a puzzle piece, one that's been sitting in the wrong box for years, too jagged for other pictures. Until now. Disgust surfaces at the thought, and I shove the feeling away just as quickly. I turn my eyes coldly to Jude and hope he enjoys his final curtain call. Syl orders everyone to change and be at the stage door in 20 minutes. Be ready to talk. Smiles, my players, all of you. Paraskenia's journalists will flood the media with smears by morning. He turns to me. And Alistair, let us see your face once more. Perhaps stop by the green room first and take off this costume. Anticipating this, I nod, and shortly thereafter burst into the green room while the players return to their dressing rooms to change. It's empty. The destruction from Jude teaching me mimicry earlier today is nowhere to be seen. The mirrors are perfectly restored on all 4 walls. I guess Jude was right. The set doesn't like to be messed with. It's getting darker, which means I'm not supposed to be in here. I'm supposed to follow the lights back up to the dressing rooms and then to the stage door. Of course, I will be doing neither of these things. After extracting the pack and crossbow I stashed behind the costume rack, I stalk up to the mirror and stare into my, well, Jude's, reflection. I recall the sound of my own voice, the curve of my jaw, the slightly crooked raise of my left eyebrow, the healing scars beneath my collar, the white birthmark across the right side of my neck. An intense pressure releases from my skin, the air suddenly cooler. When I blink again, it's my own set of gold and ochre eyes staring back, widening as I take in my reflection. I'm almost me, except new cords of muscle have begun to swell at my legs, my arms. My frame looks fuller, stronger. If my reflection is to be believed, my hair has grown, reaching my shoulders. Hesitantly, I touch a hand to my jaw, longer and sharper now. Backing away from the mirror, I yank my collar, expecting the wound of my mark to be irritated from the pressure of the Jude costume I wore all day. But there's no damage there at all. It's healing. The lights flicker off, and I curse at the dark. Only, it isn't entirely dark. I spin, frantically searching for wherever that soft golden light pressing around me is coming from, when I realize it's me. The light is coming from me, a flicker of gold radiating just above my skin. That same golden glow that hovers around the players. It pulses painfully over the place where my Eleutherian mark once was. The craft binding. This is Jude's. His craft has already sunk into my skin, my veins. My mark isn't there to deter it anymore. It's time to get out of here. I tighten the strap of my pack back to my own form, but not before checking that my Eleutherian knife and Marigold's chain are secured inside. Gripping the crossbow and my single Eleutherian arrow, I conjure a gateway within the playhouse like Jude taught me to, and plunge through the mirror. Right into Jude's dressing room. I point my arrow high, right at his heart. "Hello, Jude," I say. Act 2, Scene 16. Jude's eyes never leave the point of my arrow. "Alistair," he says politely. "You know, I've thought it over, and maybe we should institute a knocking before entering rule. Put a shirt on, I order, praying my face hasn't turned the same shade as the stage curtain at the sight of him half-dressed. His arms are webbed with glimmering veins that thread corded muscle down to the bracelets at his wrists. Intricate gold symbols swirl across his shoulders. And, I breathe, getting a grip, and grab that cloak on the hook. It might be cold outside. Outside? Jude raises a dark eyebrow, amused. And where are we going? Hands where I can see them, I snap. Then he defensively raises both. We're leaving the playhouse. In spite of the hearty laugh he lets out, I see the tension in his jaw, the way his eyes still haven't left my arrow. Why would I do that, Alistair? Fair is fair. You kidnapped me. I'm kidnapping you back. He tilts his head. You and what army? He's purposely leaning his right shoulder forward, but I can see what he's trying to conceal in the mirror behind him. Riven, what is that? That gash on your left shoulder you keep trying to hide. Jude, oh? Looking, were you? I feel my face heat, annoyed as he evades the question. As you well know, I can't leave the playhouse, Alistair. Even if I wanted to. Liar. Riven, you can. And you have. My eyes move to the deep white scar across his right palm and stay there. Something about it has bothered me since I noticed it in the archives. I know how he got that scar. I know it because I gave it to him. My mind races back to the memory of that day in the courthouse with the player, the woman who spoke to me, the player who cursed me. How she'd screamed and wailed when I raked the blade through her hand. You just looked a little different at the time, I whisper. Jude goes still. Riven. We've met before. I raise the arrow higher. And you're going to tell me why. Act 2, Scene 17. The player who cursed me, who doesn't exist, has been right in front of me all this time, just with his own face now. News spread about the markings, that the North had begun marking children too. Jude admits, too calm. Syl sent me out to the district to verify if it were true, obviously with a different face. Why, I press, even though I'm certain I know the answer. Why a disguise? Because, as I'm sure you're aware, I could not go as lead player, he says, sounding bored with the conversation. Riven, so you can leave. Jude, players are not kept in the playhouse by your human laws. They're kept in by Syl's. Lead player already has more freedoms, and my contract was amended. Riven, you were taken away. I saw the sentries take you. Jude shrugs in response. Congratulations. You witnessed their very last breaths. You spoke to me. I try to keep my voice steady, but my tone is falling off its hinges, shaking with anger. That, he says, you'll have to forgive me for. I have no idea what you're talking about. There were a lot of people around. He raises a shoulder. I'm honored you've kept your first sighting of me so close to your heart, of course. You cursed me, I shout, rage roaring in my head. Do you have any idea what my life has been like? Tell me what you did to me. Nothing, Jude insists, moving closer and freezing when I raise my crossbow. I swear, Alistair, I didn't hurt you. He's so convincing, I almost want to believe him, but I don't. I remember every sleepless night, and I remember every lonely day getting weaker and weaker. You attacked me, I hiss through my teeth. Tell me why. Me? Cause a scene? Unimaginable. Jude rolls his eyes. I was probably bored, Alistair. The padding of footsteps and chatter parade outside. The other players heading down to the stage door. The lights fall around us, candles hushing out one by one. I pull the arrow back farther. Call for them and you're done. I cock my head at the mirror. Portal. Outside. Now. Before they notice we're gone. questioning him will have to wait. At last, Jude looks uneasy.
We're in the north. I don't know where the closest mirror will be. It could take us anywhere.
Guess you'll just be risking it, I hiss. Jude stares evenly at me and my arrow for a hard minute before abruptly turning to the ornate mirror hanging over the lattice red and gold wallpaper. He brushes a hand over its frame, then brings his palm flat against the glass, uttering a few words. I grab the cloak off the hook and hurl it at his feet. "You'll need that," I say as the glass opens up. His shoulders shake with laughter. He turns a look back at me, the surge of craft making his eyes glow like candlelight.
"We'll be needing a lot more than that to survive this, Alistair,"
he mutters, and steps through the portal with me close behind. Intermission. Intermission, Scene 1. I'm not sure I've ever been so cold in my life, and that's saying something. But then, I've never been to Paraskenia, or in this particular tent, staring at this particular family. I count an older woman and man, and what I assume are their 2 grown daughters. Judging by their faces, I think they must be surprised to see us too, until the older woman cries out something to the effect of, "Our prayers! They've been answered!" and falls to her knees.
"Aren't you all lucky? I don't usually make house calls,"
says Jude casually. But he's stiff as one of the costume mannequins, and I'm guessing he's also noticed how cold it is out here. We're in a canvas tent with 4 sleeping rolls and a single mirror, from which we've barged through. The air smells of smoke, I think from the remainders of a fire I spot burning to its last coals through the slit of the tent. "Are you alone?" I demand.
"Alistair, darling, that's no way to ask."
This, of course, is when the lot of them notice the arrow I'm pointing at Jude's back. Their expressions fall, shifting rapidly. Before rage can manifest on their tongues, I whisper to Jude, "Make them forget." He turns and rolls his eyes at me.
"I'm a player, Alistair, not a magician.
Players can put things into your heads, but we can't take them out." He turns back to the family.
"You'll hold this meeting dear to your hearts, yes?"
Their eyes glaze over, gold and filmy all at once. I shiver.
"So dear to your hearts that you wish to share none of it,"
he drawls.
"You know how greedy people can be. Would be a shame for someone to come try to take this beautiful mirror from which a player came now, wouldn't it?"
"No, never. I wouldn't think of it," the man babbles.
"Lovely,"
Jude says with a nod.
"And with that, we bid you farewell, as we must be on our way. Unless you have gifts for us, of course."
It takes all the self-control in the world not to elbow him, so I settle for, "You're terrible," as the family gathers every last bit of food, silver, and a wool cloak from their bags, compiling it in a single pack that they rest in Jude's hands. He returns a brilliant smile and a bow, then proceeds to gallivant through the tent flap, my arrow just behind him. "That was an awful thing to do," I whisper as we step into the night. We're in the outskirts, and the city isn't far off. I can see the lights. More importantly, I can see the playhouse. I've actually made it out.
"They'll be fine. Put this on."
He tosses me the wool cloak and adjusts the one I threw at him earlier over his shoulders.
"If you shiver any harder, you'll drop that arrow I'm sure you worked very hard to smuggle away from Marigold. And I can't begin to imagine how you found that damned knife again."
"Maybe you didn't hide it very well, since clearly someone found it." Jude ignores me and tosses an apple in my direction. I keep my arrow trained on him and let the fruit fall limply to the ground. He shrugs.
"Forgive me for trying to keep you alive until we get back."
I laugh. We are not going back. You think I'm so sweet that I'll just go on my merry way home and then let you return to the playhouse?
Calling you sweet is like calling a mountain lion fluffy. Perhaps true, but also the least of your worries if you've gotten close enough to tell.
I breathe in, still shivering hard. But we have to keep moving. Walk, I order.
Where?
Thick maple trees make up most of our surroundings, but there's a dark path that cuts through the forest toward the city, riddled, I'm sure, with similar encampments of playhouse fanatics crossing through the broken wall. The Agora, a station. We'll board the Dialkos, I conclude, referring to the railway that runs east to west near the North's border. The Dialkos might get us close to Serene by morning.
Amazing how you resist the arts of the theater.
Jude stubbornly turns down the path, my arrow at his back.
Being delusional seems to come so naturally to you.
He marches off with a sort of long-suffering dignity that I think only a player could manage, shivering and throwing me the occasional tragic look to make sure I know he isn't enjoying himself. But as we travel deeper into the darkness, I feel eyes. Jude doesn't look like a normal person, and even the dark won't do much to disguise his height or glowing irises. A thought occurs to me. Sever your bridge to your craft. Jude tries to smirk, but it looks more like a wince.
Now, Alistair, be reasonable.
Do it. Now. Jude's face darkens as I direct him behind one of the trees off the path. I don't feel bad, really. It doesn't matter what Jude does or doesn't remember. If he's responsible for what happened to me, he deserves worse than this.
It's harder for a player,
he protests. Not a moment to waste, then. Jude sits in the dirt, rattling off a string of complaints about dirtying his pants, while I quietly prepare to reach for the Eleutherian chain in my pack. He throws me one last annoyed look before closing his eyes and seeming to focus harder than he usually does.
Methexis,
he utters, and a change wraps steadily around his form, constricting the lines of his shoulders and softening the gleam of gold veins under his skin. The copper of his hair, which usually flickers like firelight at the ends, dulls into a dark brownish color. While he's distracted, I dive for the thin chain in my pack, looping it tight over his wrists and securing both hands behind his back as Jude barks out a curse at me.
Gods, Alistair, he shouts. What else do you keep in that hellish bag? Poisonous lollipops for children? Pointed shoes for stepping on small dogs?
I roll my eyes. Passing through the city with thick cloaks and the quiet clinking of chains hidden beneath is subtler than marching through with an arrow pointed at my golden-eyed companion. The Eleutherian chain tightly secured, I drop it and stare at my hands, realizing how uncomfortable it is to hold. Eleutherian gold isn't supposed to hurt me.
Surprise,
Jude mutters glumly, noticing.
You've got craft in your blood, Alistair. Haven't you looked in the mirror lately?
With his bridge severed, his voice is about 100 times quieter, restrained. He almost sounds like a normal person, and when he blinks at me, most of the gold has drained from his irises, leaving a mild shade of hazel in its place. We pass no fewer than 16 more encampments before making it to the Agora, crossing into the main square, which bustles with activity, though the thick of night has long since fallen. I expect fights or protests, but for the most part, it seems like anyone who's trickled over the border from South Theatron has stayed near the gates of the playhouse, where commotion gathers in the distance. Syl has probably noticed our absence at the stage door. I push Jude through the crowds, keeping to the side streets while navigating the winding roads, stopping only once to ask for directions. Gathering that we're not from here, the stranger simply spits at us and walks off. The second time I catch him almost slipping his hands free from the hidden chain, I sharply reroute and dip into the first apothecary I see. Jude stiffens, but clearly knows better than to comment out loud as I point to the scarce shelf of Eleutherian gold vials and say, "One will do." It's only a matter of time before Jude schemes his way to escaping, and I'm done taking chances. It feels fitting, handing over money Syl gave me in exchange for Eleutherian gold. Though, given the shocking price, it suddenly isn't hard to believe the North is in low supply. I roll the bottle between my fingers, watching it shimmer through the glass.
And one dilution blend.
rasps Jude. He's reeling in his voice as much as he can, but between that and the hood over his head, his subtlety is a hard sell. He had to duck to avoid hitting the doorframe on the way in. The man across the splintering table sets his hands on his apron, mark at his throat gleaming beneath the dim light of his shop. Finally, he retrieves what Jude asked for. I turn to Jude. "What are you doing?" I whisper. He glares at the wall behind the counter.
"You're planning to poison me, yes?"
"Yes, and?"
"And if you force pure Eleutherian gold down my throat, you'll kill me and yourself and everyone within a few miles of us."
The man returns and pushes a second dark bottle holding clear liquid over the counter. I push the money across the surface and swipe the dilution blend before herding Jude out. Then I hear it as we step onto the street. 2 words pulled from the frantic chatter surrounding us. Missing player. We need to get out of here. Now. Intermission, Scene 2.
"How quaint,"
Jude comments as I hurry us into the Dialco station. I take in the vaulted ceilings clad in stone, the high glass windows dotting the walls. A clock tower ticks at the center of the open space, reminding me that time is a luxury we can't afford right now. Hurrying Jude ahead of me, I note a series of 7 platforms that line the Dialcos railways, their timbered tracks laid in stone. Nestled on 3 of them are enormous carriages that look more like ships to me, their sides polished and reinforced with oak. I follow the thin, retractable sails secured to their tops with my gaze, curious how they operate. I've often wondered what else was lost during the time that the first players walked freely, maiming and destroying as they wished. But they left the things they liked. Printing presses to report on their movements, limelights to illuminate their stage, solography to capture stills of their faces. The piercing whistle of a departing train makes me cringe as we shuffle past the wooden timetable braced over the clock. My first ride aboard the Dialcos was meant to land me at orientation week for the Orchestrion Academy. Instead, I'm herding a disguised player to almost certain death while he complains about his shoes being uncomfortable.
"You should have let me change," he says. "Cicero must have sworn vengeance on me while making these boots. If I lose a foot, it's on you."
My own costume boots make a conspicuous clip-clopping sound on the stone as I drag Jude to a small booth across the station and request 2 tickets to Serene. The woman behind the counter sorts quietly through a stack of envelopes, though her eyes flip up to Jude more than once. And I do mean up. "Runs in the family," I blurt. "Giants. All of us." Though it hits me when she smiles a little too friendly in his direction for the second time, that she isn't concerned with his height. She may not recognize Jude as himself in this condition, but it's done little to hurt his looks. And his charms are apparently not limited to player magic. Noticing the attention, Jude snaps his smile into place. Gods help me. I roll my eyes, and do a very good job of ignoring a weird twinge in my gut when Jude leans into the wall and begins asking the girl if she always wanted to work in a ticket booth because he knows a place that might be hiring. I elbow him. This girl isn't the only one who's taken notice of Jude and his unusual height, and, for the record, mine. A man with watery silver eyes and jet-black hair has peered in our direction more than once from the second platform. The first thing that registered is just how much I do not like his smile. The second is that he's missing an ear. The third is that he's still staring. With the exchange of another chunk of my Playhouse money, I swipe the tickets from the counter and nearly throttle Jude for suggesting the girl wear her hair down more. "What?" Jude asks as we hurry across the station. "If you had big ears, I'd tell you too." "Quiet," I snap as we head to the third platform. "Ticket? Thank you," I hear ahead of us. It feels like I'm in a race with my own breath as we move up in line on our platform. until we're called next by a stout man with beady black eyes. I look over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling that the man with the missing ear on the platform is still watching us. Waved forward after presenting our tickets, I shuffle Jude through the steel doors and onto the Dialkos. Toward the back. Go on, I say, feeling eyes with each passing compartment. I wonder if bystanders can help it, or if they just intuitively sense they're staring at a player without realizing. Finally, we settle into a small compartment with poorly cushioned seats and gray walls. My mind tugs back to the one-eared man's gaze, and I find myself searching the window for it, not bothering to mention it to Jude, who's been prattling on for the last 10 minutes.
And if you're going to hold me hostage, it's just good manners to purchase nicer seats.
If you don't shut up, I swear I will tie you to the roof where you can't bother anyone. Jude raises one dark eyebrow at me.
You swear? To do something we both know you won't do? Getting awfully comfortable with language like that? That's progress.
I rub my temples. What will it take to get some silence?
Well, for one, I'm starving.
I pull open the pack of gifts he stole from that family and throw a piece of stale bread at him, praying it shuts him up.
Players don't need food much, Alistair.
My head is pounding now. Fine. What do you need? I ask, exasperated.
Attention.
He pouts at me. I groan and drop my face into my hands. The Dialkos jolts into motion, the station rolling by us as we begin our trek west. I make a point of ignoring Jude and watch the window, still looking for the one-eared man.
They won't take you back, you know,
he says after a little while. I cast him a side-eye. The playhouse?
No. The playhouse would if you play your cards right.
His eyes drop to the place where my mark used to be.
The north, though. They'll never take you back with a ruined mark.
A lump gathers at the base of my throat where that ruined mark is. They will, I say, and try to believe it, when I stop whatever horrifying spectacle you're planning. The great Dionysia isn't happening. Something darkens in his expression.
Alistair, neither you nor I can stop what's going to happen at the great Dionysia.
I take that as all the confirmation I need. He's plotting something. We'll see. As if a switch has been pulled, Jude's face clears. His smile looks forced now, cheerful but full of malice.
May I tell you a secret, Alistair? From one soul to another.
Jude shifts in his seat, as if trying to get comfortable with layers of chains binding his wrists behind him.
I fear you and I are just the same, he says.
Appalled, I search his expression for a punchline as he continues.
Two sides of a shiny coin used to purchase terrible things.
The Dialkos jolts again, and I grip the table between us to steady myself. I don't see how we're similar at all.
You don't? I do.
He leans forward and lowers his voice.
You can be a great many things, dear heart, but you cannot be fewer.
Galen's voice bursts through a door in my head. You laugh too much, Riven. You frown too much, Riven. You talk too much, Riven. Too loud, too angry, too much. Even at my softest, I am too hard for most people. For a moment, I wonder if Jude is too. That's enough. I clear my throat and retrieve the 2 bottles I purchased earlier. Jude tenses, eyes on the Eleutherian gold.
Alistair, be reasonable.
For what it's worth, I wish this wasn't necessary. I can't risk him being at full strength during this trade, especially if Galen is there. Gods know what Jude might do, who he might hurt. Stop! He almost shouts when I'm ready to pour the Eleutherian gold into the second bottle, the diluted solution.
1 drop at most, or...
Jude shudders.
I know you don't trust me, and you have every right not to, but I am a player, and more than that could do bad things. And frankly, you don't have the weight on you to drag me around.
I grit my teeth and use the dropper to squeeze the smallest drop of Eleutherian gold into the solution before instructing Jude to lean his head back. He stares stubbornly at me instead. His olive skin has paled to the same shade as the melting snow flying by outside.
Why?
He says.
If all you want is to get home, why go to all this trouble?
I am far past only wanting to get home, I hiss. Do you know how they formed the first treaty, Jude? How they caged you players to begin with and kept the likes of your caste out of the north? Jude grows very, very still, a lethal sort of calm settling over his features.
I'm familiar.
They captured a player. I push on anyway. Granted, that capture entailed an army. I seem to be doing just fine going at it solo, though.
They took 3 players.
He corrects, showing all his teeth when he does. Fine. Maybe I couldn't manage 3. Whatever. The North held them for ransom, I go on. Then traded them in exchange for the 500-year treaty.
Held for ransom, Jude laughs pleadingly. Gods! They tortured them, Alistair. Took 3 and traded the only one they hadn't killed yet.
I go still. I didn't know that. They tortured them? Jude's face darkens.
I'm sure mortals love to omit that last fact from the history books. And they didn't ask for a single bit of information from the players they tortured, by the way, he says. They asked their questions of the player they forced to watch.
My hands go cold.
Which is damned stupid.
He falls back in his seat, bored.
Leave one of us alone long enough, and we'll be begging to tell you our secrets just for attention. So,
Jude tilts his head, humor vanishing.
You plan to trade my life for what, exactly?
I set my shoulders back, gathering my resolve. I am willing to bet that Syl will do nearly anything to get one of his players back.
He will.
Jude bares his teeth at me.
We all would.
And I think that includes signing whatever contract is presented to him. Maybe an oath to never tour the North, or even enter the district again, permanently, this time. I smile smugly. In exchange, to keep the life of his lead player. Jude's eyes brighten with a dark glimmer.
All the world's a stage. You think I'll give up half of it?
Not easily, I don't. Admiration, love, devotion, it's what players feed on, a drug they can't get enough of. They'd kill for it. They have killed for it. And the larger their audience, the stronger their power. Gods know how strong they'll become if they take the rest of Theatron, too. Drink up. I lean over the table with the bottle as Jude laughs. The cool exterior he's worn most of today is melting off, giving way to something darker.
I have been in this position before, you know.
Jude stares at me, and there's something like hurt in his eyes that I try not to notice.
You should. I shared that with you.
Guilt clouds my mind. I've been doing my best not to think about that. Those terrible people who forced him to drink Eleutherian gold when he was only a child, not even a player at the time. There it is again. That same wrenching sensation from earlier. The wave of nausea that hit me square in the gut at the sound of Marigold's body hitting the floor. Is this what I'm capable of? I draw my eyes from the bottle to Jude, wondering at what point he stopped looking like an immortal monster and started looking like... well, like Jude.
I didn't tell you the full story, though. Do you know what I did to them?
Those people who took his family. He tilts his head at me.
I waited,
he whispers.
Sent them messages for years, telling them exactly when I was coming for them. So they'd know.
I swallow, stalling. Why?
I had a sister. They had a daughter. I thought I'd let them get attached. Let them know they'd be ripped from her the way my family was ripped from me, as you said.
He nods at the bottle in my hand.
Fair is fair.
There it is. Monster. A vengeful one at that. Before he can say more, because gods, I don't want to know more, I lunge across the table and force the bottle to his lips. Predicting this, Jude doesn't bother fighting. The rest of the gold drains from his eyes by the time I lean back in my seat. He wavers like he's about to keel over.
It probably deserves that,
Jude mutters and turns to cough. Bits of gold splatter onto the seat beside him, and he's fighting to keep his eyes open.
But for the record, that was a really bad decision.
I lower my brow. Why?
Because we're being followed,
he says, groggy. Then passes out. Intermission, Scene 3. My eyes dart between Jude, unconscious on the seat across from me, and the door. I'm suddenly aware of every fleeting shadow beyond our compartment. I overhear a whispered mention in the hall that we should reach our destination by morning, but it's the conversation between a second pair of passengers that has my shoulders tensing up to my ears.
Yes, a missing player. Can you believe it?
My heart starts to race. There's nothing I can make out about the woman or her companion through the frosted glass, just that she pauses. Pauses a beat too long. Her companion murmurs, "Making his way north for vengeance, I heard." They continue on by, and I can't hear anymore. In this state, I don't think Jude is about to avenge anyone. His skin has faded to the pallor of melted wax, and he only awakens to cough miserably, curse, and fall back asleep. A thin layer of gold is gathering under his eyes and at his lips, which have paled white. Will they torture him? Kill him? I figured it would be a neat trade, plain and simple. And even if things went poorly, I felt certain I wouldn't care. But whatever happens to Jude, I'll be responsible. One life for the entire North, I chant to myself. That math has to even out somewhere, right? And I'd have done something good. I'd have a life and a name for completing what my father started. I wouldn't waver in the shadow of Galen's legacy. The players started this game. It's not my fault that I have to sink to their level to win it. None of this eases the remorse crowding my mind. I turn to gaze out the window, but meet my faded reflection in the glass and let it drift back to Jude, wondering if I've lost the right to call anyone a monster. Maybe some monsters are crafted from survival. I think Jude was. And I'm starting to worry that I do care. I picture myself dragging him to Serene's capital, delivering him to the arms of guards who will be too rough handling him, probably throw him into some awful cell to keep him restrained. My conscience groans under the weight, and I'm almost positive Jude is intentionally looking as sad and innocent as possible while he sleeps just to guilt me. When his breathing goes quiet, though, I start to panic. "Jude?" I whisper. Nothing. "Jude!" I try again. There's a shift outside our compartment, then quiet again. I press my lips together, hesitating a moment before launching up to pull the drape to our compartment closed. Then I move next to Jude to check for a pulse, pressing 2 fingers there at his neck. A shock of cold moves from his skin up my arm. Startling away, I restrain a gasp when I notice a strange, textured, pale color on my index and middle finger. I match it to his neck, where my fingers have left a visible spot, the patch of his skin rubbing off on me like faded ink. My mind conjures the image of Jean Hunt, her skin chipping away like paint on a doll. My heart pounds wildly, fear sucking all the air out of the space.
"It was down there. That one, I think."
The voice in the hall is male and suspiciously quiet. My blood dips a few degrees as 2 large shadows slip past our door.
"If you want help,"
Jude mutters, eyes still closed,
"you're going to have to undo the chains."
I almost cringe at how relieved I am to hear him speak. At least he's not dead. But he might be if I go through with this. If I turn him in as a bargaining chip. No, they won't kill him, I reason. A peaceful trade, that's all. Not happening. I pull my pack over my shoulders and keep my ear to the door until I'm sure they've passed. Then, sliding the door open, whisper, "Come on, we're moving." It takes a solid 2 minutes to bully Jude into sitting up, and another 3 to get him moving down the hall in the opposite direction from where I think the men went. He stumbles out of the compartment like a drunk from a bar after last call.
"I suppose we'll just outrun them?"
He slurs ahead of me as I shush him.
"After all, there are so many places to go."
"We're getting off early at the next stop," I snap at him under my breath. He turns a knowing, if a little delirious grin at me.
"Oh, someone feels guilty."
I just need to think about it a little more. Don't get excited. Damn it. I've never been good at making decisions, but I need to be sure about this before I hand him over.
"Would you miss me, Alistair?"
Jude takes a stumbling step forward, catching himself.
"That's very sweet."
"Would you stop leaning into the wall like that?" I nudge him down the hall and peer over my shoulder. "Someone will hear you."
"Oh, I'm sorry. Are the chains you tied me up with making too much noise?"
Jude leans a hard right, loudly scraping the Eleutherian gold against the bronze siding of the wall, emitting a wretched screeching sound. I panic. Okay. I throw another nervous glance over my shoulder and grab at his cloak, searching for where I've clasped the chain shut and freeing his wrists. "Don't make me regret this," I hiss, piling it back into my pack. A horrible grin slides up Jude's face, and I have less than a second to realize my mistake before he bursts into a run down the hall. "You were faking!" I call, bounding after him.
"Acting, Alistair. There is a difference."
Jude is faster than me, and he knows it, which is probably why he takes the time to drop into a low, graceful bow before skirting through the door into the next carriage with a wink. I navigate the narrow hall, sparing careful glances over my shoulder as I crash into the next compartment, the common carriage, with long sets of seats lining either side. Most of them are full with strangers, whose eyes turn to me upon my haggard arrival, aside from a few sleeping passengers. Dread sinks into my bones as I pass each set. Jude could be disguised as anyone if the Eleutherian gold has already worn off. I scan the following 3 carriages for signs of him. A loose lock of copper hair, a golden eye, anything that might indicate a clumsy costume in his fatigued state. But for the most part, they all look like regular people. Until I see a whisper of a familiar cloak down the aisle and make a dash for it, only to find Jude's cloak hanging neatly over an empty seat. My furious expression must give me away, because I sense someone staring curiously in my direction as I drop the cloak and turn. A woman with chopped light hair and a narrow chin. She smiles just a little too sweetly as I pass, and my ear itches toward a conversation in the passage ahead. Casually slowing by the sliding door, I listen in. "A moment, sir. I've just received word," mumble, mumble. "Didn't mean to alarm you. A passenger," mumble, mumble, "jumping off the—" Suddenly, I forget all about being cold. I'm pretty sure my blood is boiling. Jude is gone. With any luck, he'll return himself to the playhouse. Without that luck, I've set a player loose on the world to do gods know what near a city he's sworn to take revenge on. As I grip my pack and return to my seat, some senseless part of me chants, "Hunt him down." But he could look like anyone or anything. I register vaguely that the blonde woman is staring at me again as I pass back through to my carriage. When I reach my compartment, I collapse onto the seat, exhausted. The space feels extra empty. In a strange way, Jude's absence is louder than his presence. We probably weren't being followed at all. I was hyper-fixated on anything suspicious, and Jude picked up on it. For all I know, he could have conjured the sounds of that conversation outside our door to make me panic in the first place. Time feels too precious to dwell on it, though. Jude is loose, and likely heading back to the playhouse. I could try to cut him off before he reaches it. Or I could give up the hunt, cut my losses, and go home. I don't know how, but Galen would find a way to fix all of this, ruined Mark or not. He'd figure it out. How would I track Jude down again anyway? Another wave of dread tingles in the back of my head. I know how. There's craft in my veins. His. It calls to its likeness through a shared thread. Whether I want to admit it or not, it'll lead me back to Jude. The compartment door slides open, and I half expect him to march in and sit himself back across from me. But it's not Jude behind the door. It's the one-eared man, and he isn't alone. Intermission, Scene 4. My hands go for my knife. The one-eared man shows little surprise as he slides into the seat across from me, raising one eyebrow over a set of blue-gray eyes that don't seem to focus on anything in particular. I almost think he's looking right through me.
Eleutherian gold. Interesting.
Serenian accent. His companions, a shaggy, bearded man who my brain labels as their muscle, and the petite blonde woman I noticed earlier, file into the compartment, all armed heavily enough that I think twice about making any sudden movements with my blade. I'm cornered and outnumbered. The woman sits at my right, while the bearded fellow slides in beside One Ear, who sets his hands on the table, fingers laced together.
Dorian, pleased to meet you.
He nods at the muscle.
This is Basil.
Then gestures to the woman.
Eleni.
I'm not sure if my real name or my made-up one is more damning, so I say nothing.
Tell me,
the one-eared man continues smoothly.
Where's your friend run off to?
A dark possibility rattles me. Dorian, the Playhouse bounty hunter. When I don't answer again, he continues.
I could have sworn you had a companion accompanying you at the station earlier.
He pauses before adding,
Riven.
My heart leaps into my throat, but I latch on to that simmering anger that's never too far out of reach and ask, did you always have one ear? Or did the other get so bored of hearing you talk, it fell off and walked away? What possessed me to say that? Half expecting him to backhand me across the face, I start when all three of them burst into laughter. Your brother said you'd be stubborn. The blonde woman, Eleni, grins at what I'm assuming is the sight of all the blood draining from my face. My brother? I stammer, remembering at long last what Cassius said. Your brother has gone for help. Galen sought out the Playhouse bounty hunter.
Came to us awful desperate to get you out of the Playhouse. Do you know he tried to make a bargain with us?
Dorian whistles.
Was willing to pay a pretty price for your return.
Galen sent you? I falter, shocked and relieved at once. The tension in my chest eases. They're here to help. I'm so relieved at the news, I'm caught off guard when he brazenly leans across the table and flicks my jacket collar aside. I startle back, clasping a hand to my throat.
Galen sent me to retrieve a marked. Swore up and down you'd never give yours up.
Dread floods me as Dorian clears his throat, those unsettling eyes piercing.
It would appear we've not come to retrieve a marked after all.
I narrow my eyes. It's widely rumored Dorian and his people don't mark, for the sake of fooling their way into the Playhouse and getting close enough to dispatch a player. That's a lot of talk, considering I've heard you aren't either. Dorian smiles slowly, neither confirming nor denying.
My eyes aren't gold, Riven.
The Dialkos slackens its pace, brakes hollering in the distance.
Sounds like our stop,
he announces, that unserious, sing-song voice of his making my blood run cold.
So I'm going to ask you one more time. Where is Jude Stefaros?
He smiles.
He owes me an ear, you see.
Long gone, I return glumly, but the chances of me convincing these people of anything feel slim to none.
Then I suppose we'll need to finish this conversation elsewhere, when you've had more time to think on it.
Something like a rag meets my nose and lips. My grip on my knife loosens, and everything goes black. Intermission, Scene 5. When I awaken, I see stone walls and rotting wooden beams lined with torches. Across the worn floorboards, a heavy oak door, a map on the wall. 2 windows, crusted with ice, frame a furious snowstorm. It's dark outside. Still night, then. I can't move. My hands are bound tighter than a sailor's knot on both armrests of a chair. Who's to say how they dragged me off the Dialkos and to wherever this is without raising suspicion? But it's almost impressive. Actually, no. I coaxed a player through a railway station and onto that train. It takes more to impress me now. Somehow, these garbled thoughts bring a huff to my lips and the word mediocre before the rest of my brain wakes up.
I'm sorry the accommodations don't suit you, says a voice with a laugh, and I lift my eyes to see a figure illuminated in the now open door, the night dark and encroaching around him. A drift of snow rushes in, and I shiver as Dorian pushes the door closed and stalks forward. I feel eyes on my back, hear chatter. There are people behind me. One of them whispers something that sounds like, "Don't look her in the eyes." I cannot stress this enough, but capturing me is truly useless, I say, realizing how dry my throat is when the words come out in a rasp. To be fair, I am frightened. But after being held prisoner in the playhouse by immortal monsters, being kidnapped by humans feels more like a time out. Dorian blinks at me, a passive smile drifting across his weathered face. If I look close enough, I almost think I can see wheels turning just behind that unsettling gleam in his eyes. I don't think that's true. Have you seen this? He hooks a finger at someone behind me, and I hear heavy steps. Then Dorian is holding a newspaper. He taps the front page. When morning comes, this headline will be in every newspaper across the Atron. It reads, "Who is Alistair Hunt?" My lips silently mouth the words along the top line. Audience is shocked after auditionee replaces lead player Jude Stefaros in one of the most convincing mimicry performances seen to date. A classic playhouse trick, most say, though speculations about Jude's absence at the stage door have given birth to rumors about the lead player's health and whereabouts. Still, with no face of her own yet to be seen on stage, it begs the question, who is Alistair Hunt? It would seem you have a curse, Alistair, Dorian says loosely. Tell me something I don't know, I mutter, pulling on my bindings. They don't budge. A natural, the playhouse would call you, he goes on, and that creates a most unique problem for us. You're marked, you see. I wince with disgust when he presses 2 fingers to my collar and tucks it back, revealing the blistering but healing skin. Or, you were. I try to look over my shoulder, catching a glimpse of the cloaked audience behind me. So this is the notorious resistance. I don't know why I imagined Dorian as young. Up close, I decide he can't be younger than 60, a hard ruggedness to his form and weathered face that suggests I am far from the most intimidating thing he has encountered. If you were to take the place of Jude Stefaros, Dorian says, interrupted by my burst of laughter, which he ignores. If you were to take his place in the cast, and news were to, and it will, break that you are not from south of the cut, well, that would make you, Riven Hesper, the very first player from the north. In history. Certainly the only marked player to set foot on stage. You make it sound glamorous, I feign. Cracking jokes makes it feel less serious. I know where he's going with this. There's never been a player who hailed from north of the cut, and certainly not one who happens to be the daughter of the dead peacemaker. The political upheaval alone would cripple Theatron, throw the entire philosophy of the North into jeopardy.
That unserious sing-song voice again. His eyes lock on mine. Should you take Jude's place, your presence alone could very well open the gates wide to the north for the playhouse. I say nothing as his words crawl over my skin, seep into my bones. Is that what you want? Are you truly that selfish? Dorian almost sounds sincere, until his voice drops to a snarl. I guess we should expect nothing less from the playhouse. He pauses. Your player-worshipping traitor of a father would be proud. It feels like I've been slapped across the face. Player-worshipping. Traitor. What is he talking about? Where is Galen? I demand. Your brother was sent away. He should have known we do not help the likes of the playhouse. I should have thanked him for the information, though. It made it easier to track you. A bitter taste fills my mouth. I am not their next player. Dorian sighs, a sad look on his face as he reaches into his breast pocket and retrieves a vial. I'm afraid it's a chance we can't take, Riven. The bottle looks familiar. That twisted silver cap that forms the shape of a serpent. I've seen one just like it in Jude's dressing room. Poison of echidna. It's lethal. Instant. I am going to ask you one more time. He tilts his head, smiles kindly. Where is Jude Stefaros? I don't know, I answer truthfully. Are you willing to help us track him? The woman, Eleni, counters. And I realize the real reason they've kept me alive. She saw the craft in my eyes, knows I could possibly track him by it, probably find him if I tried. I open my mouth, close it. Could I? I was willing to hand Jude over to Serene, but that was supposed to be a trade. Looking at Dorian, at his hunters, at the Eleutherian weapons strapped to their belts, I don't think there would be any trade if they got their hands on Jude. No. The word shocks me more than it does them. I won't. Dorian twists his lips. That's disappointing. Wait, I protest, bucking and pulling at my ties. Wait, but I know things. About the players, about their director. Dorian roughly pushes my sleeve farther up, pulls a torch from the wall. Beneath the flame, my veins shine gold. My stomach feels like it's full of lead. It runs in your blood now. He concludes, resolute and emotionless. It can be purged, I insist. My allegiance is with the North, not with the... Yet you won't help us find him. A player you've set loose on the world, he asks. You expect any of us to believe you're capable of telling the truth? I can't stand the look of his blue-gray eyes, the swift conviction behind them. So this is how it ends. Not by the selfishness of a player who trapped me, but at the hands of my own kind. Dorian pops the lid off the bottle, and the sound sends my vision tunneling. My blood burns hot, really hot, as he grips my chin and brings the bottle to my lips. This isn't how I'm supposed to die. Panic shouts in my mind, and I buck, throwing my weight to the side as hard as I can. My chair swings and then comes crashing down on my left as I pull hard on my binds. Someone yells to Dorian as my ties snap. I roll onto the ground and make a beeline for the door. Someone snatches my hands and forces them behind me, whipping me around so fast the air is shoved out of my lungs. It gives me a chance to take in the rest of my surroundings. The stone walls behind me, the gleaming gold weapon strung up in display beside a narrow hallway leading out. Dorian's entourage lines the back of the room. I don't count them, 8, 10... I barely catch more than a flickering glimpse of their faces, hard and rugged like Dorian's, by the light of the torches. More boots come barreling in from that narrow hall. It takes way more of them to hold me than it should. I want to convince myself it's the adrenaline, but I know it's something else. There's craft in my blood. I am stronger than I should be, stronger than a mortal should be. A lot of things are shouted, but I only care about one phrase. Eleutherian gold, to hold her! Fear grips my spine, as instinct sends me reaching for my bridge, riling my anger and tugging desperately on the craft there. But before I can do anything with it, I'm thrust back into my chair, and something heavy loops over my arms, pulling tight. Chains. One of the Eleutherian links is jagged and scratches the skin of my shoulder, a violent burning sensation left in its wake. Do something! I think furiously at myself. Figure this out! But the yelling around me, the calls for Eleutherian gold, the weight of chains cinched around my shoulders. My world slows. My body too heavy, like it desperately wants to go to sleep and never wake up. Nausea whirls in the pit of my stomach as I pull in a breath. Help. The word is a shout in my head. Useless. I'm alone. I'm alone, and I need to get out of this. I don't want to harm you, Riven, Dorian growls, leaning down to face me when I'm at last restrained. Were it simpler, I would gladly return you to your brother. I wish that I could. Then why don't you? I challenge, but my voice is strained. He'll tell you I'm marked, that I do not belong to the playhouse. I rail against the chains, but feel weaker each time I try. To my horror, a thought crosses my mind. What if Dorian is right? Look at where I am, what it takes to hold me. What if I am no better than a player? I have no idea what I am anymore. But whatever it is, it feels lonely. And when the world learns who you are, Dorian says, catching his breath. I grip the armrests of the chair and grit my teeth until my jaw aches. Daughter of the murdered peacemaker. If she can trust the playhouse, join it. Why shouldn't everyone? He shows me the bottle again. This is not about you. Think of your people, Riven. Your family. Surely you must see this is the best thing you can do for them. I breathe hard, exhausted. I don't want to believe him, but his words, they start to sound right, to make horrible sense. Dorian approaches me with caution, watching my hands like they're claws. Suddenly, it's not that I'm too tired to fight him, to fight all of them. I'm just not sure I should. I stop pulling on my chains. Dorian leans down, bracing an arm on his knee and staring deep into my eyes, like he'll find every lie I've ever told there. Slowly, my gaze drops to the poison in his hand. The door flies open again, the wind howling through. I shiver harder. Sir! A boy, no older than 15, with a freckled face, stands there with a worried look. Sir, you need to see something. Hey, it's urgent. His voice is frail and panicked, eyes bouncing between my situation and something happening outside. Dorian stills a moment, patience thinning as he says, I'm sure it can wait. It can't, sir. There's a shift in the room as Dorian's people exchange concerned looks. Watch her, Dorian orders to my army of babysitters and stalks out after the boy, calling for the man named Basil to follow. The one built like a granite statue lumbers out after them, enormous gilded axe in hand. In their absence, Eleni, his obvious second in command, and another woman who might have more muscles in her neck than I have in my entire body, stand by the door, eyes on me, as if waiting for me to try and make another grand escape. I don't. If I expected commotion to follow, none does. Nothing. Even the howl of the wind falls eerily silent. I tune in to the careful breathing of those around me. As fate would have it, I am sorely out of luck, because when the door creaks open, Dorian stalks back in, unbothered by whatever situation awaited him outside. He stares at me and stills, shaking his head. Where were we? I brace myself for the poison, as Eleni steps aside to let him through. Do I deserve this? Part of me wonders if I might. At least Jude says it kills quick. There's a sly grin on Dorian's face that I don't like at all as he leans close. But when he tilts his head at me, I pause, find myself struggling to recall if it was his left ear that was missing. It was his left ear, not his right, wasn't it? Don't look so scared, he whispers, voice dropping so low I think only I can hear it.
What did I teach you about your nerves? 3 deep breaths.
My breathing stops altogether. You aren't Dorian, I say.
Dorian? No.
He smiles. Gold curls under one of his irises.
Not I.
Intermission, Scene 6. The room stills when Jude rises to his feet, face conniving as a jackal and gold spilling across his eyes. Eleni shrieks an order to halt when one of their hunters reaches for a weapon. Dorian, or rather Jude disguised as Dorian, watches in amusement as Eleni treads carefully forward, hands raised in surrender. "Where is Dorian? This doesn't have to end in blood." Jude raises an eyebrow, looking pointedly down at me, bound in my chair, and then back at Eleni. "It doesn't?" He raises a hand, runs it absent-mindedly over his missing ear. "This," he announces, twirling a finger at the room, "is really rude. I'll have an apology. Who's first? You?" His eyes fall on the muscular woman behind Eleni, whose hand curls around her dagger. "I'd sooner cut out my tongue." "Do it, then." My eyes flip up to Jude as my mouth falls open to tell him to stop, but I'm not fast enough. Not before the woman's tongue falls to the floor. She starts moaning incoherently, sending Dorian's people scattering toward the walls where weapons hang, or to their belts for Eleutherian gold daggers. "I said hold!" Eleni shouts through her teeth, then turns back to Jude. "Where is Dorian?" All at once, his disguise melds and shifts, face morphing until he's Jude again. Blood is splattered from his sleeves to his forehead. "Well, don't look so sad," Jude pouts, rubbing his chin. There's blood crusted under his fingernails. "You'll see his face again." A wry grin slides over his mouth. "I left it hanging just outside." The air drains from the room. Eleni's expression clears, blank as paper, but something more vibrant than gold washes over her eyes. I want to say it's the hardness of anger or the guttural pangs of disbelief. But when she opens her mouth and utters a sentence in an old language I don't understand, it's with a darkness that sounds more like heartbreak. Jude replies in the same tongue, Old Cyrenian, I would guess, then lets out a mean laugh. It's a rich and selfish sound, the sort when you laugh for yourself and don't bother to check if anyone else found it funny. The sound is beautiful when you're in on the joke, and cutting as steel when you're not. His words, whatever they were, sink into the room, into the minds of men and women with no marks to defend against his compulsion. Weapons drop, clattering loudly to the ground. Eleni hisses something back and he doesn't react, a cold glint in his eyes, probably enjoying the attention as craft pulses bright in his veins. He raises his chin, utters another word. A curious blankness paints the faces around me. I watch as each set of hands, unburdened by weapons, slowly pulls a torch from the wall instead. Eleni is gripping her hands into fists so tightly I see blood. Fighting Jude's compulsion? How? She looks to the player and whispers a word in that old tongue again. The pleading way she speaks it makes me think it's please. Jude balances a glare down at me, then back at Eleni, making a little sound in the back of his throat. And then, "Kneel." The room goes deathly still, the air gone. The woman glowers at Jude, just barely letting her gaze slide to her hunters clutching torches, and those horribly blank expressions. With eyes like chips of ice, she bares her teeth, lowers herself onto a knee. "Not to me," Jude snaps, that twisted smile faltering. "Come now. I'm getting bored." I throw a reasonably horrified look in his direction, now tugging on my chain so hard I'm surprised the chair doesn't snap. "No," I almost shout, "not to me. I'm not one of them. I'm not like him." If Eleni went any stiffer, she'd shatter. Her expression full of hate, she pivots toward me, leans down, and slowly bows her head. but her gaze never leaves mine, a gaze that wishes me a slow and painful death. Why is he doing this? Around her, the hunters hold their torches patiently, awaiting further instruction. Wait, I breathe. Eleni shuts her eyes as if to shield herself. Jude speaks another word. Jude, I interrupt. Don't! One by one, the hunters press the torches into their chests. I can't watch, heart thundering in my ears as the room fills with screams, the reek of smoke and burning hair, and one instrument in the chorus that doesn't fit, the pattering of hurried footsteps on their way out. When I dare to open my eyes, Eleni is making her escape through that narrow hall. I barely register Jude saying something that sounds like, "Hold still." My throat fills with smoke as something collides with the back of my chair. The wood splinters and the chains release me. I catapult forward out the door after Jude, desperate to escape, my ears unable to take the screams any longer as the stench of burning flesh reaches my nose. What I decide is worse, though, as we flee the burning house, isn't the screams themselves, but the way they start to quiet, one by one. The silence follows us out, clinging to my clothes like smoke. Only when the cold hits my skin do I realize we've made it outside, alive. It's dark. The snow has stopped falling and blankets the ground. There are violent disruptions in the white, though, places where the snow is flattened and disheveled. Dawn is on her way, judging by where the moon has drifted to make room for the horizon. Aside from this, there's nothing. Only a burning, desolate house in a quiet forest. And blood, staining the fresh snow at our feet, a violent streak of color slashed across a white canvas. Wherever Jude dragged Dorian, I'm sure the darkened crimson trail toward the back of the house will lead me to whatever is left of him. A thick branch, snapped from a nearby tree and discarded on the ground, drips red at one jagged end. There's a vial buried in the snow at my feet. It's empty. There's no sign of the large man who followed Dorian, and, to my horror, no sign of the young boy who called Dorian outside either. Did you... The boy at the door, I stutter. You didn't...
I was the boy.
I breathe a small sigh of relief at that, while Jude walks from the flames with little more remorse than he'd depart his dressing room. But the air is heavy with horror as I follow. My shoes find their way around the blood, my stomach turning when I notice something small on the ground, illuminated by thin rays of fading moonlight. There, in the snow, lies Dorian's other ear. Intermission, Scene 7. Exhaustion creaks in my bones by the time we near civilization, a village settled at the bottom of the icy hills that, in my opinion, could benefit from a nice set of stairs. The sun rises higher as we walk, morning breaking clear onto the horizon and easing the harsh winter winds. I shiver. I've never been this far north before, and decide I won't be making another visit anytime soon. Some unspoken agreement to work together lingers between us. Until Jude finds a mirror, or until I find passage back to the district, at least. I can't really follow through on my threats or carefully plotted plans to turn him over. And if I'm being honest with myself, I don't think I could do it anymore anyway. In the light, I notice Jude is holding his arm. The overcoat he must have traded his cloak for at some point is torn at the bicep, confirming something sharp ripped into fabric and flesh alike. He's favoring his right leg, but I can't tell what's wrong with the other one. Dorian put up one hell of a fight, I guess. A different question is rising into my throat, though. Why? I trail after him in the snow, my boots sinking into Jude's larger footprints. Why did you come back? The forest is unforgivably quiet, save for the crunch of ice beneath our feet and a biting wind that seems determined to get under every layer I'm wearing. Doesn't he feel remorse? Something? There's not much to read from the set of his shoulders, long legs moving through the woods with the sort of inhuman grace reserved for elk. That was... My words shatter the long-standing silence. Jude doesn't flinch, but someone needs to acknowledge the last few hours out loud. I still can't banish the stench of smoke and burning flesh from my nose, the raw screams from my ears. That was awful. Jude stops cold in his tracks. Around us, tall, dark trunks with gnarled branches seem to listen in, the only witnesses to the grisly scene we left behind.
Yes,
he agrees.
And anything less would have painted a bright, vulnerable target on both your back and mine for the next group.
He aims a meaningful glare at me over his shoulder, a crown of frost gathering in his hair.
Do you feel justified now? Is it nice to have all your suspicions confirmed? To have watched me be the monster you so desperately believe we are? Or is it possible, Alistair?
He points behind us, the way we came, voice rising.
That the North is harboring its very own monsters.
I can't help but think of that conversation with Cassia. No. The North is good. I grit my teeth, unable to break my gaze from his hands, stained rust red, his rings tarnished. You didn't have to. He whirls on me, hair whipping against his forehead in the wind.
You're right, I shouldn't have had to. That was embarrassing of you to need rescuing.
I stopped short, offended. They took my weapons, bound me with chains. They were going to poison me.
Yes, sounds terrible. I can't imagine what that was like.
Jude deadpans. But the sarcasm doesn't reach his eyes, which are blazing gold with craft after whatever unspeakable power he invoked back in the cabin.
Except I broke free, didn't I?
A startling, angry edge cuts into his voice.
I was poisoned, wasn't I?
Guilt shrouds my mind, and I recoil. But after what I witnessed a few hours ago, it chills me to think what Jude could have done without a dampener on his craft. Regaining confidence, I stomp after him. That isn't fair.
It is. It's fair to expect you to do what you're perfectly capable of. Why didn't you break free? You could have killed all of...
He shakes his head, takes a steadying breath.
If I didn't know you any better, I'd think you were ready to let them poison you.
Because I wasn't capable. You are not capable of taking care of yourself. Galen's accusation comes back to me with startling clarity. I've been told my entire life that I can't, that I'm helpless. We quarreled over it so much at home. Maybe I started to believe it at some point. Jude looks to the sky in disbelief, a hoarse cackle escaping his throat.
You snuck into the playhouse, marked. I watched you run at Mattia with a dagger. Somehow, you smuggled a lethal weapon out of Marigold's mitts and lived to tell the tale. And then you used it to harass me.
He points a finger in my direction.
You're going to try and convince me you're defenseless? You scare the living daylights out of me, Alistair. So yes, I'm angry. Because the only way that back there got as far as it did is because you let it.
My face flushes.
Why should you care? Because you should care,
he roars, turning back around, closing the space between us in 2 strides. His hands clamp onto my shoulders, heat bleeding through the cold.
You should be burning with rage that someone tried to hurt you.
I should pull away, but the warmth that seeps from his grip holds me in place. His eyes search mine, flickering back and forth like he's awaiting some signal there that only he would recognize. That anger will be the death of you, Galen's voice reminds me. I shove it away. Jude is right. I am angry. I've always been angry. I huff a breath. That isn't how we handle things in the North. Death isn't always the way.
The North!
His tone slips off its hinges, incredulous.
Of course. The North.
He throws his arms wide, gesturing back the way we came.
That's who you're defending?
He winces at the movement from whatever's happened to his arm.
Are they as charming as whoever drove you so helpless that you walked into the playhouse?
You don't know anything about the life I come from, I defend. But doubt creeps into my mind as the scratch on my shoulder burns where the Eleutherian chain dug into it. The North did this to me, and I'm one of them. Aren't I?
I think I've gathered enough.
His tone calms, irritatingly more unnerving that way.
Tell me, do they fear you more or less now that you have craft beating in your heart? Or was it only when they assumed you did?
That strikes a nerve. I clench my teeth, cornered and desperate to change the subject. How'd you find me? I ask, but I already know. I can feel it still, a golden thread humming between us. A wiser woman would have severed it before leaving the playhouse. I'm not entirely certain why I didn't. Jude inhales once, twice, breaths vaporizing between us.
Craft binding. We're linked.
I'm about to tell him to unlink it when he quietly adds,
You could have at least tried to hold them off until I got there.
I throw my head back, exasperated. How should I have known you were coming to help? For a heartbeat, neither of us moves.
How should you have known I would?
He finally says, making a point of looking wronged.
You think I didn't know what they would have done? I'm not entirely heartless, Alistair. In fact, I'd have been there sooner, but I was slightly detained after being poisoned.
I shrink back as he points an accusing finger at me.
And you didn't need me. Say, where did that terrifying resolve of yours run off to?
His skin has gone nearly white. For once, Jude looks sincerely furious. Fine then. Good. I'm itching for a fight. You are one to talk, I hiss between my teeth, about courage.
Am I?
He taunts.
Do tell.
You're a coward, Jude, I shriek. And he aims a lethal glare at me. I go on anyway. You're a selfish player who only ever thinks of himself. One with more power than even you know what to do with, and a reputation you are terrified to live up to. According to you, you'd rather go to all the trouble of using me to get out of the Great Dionysia than just facing it yourself. Jude's eyes flash with the dark glint of a challenge. It occurs to me in a vague way that maybe I should be more careful about picking fights with Jude, based on what I just witnessed. But at the moment, I don't care.
And you,
he whispers back, taking a single step forward, and I raise my head, daring him.
Are determined to be miserable.
Stubbornly, I plant my feet in place as he stalks closer.
You harp on whatever odd imaginings about yourself that ungodly, cunning force of a mind churns out, plotting and conniving, but never once realizing.
He cuts himself off with a near hysterical laugh.
You know what? You're right. I've done you a terrible disservice sharing my stage with you, offering you power, strength, knowledge. I'm sure the two of us are much happier shivering out here than wandering the warm halls of the playhouse. My fault for saving you. Do forgive me.
I reach for a retort, but the words hitch beneath my ribs. I have felt stronger, less hollow, less cold. And maybe I did like the way I felt on that stage. Seen and not feared. Something in me resents it with a fierceness. The familiar rasp of my tone returns, and I think I've almost missed it. That was quite the little show you put on back there to call a rescue.
Well, no one else bothered,
he points out and shrugs.
In fact, someone told them where you would be and where you were taking me. Someone fed them that information, and frankly,
he feigns a look around.
I don't see whoever that someone is showing up to help.
The air between us constricts. I find myself questioning if he's not mad at me so much as for me, but something in me resents that too. Do not act all high and mighty with me, I say. There are quick ways to kill, And there are Slow. I shudder at the memory of scarlet smattered across white snow. I'll take my bets that you went for grandeur and spectacle, as usual. I lower my tone to match his. That's all you care about. Attention. And you always get it. From everyone. I realize my mistake just a beat too late. Jude tilts his head, that mean grin returning.
You could just say you're jealous. It would save us both the time.
He shrugs again, then turns to walk off, calling,
Who could blame you? The world adores me, you know.
Snow crunches under my boots, and I realize I've stalked after him. What? You think I envy you? That I want to be one of you?
No.
Jude turns cleanly in the snow to meet me, making the bold assumption I won't stomp on his toes at the first available opportunity.
I dare say you prefer misery over company.
I prefer it over your company. I flinch. I didn't mean that at all. And the hurt on his face makes it worse. But I'm committed now. You and your player ego.
My ego.
He lets out a sharp laugh.
Do you know something about egos, Alistair? Actors wield them like shields. Wear them like blindfolds. Shove them into every crack in our armor for protection. But egos love misery. And that's how I know you have a vicious one. Pain is protection, too. Pain will blame everything outside itself and never once check to see if something is broken within.
My skin goes cold. The world seems to slow, as all I manage to do is stare back, mouth agape, feeling a little like I've been stripped naked in spite of my layers of leather and wool. Don't pretend to know my mind. I can't help myself. I reach for my ire, for that thread of power, and it crackles like fire in response. But I can't tell which side it comes from. I square my shoulders, tugging on that power and letting craft burn through my veins. You're so used to everyone ogling at how beautiful you are. You can't begin to imagine what it's like to be me. My voice cracks like a whip. I am allowed to be angry.
Anger can be anything on stage, given the right costume. It's a pretty mask, that's all. Tell me, what's behind yours? I've grown curious.
I huff a breath. Charm is one, too, just as much. We may keep different weapons in our arsenals, but they all still cut at the end of the day. I tilt my head. Is that why you came back? He stiffens. Because you can't stand someone wandering the world who doesn't worship the ground you walk on.
Is it so hard to believe that I care for you, Alistair?
He snaps. And I freeze, all the harsh words rising at my throat dissolving. He presses a hand to his chest and adds,
Can't I be good? Just for once.
The thread between us crackles with power, and something more now. Something new.
Or does that scare you too?
Jude's eyes glint gold in the darkness, sweeping down to take in the curve of my lips, the set of my jaw, before flickering back up to mine. And for the first time, I wonder if what I've mistaken for hatred is just a mirror. The thought sends me a step back, then two more. Jude's gaze narrows on mine as my feet move away.
Fear does not make you a coward. Yielding to it does.
Coward. The word cleaves through the hard shell of my skin, nestles under it, and starts to burn. Maybe I am a coward. I do like being miserable and alone. There's safety in it, a certainty that no one can leave if there's no one to lose in the first place. And comfort. Comfort in the certainty that Jude is terrible, that players are terrible. Or there was, until he paraded in and started shaking up all my carefully crafted convictions. But it may be too late, because as he turns to leave, I say something that does truly and deeply frighten me. Stay. And I think he knows it too, because as he turns, sees both a question and its answer written across my face, he mutters something that sounds suspiciously like,
Dear heart, I think you'll ruin me.
Whatever words he has left are lost to the wind as Jude storms furiously forward and crashes his mouth into mine, stealing the breath from my lungs. It isn't a gentle kiss. Not like the hand he slips carefully into my hair. Not like the arm he coils around my waist. My mind wipes itself blank, clear as the white blanket of snow around us, the cold long forgotten beneath the burn of his touch. Whatever confusion and reservations still waver through me are lost to the roar of my own pulse as my hands find the collar of his shirt and pull him closer, kissing him back, just as foolish and reckless, until a shred of common sense bursts through the door of my mind. What am I doing? I tense, and Jude pulls away, his chest rising and falling. My own shock is mirrored in his expression as I clap a hand over my mouth. My heart races as I search for words in the air between us and come up empty-handed. Around us, the forest holds its breath, waiting for someone, anyone, to break the silence. Finally, Jude does.
I don't care that I'm going to pay dearly for that,
he says, and, without explaining, walks off. Intermission, Scene 8.
Thank Dionysus,
Jude announces, throwing open the doors to a dark, run-down tavern with only a few patrons and even fewer lanterns. I wonder what type of person finds themselves in such a place first thing in the morning. Though, given that I'm one of them, who am I to judge?
Your best wine, I thank you,
Jude declares, sliding a few gold pieces to the bartender, then collapsing onto a peeling stool that's seen better days. His disguise is thinner than I think it should be. Hair cropped short in a honey blonde color, eyes farther apart and masked in shades of blue. He's either too tired or too lazy to bother disguising his frame and height. I take the disguise as a comfort, because I don't have a clue how to face the Jude I was arguing with an hour ago. Even though my mind has been replaying and overanalyzing it from 15 different angles since then. None of them make sense. None of them work with the pieces I have of who Jude is. Worse, I'm not sure I want them to. The man on the other side of the bar raises an eyebrow at the coin, and I don't have time to ponder where on earth Jude even got that money before it's plucked off the counter and replaced with a wooden cup filled with a deep red hue.
And one more thing, Jude adds. You wouldn't happen to know where we are, would you?
Before suspicion can etch into the bartender's face, I gesture to the wine and mutter, "It isn't his first."
Cartonia,
the man replies with a thick accent and moves away before Jude can ask for a golden chalice instead. I drop my head in my hands, the answer digging into my pride. We made it to Serene, but I failed so extravagantly at delivering a player to the council that I didn't get us halfway to the meetup point.
Well, Alistair, Jude says, swirling his cup. We have quite the journey ahead of us. 4 days' walk, I'd say. 3, if we're lucky.
And I wish you the very best on it, I say, ashamed by my complete and utter failure. We'll be parting ways shortly. I know when to cut my losses. Jude raises an eyebrow at me, and I avert my gaze to the torn scarf I used to wrap around his injured arm before we came in here. It does little to staunch the golden blood, but at least hides it.
In for a nasty surprise, those monsters.
The words catch our attention, muttered from one man to another at a nearby table. My eyes fall on the newspaper between them. It's the same headline Dorian shoved in my face, the one proclaiming my faceless fame and Jude's mysterious disappearance. Jude's eyes narrow at the paper, catching up. "How can they be sure you're missing?" I whisper to him. "Just because you didn't show at the stage show last night?"
A bit more complicated than that, he says lowly. Syl and I were to meet with the council this morning to begin to discuss the terms of our new re-entry. You can imagine they might have noticed when I didn't show. Heard he was sighted near the border just yesterday, the man with the beard goes on. Guess we were seen. Could be anywhere by now, but gods, a player on the loose. Another man laughs cruelly. Hell of a show, once they catch him. They'll have to find themselves a new lead player after that trial, I tell you. Little point in a trial, challenges the third. It's in the God's damned law. They'll be in their rights to execute him. Now there's entertainment I might pay to see.
Jude sets his drink down on the table, hard.
Can't get far. If he really came this way, they'll catch him before long. They finally started confiscating the mirrors the damned revelers brought in.
The man taps the newspaper on the table.
Imagine that. Executed in his own city. Watch them try and replace him with this faceless bitch the papers keep going on about.
My hackles rise, and Jude slowly turns a look over his shoulder. That anger will be the death of you. Before I can think better of it, I place a hand over Jude's, as if to plead, don't do anything. His hand is ice cold. We found a creek for him to wash the blood off his hands, but I can still imagine the stains there, an unsettling reminder that he isn't all vanity and stage bows, which is something I'd really prefer not to witness in this tavern right now. Is that true? I say under my breath. That if you leave the playhouse, they can...
Yes,
he says.
That law is signed in Eleutherian gold. I'm not supposed to leave. I'm not supposed to even be able to leave. But that's between me and my contract with Syl.
He presses his fingers to his temples, like his head has started aching.
You can thank the damned peacemaker for that.
My heart drops as I school my features at the mention of my father. Of course, I know all of this. Ensuring the players stay caged in the playhouse is a legacy tied to my family name. But for the first time, the odd nature of it hits me. Why would Syl sign into such a thing? Trapping his own players. It doesn't make sense. Jude is staring at his wine like it owes him money.
That, he says, tone hardening, bitter, is a great question.
He raises an eyebrow at me, clearly waiting for me to do the math. But I think I know. Because the law was never for the benefit of mortals, I breathe. It's for Syl's. He doesn't want any of you being able to leave, under threat of your lives. I reach desperately for the part of me that hates Jude, the hatred instilled since I was young, the part of me sharpened and ready to drag him before the council in exchange for leverage and my freedom. But my anger and hatred are crushed under the weight of knowing that Jude could have run back to the playhouse after escaping me. He could have made it back last night, before the council could file his absence. He chose to track my kidnappers and me in the opposite direction instead. Thank you, I say quietly, for coming back. He must have done it because he wants out of the great Dionysia, wants to use me, to exploit me to get through the casting call. He's a selfish player, and that's how...
Loath as you are to admit it, Alistair. You are one of us now.
I'm not sure what startles me more, that it didn't occur to me Jude could have his own moral code, or the implication that I'm a castmate to be looked after. Players kill for 3 reasons, I remember. A blow to their ego, a threat to their caste, or, on rare occasion, for pure spectacle. Right, I say, amused and maybe a little unnerved by the idea. You won't leave a castmate behind. Jude watches me.
I won't leave you behind.
I narrow my eyes. Because we're linked. He must want his power back. He shakes his head once, refusing to break his gaze.
No.
For a moment, a bright, delicate fluttering warms my chest. I shove it down at once, horrified.
And some might say you now owe me a debt, given that I'll be paying for it with my life,
Jude says.
So please, Alistair.
He looks pleadingly at me.
Come back to the playhouse. Come back, and I will release you from our bargain.
What? I snap in a whisper. Why? You just said yourself going back will get you killed.
Alistair.
Jude pulls his hand from mine, turning away from the bar to ensure no one sees. He brings 2 fingers to the collar of his shirt and tugs it down toward his shoulder, and my blood turns to ice. That golden gash I'd noticed before has spread to his chest, peeling up to his throat. He conceals it again and leans toward me. I have to get back to the playhouse. Something is wrong with Jude. At first, I think he's just run out of witty remarks and biting comebacks. Then I think he's run out of words altogether. Sometimes I feel his gaze on my back as I walk, and I throw a look over my shoulder. 3 times, I've caught him wiping his eyes, smudging the kohl beneath his lashes. Other times, he just watches me back, like he's waiting for me to say something. Mile after mile, I never do. "Green," he proclaims once, and pales a little when I ask what he means. "My favorite color," he explains sheepishly. "It's green." I have no idea what's happening to Jude, but he's right. He needs to get back to the playhouse. A deer in the woods startles us both. We're on edge still. "Do you think there are more of them?" I ask, watching the deer leap across the nearby creek and retreat into the hills. "Those hunters." "Were I to wager?" Jude stumbles again and catches himself on a thin tree trunk. That's the 3rd time in the last few minutes. "I'd guess there's 1,000 of them for every one that died. There'll be hell to pay for it, dear." I wait for the lilting pronunciation of my alias that sounds more like Alistar. It doesn't come. Jude is staring at me, open-mouthed, still leaning on the tree trunk and blinking in confusion. His arm has bled through the scarf I tied around it. "I'm sorry. Your name is—" He swallows, frustration pinching his brow. "I know it. Your name is—" "Alistair," I offer. "Alistair!" he shouts and shakes his head. "Of course. Alistair. Say, Alistair," he goes on, pausing to cough into the snow. "As fun as this little adventure has been, I think it's far past time we get back." He pushes by me. I follow, telling myself he's tired. We haven't slept in 2 days. That cut on his arm could be infected. Something is clearly wrong with his left leg. Or maybe he's just too self-absorbed to remember a name other than his own. I glance back, and my excuses fall short. A smattering of gold stains the snow. Intermission, Scene 9. In spite of Jude's protests, I win the argument that we need to take shelter for the evening. I slip into an apothecary on the way. Much as he refuses to admit it, whatever injury Jude suffered in his fight with Dorian is slowing us down and making his breathing labored. I study the way he's holding his arm for a moment before selecting a healer's kit with a suture needle and catgut. We stop at an inn for the night. Jude's picked another pocket, I guess, because he has no trouble handing over someone else's coin for our stay. He mimics a man we passed on the street, and I know something is wrong when he doesn't flirt with anyone at the front desk. Luckily, our room sits at the very end of the dingy hall. Unluckily, there's a floorboard painted with shimmering Eleutherian gold at its threshold. Jude rolls his eyes and steps right over it, shedding his mimicry. "Not even real," he says. "You wouldn't believe how often that's the case. Too expensive to use true Eleutherian gold. They just like to make their patrons think they're safe." "It isn't real?" I poke at the gold floorboard with my foot. "Wouldn't matter if it were. Painting door frames, it's all myth that it keeps us out." He kicks off one of his boots. "A sealed circle of pure Eleutherian gold, which is rare, will do it. But not some random bit of gold across a floorboard. How do you think we crossed the cut?" Discomfort pinches his expression when he leans on the other leg to kick off his second boot. "Damned nuisance to move the playhouse through, but any player could traverse that pitiful moat." Players can cross the cut? Gods, of course they can. It was never sealed with pure Eleutherian gold. What about the treaty? "The treaty kept the playhouse out, not named players. How could it?
None of the original players are around anymore to be named in a treaty. Syl doesn't let us leave the grounds anyway.
I stare quietly at the paint. This, too? Question marks prod at my mind. The wall was never fully sealed. The 3 complements rule is complete fiction. Mimicry, fortunately, doesn't involve skinning a victim to take their shape. How many lies did we foolishly accept as truth? How many more are there? Jude collapses onto the bed without bothering to remove his jewelry, making himself at home, long legs dangling off the mattress. But his breaths are uneven, ragged. Wincing, he lifts himself to shrug off his coat. My eyes widen. His sleeve is soaked through. Jude curses as he inspects the wound.
"Don't tell Cora, will you?"
he says.
"I made her restitch this shirt a week ago."
"Don't mess with it," I say, retrieving the supplies I bought, "and take that off."
"Such excuses."
Jude frowns at his ruined sleeve.
"If you want me to undress, you can just ask nicely."
I toss the healer's kit at him. "Fine, suffer."
All right.
He laughs on a wheeze, putting his hands up and wincing again at the movement.
"I'll quit teasing."
He goes back to working the buttons on his shirt, muttering about how Cicero will probably punish him with hideous costumes as vengeance. I ignore the butterflies in my stomach as he tosses his shirt aside and unpack the healer's kit, making a stern point of not giving him the attention he's always after. But by the heat that floods my cheeks when I glance up at the wide expanse of Jude's shoulders, the contours of muscle laced with golden veins, I think I fail extravagantly. I clear my throat and avert my eyes to the gold coin that hangs from a thin chain at his neck, a beaming comedy mask pressed into its face. But when Jude twists to get a better look at the cut on his arm, the coin turns, revealing tragedy's sullen mask on the other side. Head down, I lay the gauze out on the mattress beside a long cloth bandage and a small linen pouch of coiled catgut. There's an astringent made of what might be vinegar and honey, but one glimpse at the wound makes me pretty certain none of it will do much. The mattress sits too low, so I angle my knees on the floor and soak the cloth in the mixture before setting to work on cleaning the cut, ignoring Jude's accusations that I'm trying to torture him. "Are you still not going to tell me what that is?" I ask of the gleaming gash I spotted on his opposite shoulder when we left the playhouse. Since then, it's created a mapwork of golden veins down his chest and back. Whatever they are, they clearly aren't related to this cut on his arm. And they're spreading. The disturbing image of Gene Hunt's skin nudges at my mind. He shakes his head once.
"There's no mending that kind. Don't worry over it."
The laceration Dorian gifted him cuts deep into the muscle, closer to the bone than I think either of us wants to admit. And the blade clearly didn't rake clean across his skin. In fact, it looks like it was hacked into it in a brazen attempt to relieve Jude of his arm. "Eleutherian gold?"
"Gilded with it, maybe,"
he says, making a face at his arm.
"If it were pure, I'd probably be practicing my penmanship with my other hand right about now."
"How did—" I sit back, suspicious. "You didn't have any weapons." I'm not sure I mean that as a question, but he answers it like one.
"Rib cages tear open easily enough without weapons."
I almost drop the bronzed, curved suture needle I'm threading as my stomach turns. Best not ask questions I don't want answers to, I guess.
"And get that away from me,"
he adds sourly. I blink. "What, a needle? You're afraid of needles?" Jude makes a show of looking deeply insulted as I break into laughter until he grumbles at me to get the stitches over with. Here I was thinking players didn't fear anything, I say, pulling the first clumsy suture through while he does his very best to appear sad and noble. I roll my eyes, wondering if he was this melodramatic before becoming immortal.
"Where'd you learn this anyway?"
he asks miserably.
"Or do you just specialize in victimizing poor players like me?"
The brown sutures leave a trail of uneven, spider-like stitches across his skin, which Jude is none too pleased about. I was going to study healing at school. Spent so much time looking for ways to fix whatever was happening to me. I thought I'd be good at it. I omit that I've never actually had to stitch anything up before, since I'm sure he'd dive out the nearest window. Becoming a healer sounded fine enough, but I never imagined needing to mend a player. I never imagined one showing up to help me, either. I tug on the needle and thread, forming another misshapen X, and Jude groans. From pain or vanity, I'm not sure.
We do, by the way,
he says a moment later.
Players. We get scared too. And maybe you're right to call me a coward for it.
I flinch, pausing with the needle raised again. That accusation ran out of my mouth a little impulsively, but I never expected him to agree with it. The astonishment must read on my face because he adds,
"You don't believe me."
An angry lump forms in my throat, bitterness festering under my skin. Toward him, toward the players I grew up fearing, toward whichever one broke my family. I don't see what players have to be afraid of. His attention moves to his open hand. He closes it into a fist, lets it fall open again.
I didn't want lead player. Never wanted the standing that comes with it. My entire life these days, it seems, comes down to reputation.
He exhales. You didn't want to be lead player? I reply, startled by his sincerity, and even more curious. I put my focus back on aiming the needle through his flesh and pull it through. He's the face of the playhouse, granted more power and prestige than his castmates. Syl seems to rely on him like a second-in-command. He doesn't even notice the pinch of the thread now as I sew up the last of the wound, seemingly lost to his own thoughts.
I came to the playhouse like you did. Angry and powerless. Hell-bent on vengeance at the time. The worst part is I got what I wanted.
I shudder at the idea, giving up your humanity for revenge. Is it worth living in a cage? Forever, I don't add, until someone kills you for your place.
Well, it's a very nice cage, he defends. Nicer when someone isn't rattling the bars of it, too.
He throws me a pointed look, and I snort.
There are worse things than being trapped.
I don't think that's true. It seems awful. A sharp edge of concern cuts into Jude's expression, but it vanishes too quickly to be sure if I imagined it.
It's safer,
is all he says. Damn, that suture is crooked. He's going to throw a fit about that later. But the flimsy flicker of the oil lamp on the table offers little light to see what I'm doing. Was it enough to be able to let it go? I snip the end of the thread and tie it off, then reach for a bandage. Revenge.
I'm still waiting to find out.
Something about the way he says it sets a chill in the air. Mataya's warning calls to my mind. Be careful of Jude. All he knows is winning.
Immortality takes from you, he says. It's a slow taking. And power, God's power, takes more. Power breaks you into pieces you never knew were there. It all comes at a cost.
My hands work the bandage into a knot, a question on my tongue. What was the cost? Jude watches the floor, blank.
Freedom.
My mind conjures the gates of the playhouse, that golden cage, all the players kept inside like expensive birds. Was it worth it? His eyes flicker up.
Life is a game of playing the cards you're dealt, and then justifying them so you can sleep at night.
He bites down on his jaw, like he didn't mean to let those words escape. Do you sleep at night? I tease to lighten the moment, securing the bandage. He tilts his head, a spark sliding behind his eyes.
What? Are you looking to find out? My dressing room is usually unlocked, you know. You're welcome any time.
I roll my eyes at him, but my pulse still skitters when he raises an eyebrow at me. Out of stitches and bandages, I drop my hands, twisting them in my lap, grateful for the small distraction when the lamp seems to burn through its last traces of oil, hissing and dimming.
Come now, Alistair. Where have you gone? Surely you have a very clever comeback. This is our dance, yes? I try to lead and you step on my feet.
I watch the curling trail of smoke from the oil lamp, opening my mouth to offer a retort, and am mortified to discover I am, in fact, out of them. So I settle for, "Are you always this insufferable?" "Yes," he states with a sly grin and leans forward, elbows on his knees. "Are you always this hard-headed?" My shoulders rise with a laugh. Probably. Jude nods. "Good. I think I get dreadfully bored otherwise." He goes back to examining my messy stitchwork, leaving me to sit with the thought, harmonizing with his earlier words. "You can be a great many things, dear heart, but you cannot be fewer." I almost wish he would say something unkind. Jude never flinches away from the jagged edges I can't seem to saw down, certainly doesn't bother trying to soften them himself. Half the time he seems outright entertained by them. But I haven't been as kind, slicing at him with my words without hesitation, like I have to put up a shield before the blow comes. Jude has plenty of sharp edges too, and I don't think I'd change any of them either. "You know, I'm still miffed at you for all this." He twirls a finger broadly at our surroundings, breaking me from the thought. "My clothes are in damned ruin." They are. "My hair is a mess." It is. "You've turned my arm into your personal quilting project." I snort, ignoring him and getting to my feet. "And frankly, I'm not sure why this room bothered with walls for how cold it is in here." Done complaining? Almost. He says it all like a joke, but sincerity creeps into the punchline as he blurts, "I just wish we were home." For a moment, it's dead quiet. The words linger like a third party to our conversation, demanding to be addressed. My throat goes dry, and when I can't take the silence any longer, I mutter, "The playhouse is not my—" "Please." And Jude, for once in his life, seems short on words. "Please, Alistair." I pause. What is it? It's something else that's bothering him. Something other than the cold room, beyond the dangers trailing us, beyond the ones we left behind. And whatever it is, even Jude isn't a good enough actor to hide it. "Can we just pretend? Just this once?" There's a note of weakness in his tone that catches me off guard, his teasing comments gone and forgotten. "Just pretend this ends happily." This. My chest tightens. He knows something I don't. The great Dionysia. "I can't stop what's coming," he utters in a breath, too quick, like he didn't mean to say it. "I would." He looks up, and there's something I've never seen in Jude's eyes before, a light but dimmer than usual. Fear. "So can we please—" A hand in the dark reaches for mine, but stills in the air like he's thought better of it. I think he tries to smile, but it looks more like a wince as his eyes dart back to the floor. "Can we just laugh and argue and pretend everything will be fine?" Pretend. I almost laugh at the idea. If there's one thing we're both good at, I suppose it's pretending. But before he can drop the hand between us, I reach for it as if a string on my wrist has been pulled. The brush of his skin is warm in contrast to the brittle draft of the room, but it seems to send a shiver up my arms anyway. And I think I'm past pretending to myself about Jude. My fingers wrap around his, and he watches me closely as I step into the space between his knees where he's seated on the mattress, bend slightly to study the gilded edges of his eyes, like I'll be able to retrieve every secret he's buried within them. I don't see any secrets, though. However, the mischief has certainly returned by the time he reaches his other hand to my jaw. I'm not sure it's a question in his eyes so much as a brazen dare as his gaze flickers to my lips. But I do know a smarter woman would run for the door right about now at that look. Unfortunately, I am not her. "We can pretend," I agree, and press my mouth to his. My hesitations are apparently not shared. As if this is all the permission he's been waiting for, the hand at my jaw slides readily into my hair, cupping the back of my neck, tugging me closer so abruptly he almost throws me off balance. I laugh softly against his lips, steady myself with a hand to his chest, and at the touch, Almost think Jude seems to pull his next breath like he's been underwater until now, deepening the kiss. In spite of all our time away from the playhouse and the absurd collection of perfume bottles on his vanity, the scent of hyacinth still lingers on his skin. It wraps around me, lingers in my hair as he drops my hand to loop an arm around my hips and reel me closer to him, until I can feel the heat of his skin, the race of his pulse. Half of me is horrified at my reckless self. The other half declares this isn't enough. I lean into his hands, allowing the invisible current that whirs around Jude to draw me in, probably the same current his countless obsessive fans feel. The thought makes me tense.
Get out of your head.
His words are a brush against my ear as he pauses, pulls back to look at me, searching my face like he can read the thought written across it and chase it away before it can take root.
Whatever it is.
I glare back. I search for words. I'm not one of your mindless, adoring worshippers, I say, insistent, before he gets any wild ideas.
Heart, I know.
He answers with a laugh and reaches for my chin to angle his gaze back on mine.
But I'm starting to think I may be one of yours.
Whatever doubt was still lingering in the air splinters, then is crushed entirely, the space where it hovered closed by the ravenous kiss he pulls me into. Everything blurs to the heat of the hand dragging through my hair, to the soft laugh between us when his rings get tangled in it. I let the tips of my fingers play at the thin chain clasped at his neck, noticing him shiver under the touch as his hands drift down my hips, pausing at my thighs before he uses them to pull me into his lap. All I can hear is the beat of my heart quickening when he drags me onto the bed with him and flips me onto my back. The low laugh he lets out when I snap at him, not to hurt the stitches I worked very hard on, thank you very much. He thinks I don't catch the wince of pain on his face when he moves over me, though he just mutters something about a scratch on his leg and that it isn't anything to worry about. I don't believe him for a minute, but I'm all too distracted by the way he busies his mouth trailing kisses down my neck instead, which magically erases whatever thoughts were circling my mind a moment ago, savoring the weight of him, the warmth. Something about the dark makes it easier to ignore how we got here, what both of us have done. Makes me forget all about what Jude is and think only about who he is to me. I'm still trying to figure that out. If it's a friend whose tousled hair I run my fingers through, a rival who laces my fingers with his, an enemy whose waist I wrap my legs around and cling to. Maybe someone else entirely who murmurs a question into my ear before working at the buttons there at my collar. Whatever he is, they all seem to weave into Jude, whose heart beats a steady rhythm I feel like I've known all my life. A laugh I would recognize in a crowd. A touch that consumes me and starts to simmer, to burn, to demand more, until my fingers brush along his shoulder, accidentally over that strange gash that... Jude gasps and rears back, blinking like he's confused.
I'm sorry.
He blinks some more, looking around, one hand clutched to the gash at his shoulder, a gash that has just spread farther down his chest. I sit up, concerned. Jude?
I'm not supposed to...
He winces, but the moment I try to move for him, he raises a hand between us.
Just stay. Please, stay over there.
I don't know if I'm more concerned about the gash or about the fact that he's looking at me like he doesn't recognize me or where we are. I swallow, finding my throat dry. Is something wrong? Muffled voices from a passing exchange in the hall startle us both into silence. Gods. Right. There's a manhunt with Jude's name on it in Serene. For all we know, we could be sharing a hall with more hunters. Reality seems to cut between us, all the warmth gone. My face heats as I fold my arms in, unsure what's just happened and whether or not it was my fault, if the confusion on his face is just masked regret. I'll take first watch, I say abruptly, on my feet and scurrying for the space by the window when the voices vanish down the hall, anything to fill the silence. Jude clears his throat.
If you insist.
He wanders across the room, whatever startled trance he was in breaking. We step back into our roles like nothing has changed.
"Let me know if anything exciting happens," he says, sauntering to the bed and trying to hide that he has, in fact, torn a stitch.
Exciting! I curl myself onto the windowsill, Jude's dagger, or someone's, I don't know where he got it, clutched between my fingers. There's a bounty on your head large enough to fund a small city. Jude scoffs as he collapses back onto the mattress.
"I do think I'm worth at least a medium-sized city."
I roll my eyes and do my best to forget whatever happened a moment ago. Through the window, stars are growing visible beyond the thin clouds over Serene, marking the second night of our absence from the playhouse. The moon shines through our window like a spotlight, like it can sense a player out of his bed and far away from home. The blue-white beam reaches across the tattered white blankets Jude is strewn over, sparkling where it meets gold at his fingertips. The cut on his arm will heal. But that other injury, whatever it is, that spreads along his skin and leaves sharp lines of gold in its wake. I'm not so sure about that one. I'm reminded of Jean again, her skin peeling away from her flesh. Jean Hunt wasn't a ghost, was she? I say. It's silent. For a moment, I think he's already asleep. Then he answers.
"No, she wasn't."
She didn't take her life on stage either, did she? Another moment passes.
"That's the way of the theater,"
he says, quiet.
"You give your life, your blood, your morals to the stage. And after that, it demands more."
Apparently, we're done with blunt honesty for the night and have reverted back to theatrically dodging questions with riddles. Then he asks,
"How did you do it?"
I raise an eyebrow. What? Jude shifts, pulls a blanket over his shoulders, though it does little to conceal the light humming around his skin.
"The cold. It's cold out here all the time."
I shrug. I dealt with it. Always bothered me more than my brother growing up. My voice strains at the mention of Galen, eyes sliding to the window again, wondering if he's out here somewhere after Dorian turned him down.
"Your brother,"
Jude repeats, resting his head back on the pillow.
"What would he do to get you back?"
I think of Galen urging my mother out of my bedroom and shouting at her to stay downstairs when I first fell violently ill. For days, weeks maybe, the illness filled my head with delusions. I screamed at the shadows that floated over my room, thinking I was probably going to die. And I remember my brother's voice.
"You're strong enough, Riv."
Maybe Galen did think me capable, to some extent, trusting I would pull through when the poison took hold and turned my skin sickly gray, when ice began to crust in my veins. I raise my hand and turn it over in the moonlight. The veins glitter now, a golden hue hanging softly over my skin. Anything, I say, even though it's a suspicious thing of Jude to ask. My brother would do anything. It's quiet again.
"Alistair,"
says Jude's voice one more time from the darkness of the room. Yeah?
"I'm sorry."
A laugh jumps from my throat. What? For ruining my life and throwing me into the casting call? It's a bit late for that. My breath stills. Or if you mean what happened a moment ago, I think that was just as much my fault.
"No, I'm not sorry for either of those things, actually," he says. "For something else."
I look at him, half asleep, bathed in moonlight, gold flickering under his skin, and realize I might not want to know what he means. For once, I don't ask. Intermission, Scene 10. Jude doesn't take his watch later, which is probably my fault for forgetting to wake him. So imagine my surprise when he wakes me up.
"Alistair,"
Jude's voice whispers. He darts back before I can run him through with my knife on impulse. He points the dagger, annoyed.
"See, that. Where was that instinct when Dorian's damned hunters tried to—"
The door rattles, and by the way his attention shoots toward it, I think it isn't the first time. Jude leans across me, unlatches the seal on the window, and pushes it open. I don't know who could be trying to get in, but I know that there's no such thing as an ally out here. How could they have found us? I dive headfirst through the window onto the flat roof, gasping when the wind meets my neck, like ice pouring down my back.
Well, Alistair, the thing about being a creature that is particularly known for attracting attention is it makes it difficult to sneak around.
He throws one long leg out the window after me as I crawl across the roof.
Simply feeling drawn to this room could be suspicious enough for some.
He maneuvers cleanly down a pipe onto the icy grass, and I attempt to follow suit. Except when I do it, I land clumsily on my hip, while Jude mutters a snide remark about neglecting my combat training before hauling me to the closest desolate road, slippery with frost. The light emitted by his skin is particularly conspicuous in the dark. Suddenly he turns, as if a thought has just occurred to him, and yanks my hood over my head.
The rule applies to you too, now.
I groan and try to ignore the gold glow hovering over my hands. Fear of an escaped player has apparently encouraged everyone to stay inside after dark. The streets are quiet as death as we go, ice crunching under our boots. Bounty posters with Jude's face paper the walls of fur shops and firewood stands. I nearly shout at him when he pauses to autograph one. We pass more than one news rack closed for the night, but full of frantic headlines. My eyes sweep over them as cold seeps into my bones. Escaped player, Jude Stefaros, to stand trial under law.
They give me no credit,
he mutters, skimming an article surmising Jude will begin slaughtering a city any day now.
I've been wandering out here 2 days, and I've only killed...
He pauses and starts counting on his fingers, then gives up.
Never mind. Let's go.
It takes several tries to find a shop with a lock that isn't made with Eleutherian gold. Soon enough, I point out a bakery and amble around the back. Jude stands watch while I pick at the iron lock with one of his earrings, then motion him inside. Thank the gods it's warm in here. My bones might splinter if they get any colder. I sink onto the floor of the pantry, deciding the bag of flour in the corner will make a fine pillow. Jude follows a moment later and tosses a bag of rolls at me. I greedily tear it open and scarf down 4. He chews on a piece and gives up, wincing and pressing a hand to his jaw like he's in pain. Then he tosses the bread across the room and sinks against the wall beside me. His breaths are more labored than before, and he's shivering violently. Lines of gold bleed down his forearm now, that mysterious wound of his spreading farther like a disease, deteriorating everything it touches. I pause, unsure what I'm asking. What's happening to you? He draws in an unsteady breath, stares at the ceiling.
Alistair, tell me a story, will you?
His words come out ragged, like he's begging for water. Please. I freeze. I don't know any stories. And I don't think a story is going to fix whatever is happening to him. Maybe he's searching for a distraction. Jude lets out a breath and then struggles to pull in the next.
Right. I'll tell you one then.
When he speaks, I'm swept into another world. His words weave into the cold air around us like a blanket, warm and sparkling. Each utterance paints a more vivid portrait in the darkness. I scoot closer, my ears eager to hear more, and he pauses. No, keep going, I prompt, surprised how badly I want to know how it ends.
I thought you hated stories,
he taunts back. And he's right, I do. Stories are bad. They're lies. But the way Jude tells stories, I wonder how I've lived a day without them. I think I hate them less when you tell them, I say quietly. He pauses, drained, then nods and goes on. When he's done, his voice is tired, like spinning the tale has taken something from him. His breaths grow more strenuous, the glow around him wavering like a dwindling lantern. My mouth opens, and the words, "Are you dying, Jude?" fall out a little too bluntly. He doesn't say anything for a moment. Then, finally,
"Death is a matter of opinion, Alistair. To die is to be forgotten. I imagine the world will never forget me."
In your opinion, are you dying? He sighs deeply, stares at the white scar across his palm.
Yes.
I have a feeling reality suspension can't fix whatever is happening to him. Turning on my side, I face him and whisper, does it have to do with Syl? Him and that book he always carries. Jude winces.
Alistair, if you care for me at all, you'll tell him this little journey back was made in utter silence. You and I, we didn't speak. Nothing of note happened.
A chill hovers over the words. He almost sounds frightened. I won't tell, I promise, wondering at what Syl might do. Is Syl more powerful than the players? I'm not entirely sure what he is. And I do, I add quieter. The words cling desperately to my throat, trying their hardest not to make it past my teeth. Care for you. A lot, I think. Enough to follow him back to the playhouse, if only to ensure Jude doesn't face the consequences of leaving his post when I forced him to. Jude's brows shoot up. He's apparently shaken free from whatever trance he'd found in his palm.
Now, don't tell me that block of ice you call a heart has started to thaw,
he teases, turning to face me.
I imagine it would take someone entirely irresistible to do that.
I shove him, but he catches my hand, laughing, his fingers wrapping around mine. In one stubborn motion, he tugs both of our hands to his chest. The sudden shift drags me across the cold stone, narrows the gap between us. Jude's eyes look more like stars this close, softer. Part of me waits for the usual unease to surface, to send prickles down my spine and swallow the warmth from my veins. But that anger, that rattle of disgust, never surfaces. Only a rush that skitters up my veins, a feathery feeling that flickers in my chest when he tucks a loose lock of hair behind my ear. In spite of the bitter chill, Jude's skin feels like he's been standing over a fire for hours. And I think maybe I'm done fighting. I don't want to fight the weight of Jude's arm falling over my shoulders, the warmth, like summer sun, that encircles me and pulls me into his chest, or the easy way he tucks his chin into my hair.
Alistair.
I crane my neck up, waiting for another biting remark about that ice-cold heart of mine. Instead, he says,
why are you so angry? Really?
Defensiveness rises in my shoulders, but this time I catch it and coax the sharp words back down my throat. I've been asking myself the same question. I don't fit properly anywhere. The words take a moment to find. And it doesn't feel fair. Like I'm this badly cut piece of a puzzle that doesn't fit with the others. Jude considers my words, leans his head back into the wall. His chest rises and falls for several beats, the timbre of his voice lowering.
If you have to saw all your edges to fit, you're probably in the wrong puzzle.
He looks down at me.
And no offense, but you have a lot of edges.
Do you ever feel that way? I press. Like the person you are doesn't fit.
I'm an actor, Alistair. He laughs. I spend most of my days pretending to be someone I'm not. None of us really belong anywhere.
Then he smiles, and for once it isn't a smirk or a telling grin. It's just a smile.
But life is worth finding the right puzzle.
I press the tips of my fingers to where my mark used to be, unsure I fit in any of them now anyway. I don't have any idea where I belong. I think maybe you're right. The words escape my mouth unexpectedly, but I've thought them through. I've thought them through a lot. The North, it isn't all good. And in spite of what I've been taught every day of my life, I add, and maybe you aren't all bad. He meets my gaze, and I spy something more than the typical pride and mischief behind his eyes. It almost looks like relief.
Alistair,
he begins.
There's something I need to tell.
He pauses, chokes like he's swallowed gravel. Then he clutches his throat like he can't breathe, and I sit up, concerned. Jude? For once, I hope he's just being dramatic.
I need to.
He gasps for air between coughs, each more vicious than the last. I press a hand to his chest, where gold has begun to bleed through the white of his shirt. His heart is staggering between beats, labored and uneven. All the color has drained from his face by the time his phantom fit ends, but it leaves his voice a thin rasp.
It's almost over,
is all he says, fading like he can't keep his eyes open anymore. The light around him dims like a candle flickering in the wind.
We're almost done.
Intermission, Scene 11. Whatever is happening at the playhouse, it looks bad. Worse than how Jude looks, which is also very bad. He managed to sleep a couple of hours before formally announcing to me between strange breaths that the show must go on, and insisting he was recovered enough to keep moving again. I didn't believe him for a minute, but I agreed. We need to get him back to the playhouse. But now that it's finally in sight, I'm second-guessing. Are you sure about this? I call after Jude as we walk. Our disguises feel too thin. It took Jude most of the trip back to teach me mimicry without the help of a mirror, mostly because he kept losing his train of thought, jumbling his words, or breaking into more coughing fits. Each seems to leave him worse than the last. My disguise is a shallow one, the freckled face and upturned nose of a girl we saw selling papers and shouting their hysterical headlines about Jude's escape hours ago.
We'll have to get into the playhouse through the tunnels. This way,
Jude calls behind him. Tunnels? I ask.
Used for transporting large set pieces and props. And occasionally yours truly.
We must be half a mile from the playhouse still, but furious crowds are piling out around it like ants as we move over a desolate road, watching from afar. I hear shouting, and I see torchlight as the sun dips below the horizon. A player has escaped, broken the law. The North has been waiting for a reason such as this to get the upper hand. Jude toes the ground, counting something out. Finally, he snaps his head up when he reaches 11.
There, I think.
He points to a shed in the distance. I can't imagine why. It's run down, with rotting wood paneling and probably a termite problem. But before I can argue, Jude takes off and throws open its doors. I follow and skid to a stop, nearly falling into what appears to be an enormous stairwell filling the entire shed, leading down. The steps aren't damp and rotting like I expect. They're encrusted in jewels. A brilliant silver railing invites us into complete darkness.
This way, Alistair, he calls, descending the first few steps. And shut the door behind you, if you don't mind.
The stairs trail deep into the dark and drop us at a tunnel with nothing to light our path, save for the glow of our skin. When we reach an impasse, Jude turns right without hesitating. What's down here? I ask, nervous.
A labyrinth. Any intruders, armies, what have you, would never reach the playhouse without a player to guide them through it.
It's a maze? A growl in the distance freezes us both in our tracks.
A maze with surprises, he adds. Stay close.
I trudge after him, muttering that I'm tired of playhouse surprises. But the constant feeling that I'm being watched, that a second set of feet is trailing my own, is enough to make me think Marigold and her freaky skull collections weren't so bad. Jude moves through the labyrinth like it's an old playground he knows well. 3 lefts, a right, straight for what feels like a mile, and then another right. I stubbornly latch on to the hand he offers, not keen on losing him a third time. After what feels like hours, I spot the first candelabra, a beacon in the night. The dimly lit corridor ushers us into the playhouse archives. I follow Jude past marble shelves and to a set of steps that lead up past the arena entryway until eventually I spot light peeking through the seams of a closed door at the top. We burst through it and into the brightly lit playhouse lobby. I fall and roll, landing on my back. Spots flare across my vision, obscuring the ornate molding and marble columns encroaching over us in blessed light after hours in the dark. All I can think about is how nice it feels to be warm again.
Okay,
Jude gasps beside me, seeming to catch his breath fully for the first time in days.
Easy part's over.
He sheds his disguise, but says to keep mine on. You're the one they want to execute, I argue.
Yes, and hopefully with a trial. If the other players see you before I can explain, I promise there'll be no trial.
He ducks over to the window, where the uproar of protests and fire swells outside.
They're down there,
he concludes grimly, and we head for the grand doors. The hall, laden with massive chandeliers, twisted staircases, and rolling red carpets, feels like a walkway to the gallows. Ahead, the playhouse entrance looms, the dance of fire and shadows just beyond the stained glass windows on either side. Indiscernible shouting slithers through. Why doesn't the cast just move the playhouse away from here? Leave the north, I whisper as we walk. But my feet feel heavier with each step, nervous. The rising chaos of whatever is happening outside is enough to make me pause, reconsider.
They can't without me.
He presses both palms to the heavy doors.
We're all sitting ducks at the moment.
Alistair? He stops short.
You may have to do this next part on your own.
I return a reasonably confused look as Jude throws open the playhouse doors. First, everything goes silent. The distinct clip of Jude's step echoes as he strolls along the terrace to the gutting hush of held breaths and eyes turning on us. The playhouse sits at the bottom of the incline, and as we go, my eyes sweep uphill and over the masses on the other side of our gates. They watch me back, a blur of faces. 10,000 people? 20? I can't see where they begin or end. Syl is locked in some sort of heated conversation at the gate's entrance, though the overwhelming silence gives him pause enough to turn. His shoulders fall when he sees Jude. Jude.
Good evening, everyone. I hear I've been sorely missed.
Syl says nothing. He just runs, embracing Jude like a prodigal son returning home, and then turns to me like he's about to do the same before thinking better of it. His face changes, deep, sad lines cutting into it.
Oh, Alistair.
He shakes his head, apparently seeing right through my mimicry.
What have you done?
I search for the rest of the cast, but they aren't outside. Just faces, from both the north and south, I wager. So many faces staring at us. Syl, a hard voice orders from the gates. Your player has come home. Open the gates. I turn toward the voice, and when I see who stands on the front lines, the world stills. Eleni, the woman, Dorian's companion, who escaped Jude's hand just days ago. She's uniformed in black and silver to represent the council guard. My eyes follow the argent patterns sewn into her sleeves, trying to calculate her rank, patterns that crawl up to the open neck, revealing a glittering, golden symbol there at the base of her throat. She's marked. I scrambled to put the pieces together. Dorian's hunters have been long condemned by the council and named traitorous to Theatron. They refuse marks for the sole purpose of needing to outwit a liar should they come across one. Somehow, this woman has positioned herself into the leadership of both, poised to play whichever side suits her, which, given that she's marked, is bold. She can't lie if caught by the council, or at least she'd have to get awful clever with her words. So that's how she survived Jude's compulsion. Jude must process all of this with the same frantic speed that I do. Eleni knows everything about what we've done. Worse, she knows who I am.
Alistair,
Jude says at last, never taking his eyes off her.
Go inside.
I'm sure we can work this out, Syl calls back easily. Open the gates, Eleni repeats. Her stare is focused on Jude, like she can still see Dorian's blood on his hands. The small army behind her is nestled in the crowds, clad in the same uniforms. Their hands are weighed down with Eleutherian chains, blades strapped at their sides. deployed by the council, no doubt at the insistence of Serene's ruler. "Your player left the playhouse," Eleni says firmly, but there's a condescending grin in her voice. "He's to stand trial." Syl. "He's returned. What damage has been done?" Jude. "Alistair, please go inside." Titus. "Well, look who's home!" The playhouse doors burst open again, and the remaining players file out. There's something in Titus's clutch, a person held like a wild animal, struggling something awful under his grip. "We got you both a welcome home present. Just look what we found running around inside." Mattia. "It isn't enough for you people to storm our gates. Now you're sending moles inside our doors." Titus. "Give our love to the council, and tell them this is pathetic." He grunts as the figure fights his grip, jolts in our direction. "I'm not leaving!" the man shouts. "I'm not leaving without—" I see his face and forget everything else in the world. Galen. Intermission, Scene 12. For a fleeting moment, relief crushes my chest at the familiar sight of my brother's face. The same rushing reassurance that calmed me as a child when Galen woke me from vicious dreams full of golden eyes. He's come to rescue me from a long, waking nightmare. Except this time, it's Galen who's surrounded by golden stairs. Something in me twists, sharpens as my attention falls to the place where Titus's arms are keeping Galen's restrained. "Let him go!" My voice escapes my throat like a crackle of torchlight. Titus raises an eyebrow. "Is that you, Al?" Jude. "Alistair, don't." He stalks toward me but isn't fast enough. I shed my mimicry swiftly, my own face feeling the cool night air as the false flesh simmers away. Galen watches me, his expression blank, bruised, tired. I see the word Riv form on his lips, like he doesn't believe what he's seeing. "Riven, I said let him go." I look to Jude for help and am stunned to find no sympathy on his face. He watches Galen with the cold indifference I would expect from a player, but not what I've come to expect from Jude. When he looks at my brother, anger courses through his expression. Throat tight, he utters, "There are consequences, Titus, for hurting a marked of the council's." Titus. "Well, lucky us. He isn't." Riven. "What?" The word comes out like an accusation. Galen fights and curses as Mattia forces his collar down from his throat. There, under the torchlight, is a dark slash through the seal of his mark. Something twists in my chest as I wonder at all the awful things he's done to bring me home. He won't look at me, eyes hard on the ground, and I can't tell if he's ashamed of what he's done or if he's ashamed of me, if he's scared of me. "Release him!" My voice drops to a biting growl, ready to cut through Titus's flesh. Titus pauses. "I'll make you a trade, Alistair. Did you kill Marigold?" The words catch me off guard, and I pause. "Yes." Heartbreak dawns over Syl's face. "Alistair," he begins, but Titus shoves forward, dragging Galen. Titus. "And Jude. Did you kill him too?" I plant my feet on the marble, pressing my lips together, unsure what to say. Titus. "Because you might as well have." In a single movement, Titus throws Galen down the marble steps and runs at me, going for the hilt of his blade. I have barely enough time to register the awful sound of Galen's back hitting the marble, or the shine of the blade aimed for my throat, before Jude slides between us, shoving him back hard. "Titus, not now." Titus recovers, looks at Jude with eyes like hellfire. "Oh, I'll get to you." A heightened awareness sets in Jude's shoulders at the invitation of a fight, one I'm not sticking around for. Titus. "Perhaps someone can tell me." He addresses Syl, but points at Jude. "Why the fuck he can leave?" I turn. my feet tearing down the steps toward my brother. Parrish. I'd like to know that, too. Her voice, a mild and sweet melody most of the time, sharpens into something cunning, lethal. Salinas, control your players, I hear someone call out. My knees smash into marble at the bottom, on the landing. I reach for Galen, who's struggling to push himself up. Are you all right? I whisper. No one? I hear Titus shout from behind us. No one can tell me why we have to stay in here. And Jude can apparently leave whenever the hell he wants. Titus heaves a breath. Then, open the gates. Open them, now. Syl. Titus, stand down. Salinas, control your... Titus, let me out. I ignore the pounding of Titus's nearing steps as he races down the stairs, Mattia, Parrish, and Arius behind him. Syl is shouting something indiscernible. Galen, I press, ignoring the crowds watching us closely, like this is the grand finale of some sick play. Can you walk? My brother coughs, the wind knocked out of him. His head is bleeding. He must have hit it when he fell. Beyond us, the playhouse gates scream open. Titus has apparently reached them. Come in! Everyone come in! Titus is screaming now, his feet apparently unable to pass the threshold. If we can't go out there, you might as well come inside. Who the hell cares if Jude here can break all the rules? For some reason, the marching of foreign boots entering playhouse grounds makes my hackles rise. I push the noise out, turn my attention back to Galen, to the brownish bruise painted across his jaw. What happened? I whisper to him. Riv, he begins, grasping at my shoulders. I almost think he's going to hug me when I realize he can't. Not in front of all these people, for my sake. You look... He coughs a laugh. Terrifying. My chest eases when he makes a joke, all while looking straight into the gold of my eyes, without shuddering in disgust. Then, without warning, my brother hoists himself up and grips my collar, pulling me toward him so abruptly I let out a startled cry. Some part of me expects a blade to cut right through my rib cage. Instead, the weight of a small item drops into my coat pocket. Riven, Galen says, determined, hands on my face. He dips his head in a single, subtle nod, his eyes communicating something in a language I don't understand. But still, there's a kindness in his gaze that edges on proud, a gaze that hovers over most of my memories and always promised to protect us both from craft and players. And then it's gone. His eyes wipe clean, blank. His jaw slackens. Galen's weight slumps onto me. I focus downward, where the tip of a blade protrudes from his chest. It vanishes, and Galen falls out of my grip onto the marble. I peer upward to where Eleni stands just behind him, an Eleutherian blade in her hands. Intermission, Scene 13. My mind refuses to make sense of the blade she holds. My blade. My father's. The one left in my bag when Jude and I fled the cabin of Dorian's hunters. My brother's blood slickens its edge. A traitor to the north dies like a player, Eleni says bluntly, like an afterthought. She turns on her heel and points at Jude, who I realize is kneeling beside me, speaking words I can't hear. Take him, she adds. I hear nothing else beyond the ringing in my ears and the word Exodus leaving my lips over and over, louder each time. But there's no reality of his left to suspend. Alistair. He's already gone. The words are Jude's. I ignore him and shake off the hand he places on my shoulder. Blood stains the tips of my fingers. Galen's eyes are cloudy and open, turned to the sky. Gone. Suddenly, I'm a child again, watching the havoc unfold around me at the news of our father's cold body, found in the very same place, right outside the playhouse. Jude Stepharos, under Theatron law, you are to stand trial for... I can't look away from Galen. but I hear the drag of Eleutherian chains coming for Jude.
"Alistair?"
Jude calls, fighting as he's ripped from my side.
"Look at me! Alistair!"
Maybe I should be satisfied. This should feel like justice. Jude is the reason this happened. I want Jude dead. I'm sure I do. Except Galen is gone, and not because of the players he protected me from since I was small, but by the hands of our own people, with our father's own knife. It's not fair. It doesn't make sense.
"Alistair!"
I glance upward. Golden links cuff Jude's wrists. Something beneath my skin moves at the sight, startles, wakes up. I have never been angrier in my life than I am right now. Somewhere, deep inside my head, that bridge locks firmly into place, and something furious and dark courses through it. That anger will be the death of—
"Please look at me!"
Jude yells, trying to get my attention when I am entirely somewhere else.
"Look at me! Riven!"
Riven. My world stops. Slowly, I turn and do just as he asks. I look at Jude, a player who knows my real name.
"Let him go."
I don't recognize the voice that comes out of me. It's not begging or even asking. The voice that comes out of me is an offer, a warning. The 4 men holding Jude stagger. Their eyes whirl with confusion, like they're trying to remember how to breathe.
"It would be unwise to attempt the use of craft on marked men."
Eleni bites out, steps away. I don't bother looking up at her. It takes everything to tear my eyes away from Galen, feeling helpless, feeling alone. I am alone now, wholly and completely. But I am not helpless. Warmth floods my veins, crawls up my throat, and slides down my tongue.
"Syl, control your—"
My mouth opens.
"Eleni, stand still."
It's like someone pauses the entire world. Silence strikes the mayhem surrounding us, bringing it to a hesitant stillness. The mortals made a treaty to keep the players south. Eleni stares at me, dumbfounded. My mouth opens again, and a sing-song voice comes out.
"Eleni steps forward."
And when the treaty ended, a wall to keep them out. The toe of her boot inches forward, and that's when fear ignites in her eyes, when her hand darts to the mark that should be protecting her from this, from me. The pitch of my voice engulfs the eruption of whispers in the crowd around us. At the edge of my vision, Jude watches from his chains, his mouth hanging open.
"Eleni falls to her knees."
My voice again, but not. I am not helpless. And if the wall should crumble, then marks will keep us safe. She tries to spring forward, toward me. She falls to her knees at the marble steps instead, her hands clasping onto the ledge of one. And if our marks should fail us, gods have mercy on our fate.
"Eleni hits her head. Very hard."
I raise my eyes and meet hers. My mouth opens one more time, voice rigid as stone and sweet as honey.
"Over and over again."
Eleni obeys. Intermission, scene 14. 2 bodies mar the playhouse steps. I'm vaguely aware of the collective mania breaking out at the sight of dark blood washing over the marble, because the ringing in my ears isn't loud enough to drown out all the screaming. Eleni's body lies face down on the steps, limp, hands still clutching the ledge of the terrace. Crimson oozes into her blonde hair. A stampede pushes away from the playhouse. Somewhere, Syl yells for the other players to go inside. I don't care. Methexis. The word warms my throat. The ground beneath me clears into a glassy ocean only I can see. Tendrils of brilliant craft lock and weave deep below it. Summoned by my anger, they ascend to the surface with a violence I only draw from, as my bridge to that strange power bonds stronger. I grip hold of that darkness, that anger, pull it inward, center it, because it hasn't just come from me. It is me. It's a rage so hungry it has to devour something. But that something will not be me. I banish the image of my bridge and focus on the mania beyond it, but hold fast to that craft, that power. It courses through me like a live flame. A word rattles from my lips in a pitch so low my own ears can't distinguish it. I don't even understand it. Where is this coming from? This isn't me. Jude shouts something. I turn, and his eyes widen, frightened, like he sees something I can't. The men holding him abandon their post, scattering and leaving Jude to struggle against his bindings. Not to get away from the crowds, but to get away from me. All I can think is that I want all of these intruders out, far away from me, from Jude, from the players, and from the playhouse. The thought consumes me as an illusion builds on my lips and escapes my mouth like a curse. In response, shadows slink from the clouds overhead and fall like dead leaves to the ground. They crawl over the marble like living creatures, chasing away the spectators. At my command, they seep outside the playhouse gates, where shrieks erupt like banshees as the dark illusion stretches over the crowd. Then, one by one, every last torch in this godforsaken crowd quiets to an ember, to smoke, and finally, to nothing. My illusion smothers the light, swallows it whole. The air thins, cold and icy. In the distance, the city lights of homes and buildings and shops hush and dim to nothing, like a candle blown out. Stop this. I can't stop it. Darkness eclipses the moon above, a ceaseless night that falls in a blanket so thick it muffles the screams in the distance. I see nothing except the dim golden halo of my own skin. I hear nothing except Syl calling out, presumably still for the players to go inside. Then the distinct clattering of Eleutherian chains dropping to the marble. Somewhere behind me, the playhouse doors slam shut, and I'm alone. Alone. A hand grips my ankle, as if to contradict the thought, and it's warm like the sun. I hear words I can't make out, but the voice belongs to Jude. I don't understand what he's saying. It almost sounds like another language, though it feels comforting, familiar, in a distant way. Even as the shouts dwindle, leaving only darkness, I stand still. Below me, Jude clings to my ankle, whispering something over and over. I stand there, for a long time, until finally, I stop. Act 3. Act 3, Scene 1. When daylight breaks, I'm in my dressing room. We're back in the district, according to my window, though I don't remember the playhouse moving. I don't even remember leaving the terrace. I'm standing, but can't shove off the feeling that I've just woken up, and I'm not entirely certain how much time has passed. Syl nervously eases into my room. I drop the window curtain back into place, and it's stained. A golden substance drips at my fingertips, just like Jude's had done. Jude. He called out to me right before it all happened. To Riven, not Alistair. Jude knows my name. I stare out the window, trying to remember what happened, what I did, and why. But I'm less and less sure it was me at all. I thought you'd show up, I say to Syl by way of greeting. He leaves the door open behind him long enough that I can see black and silver uniforms beyond it, people who do not belong in the playhouse. A moment, please. I thank you, Syl says to them before shutting the door. I'm glad you're awake. Riven. They're here for me. My voice doesn't sound like mine. By the way Syl stares at me, I imagine I don't look much like myself either. I caught a glance in the mirror earlier when I threw a sheet over it, just enough to see my pupils, blown out and bloodshot. The dull brown of my irises wholly devoured by a hungry gold that bleeds deep into the whites of my eyes and runs in dried trails down my face. The lifeless panes of my cheekbones jut out at sharp, unnatural angles, as if trying to tear through skin, which has flushed with a blush of color, less pallid. I've grown even taller, somehow. I look like one of them, a player. Syl steps closer and seems surprised when I don't skitter back like a frightened animal like I always do. Instead, I charge forward, imprints of gold trailing beneath my feet. Riven, something is happening to me. It isn't a question, and I'm not asking for an explanation. I just needed the words to be stated out loud. I don't know who called down that horrible, ever-growing darkness. It came from my hands, but it was not me. Syl nods slowly.
The stronger the motivation, the stronger the player.
I swallow, my throat tight. I'm angry. At whom and for what, I'm not sure. At everything, for so many reasons. I'm so angry. And I want it, need it, to stop. Somewhere below, the playhouse doors slam shut. I look to the window, and my insides twist at the sight of Jude being led out of the playhouse, Eleutherian chains binding his arms to his torso. An army of 15 uniforms escorts him down the steps. He doesn't fight them. All I can think is, you know my name. Riven. They've come for both of us, then. Syl.
I'll argue your defenses. The plague you brought.
I turn. Plague? The word weighs on my chest. The sheer impossibility of it too heavy and jarring. The players have a long history of horrors called down on cities that angered or betrayed them. The laughing plague made witnesses laugh until their vocal cords tore. The dancing plague, a punishment that caused mortals to dance until they died of exhaustion. But I wouldn't have brought anything like that. I couldn't have. I watched Syl's face, waiting for the assurance that I didn't hurt anyone. A flash of memory crashes through my mind, like recalling a nightmare. That woman with the blonde hair, the blood. I have hurt someone. Just as fast it hits me. Not a nightmare. All of it real. Galen. Galen is Syl.
The papers are calling it the Dark Days Plague.
Darkness. That illusion I called down. Riven. How far? I try to remember, but my memories keep slipping, blurring like I'm watching them through a stranger's eyes. I brace a hand on the wall, steadying myself. How far did it spread? Syl hesitates before answering.
It didn't cross Periskenia's border, so we can spin it as a defense. The law allowed them to arrest Jude, and do nothing else.
Syl eases to the window and peeks outside, while I focus on keeping the bile from rising in my throat. I stare at my hands, unsure how they could have done such an awful thing.
The trial will be speedy. The council can do many things, but nothing can disrupt the Great Dionysia.
Great Dionysia? Somehow, even the mention of the competition I've falsely enrolled in feels ridiculous in all of this. Syl reaches into his breast pocket, plucking a small vial from within, its contents obscured by the tinted glass. It reminds me of something. I press a hand over my pocket. Galen tucked something inside it. Before... It's still there, I conclude, feeling the outline of a vial, though I don't pull it out in front of Syl, resolving to check later. Syl.
Alistair.
I blink at him, dazed, but notice the concern that shimmers across his face as he flicks the cap off the tinted bottle.
This grieves me, too, but I need you in control if you're to stand before the council.
I wrinkle my nose at the offering. What's in it?
Eleutherian gold.
I back away, as if he backhanded me. Trails of gold stain my path. It occurs to me with no small level of discomfort that this must have been how Jude felt. Syl.
Diluted. It contains hardly a drop. I promise it won't hurt you. I only need you to come a little further back off your bridge.
Riven. I thought you said players thrive on their motivation. I sneer at him. It hits me a moment too late that I've admitted it out loud. I'm turning into one of them.
Syl. They do. But when it becomes greater than them, A player is no more than a servant to their driving force. Is that what happened? Did something else take control of me? I draw a glance at my hands, at the gold running so bright through my veins it shines through my skin. At this rate, the craft, living and breathing inside, will eat me alive before I can do anything. I need to live long enough to finish this, because I don't want to go home anymore. I don't want to escape, and I don't even want justice. Behind my eyes, pieces click together, the horrible beginnings of a plan. I want revenge. Syl tilts my chin upward, draws the bottle to my lips. I don't fight. Act 3, Scene 2. This musty cell turns out to be a fine place to stew over my plan. One I won't be able to do anything about if Jude and I are both executed today. Not that I can think clearly with the Eleutherian cuffs chafing against my wrists. My head swims as I lean it against the cool cell wall. That small sip of Syl's tonic still burns in my throat with a vengeance that made the journey here horrendously dizzying. Enough so that I'm not actually entirely certain where I am. If a single drop of Eleutherian gold could neutralize the craft in me, I shudder to think what more would do. A thought occurs to me, and I reach into my pocket to extract the vial hidden there, trying to remember the last words Galen spoke when he passed it between us. It's Eleutherian gold, pure, judging by the label, no dilution. I can't fathom how he got the money for such a thing. It feels like a message, one I'm not sure how to decrypt. I turn my attention to the cell across from mine, seething. It's empty. Until the door shrieks open and 2 men pile in, leading a third. At once, I'm on my feet. Jude walks primly into his cell, as if 2 heavily armed guards aren't dragging him by the elbows. The cell door slams and the guards vanish, leaving us mostly to darkness. In a breath, I cross my cell and grip hold of the bars separating me from Jude. "How do you know my name?" I demand, my nails biting into the rust. Without so much as wincing, Jude answers, "How could I not? The world may not recognize you under all the glitter and gold, but I saw you the night you wandered into the playhouse. You had his face." Suspicions confirmed. I feel my chest tighten. Mikhail's. My father's. He sneers at the name. "That's the one." The admission slices through me. My muscles lock, waiting for the punchline, for Jude to look up, laugh, and apologize for making such a cruel joke. But no punchline comes. Jude knows who I am. He's known since the day I walked into the playhouse and lied to me every day since. My mind clings to disbelief, claws for something, anything, to contradict that it was all a sham. This bond between us more than my imagination. Jean Hunt. She ties into all of this. My eyes narrow, accusing. She knew my name too, I breathe. Jean recognized me. Did she know my father? "We all had the misfortune of meeting him." He huffs. "Peacemaker." "Did you kill him?" Jude says nothing. Nausea gathers in my throat. "My father," I repeat, certain I don't want the answer. "Did you kill him?" He raises his chin, bares his teeth. "I'd do it 100 times over, Riven." The shadows clear from my vision. Whatever rose-colored gauze I'd cast over Jude dissipates. He is what he is, a player. Players always lie. Somehow, I let myself forget. This is my fault. Before I can swallow my anger, I push on, frantically reaching for answers and throwing out the first one that makes a little sense. "Did you love her?" "Jean." Jude looks like he might explode with laughter. "No, Riven. I'd go as far as to say the 2 of us didn't get along." He rolls his eyes. "She'd fall in love with anything." Anything. The degrading jab sparks a new, awful thought. "Mikhail," I whisper, shocked, the pieces falling together like broken pottery. Part of me has wondered since the night I saw Jean, saw my name on her lips, like she knew who I was.
My father. He loved her.
Jude says nothing, but his face tells me everything.
My mind reels. A picture begins to take shape. Jean took her own life, on stage in front of thousands. The night Mikhail was found dead outside the playhouse. She died, and then Mikhail wasn't far behind. You killed Jean too, then, I conclude, visualizing her notorious on-stage suicide.
Whoa, now.
Jude raises his hands in defense.
I didn't put anything in that cup she drank from. I just didn't help suspend her reality when she changed her mind.
He throws me a look.
People often change their minds when they're dying, wouldn't you say?
I draw a hand to where my mark used to be, defensive.
You're right, though.
Jude leans his head back to the wall.
That put me in a tough spot, Jean dying. I never competed with her in the arena, never rightfully claimed my crown as lead player. Her role was given to me by default. Some even thought she did it to spare me, to pity me.
He avoids looking at me.
I have a reputation to fix, Riven. I hope you can understand.
Then it all snaps into place. I'm not a prisoner. I'm a trophy. You weren't trying to get out of the Great Dionysia. You never planned to let me go after trapping me. My accusations coil inside me, then all come out at once. You wanted to kill me in the arena, in front of everyone. Not in spite of me being marked, but because I'm marked. Daughter of the Peacemaker, killed in front of an audience.
Well, there's no need to make yourself sound like a sacrificial lamb, Jude says. Death is death. We all do it.
He never meant to let me go. I'm his key to solidifying his place as lead player, to going down in history for killing the first marked player before an audience of thousands. In the name of his home, destroyed by the North. Vengeance and triumph and glory all in one fell swoop. Was it you? I blurt. The night I entered the playhouse, the night of the casting call, I was attacked. There was a voice. It was singing, and it... I blink, remembering my attackers, the blood. Right before Syl walked out. The voice stopped them.
I think the words you're looking for are thank you, says Jude.
Gods. He saw me before I even entered the playhouse. I was an opportunity he seized. You're... My voice breaks, full of fury. A knot forms in my throat. You are so selfish.
I'm an actor,
he says. But there's hesitation there. Then he shuts his eyes tight.
I didn't mean for it to go like this.
I run through everything in my head, only in a different light this time. It all looks different now. Destroying my mark wasn't to save me from dying. It was to keep me alive long enough to kill me in the arena, I accuse. He winces.
It was. But Riven...
You didn't come back when Dorian took me because you cared. You did it because you want to be the one to slay me. In front of an audience. All for your precious reputation. And I fell for it. I have been suspicious of Jude since the moment I laid eyes on him, and he still fooled me. My breaths come faster, my vision shaking with each admission he utters.
Riven, please. I don't...
Was it a trick? Saying that you'd release me? Just a false promise to get me back here?
I don't...
And if I refused, would you have just dragged me back here anyway?
I don't know,
he shouts, gold flaring in his eyes, the words echoing off the stone. He reels in his voice.
Riven, listen.
I'm not listening. All I can think is how utterly absurd and desperate I must be to have believed Jude saw me as more than just the cursed daughter of the Peacemaker. No, Jude is too clever. He saw a weakness, a vulnerability to exploit, and he went for it. What the hell was I thinking? That Jude had feelings for me? I really have lost it. Mattia was right. All he knows is winning.
Riven, please. Would you get out of your head and listen? I am sorry.
Jude calls through the bars into my cell.
There are things you don't know.
And luring me into a damned bargain to break a curse you put on me. Curse!
Riven.
Now he laughs, shaking his head.
Look at you.
What curse? I freeze, eyes flickering down to my hands. The nails that fell off have grown back. The puckering veins have vanished from my wrists, replaced by shimmering gold and strong cords of muscle. But most of all, I can feel everything. That eerie numbness, that unforgiving ice that courses through my blood, has vanished. It happened so gradually I didn't even notice.
"Riven,"
Jude says, breaking me from my stupor.
"if you trust anything of me, then let it be that I'm sorry."
My laugh bounces against the rusted ceilings above us. "Now you're sorry," I say, gesturing widely at our current situation.
"You may not believe me. I expect you won't, and you shouldn't. I'm full of craft and lies. It is all I know. But I swear to Dionysus, Riven, I am sorry. You aren't..."
Jude blows out a breath.
"You aren't what I expected you to be."
I reach for my rage, but come up empty. There's just hurt. "Well," I say at him, "you are exactly what I expected you to be." Act 3, Scene 3. The main doors beyond our cells open, and several men armed to the teeth with Eleutherian gold file into the holding area. "This is quite an escort for a walk upstairs," I state as the men draw me out of my cell by my chains like a dog on a leash.
"We aren't going upstairs,"
offers Jude, who I ignore.
"Are we, gentlemen?"
They don't respond. They've probably been given strict instructions not to speak to us, and even stricter instructions not to look at us, because that's when a thick folded cloth is pressed over my eyelids. I scowl as the men tie it at the back of my head, plunging me into darkness. "Where, then?" I ask our captors, not Jude. I never want to hear Jude speak again. But of course he answers anyway.
"By law, any witness to the crime in question holds the right to be present for the trial."
His voice is capped by a cough and a struggle. I can't see what's happening, but have a decent idea when what feels like a rag is forced across my lips and tied too tight at my neck. Someone kicks the back of my leg, and I stumble into a walk as they guide us up some stairs. With no vision and no way to communicate, I'm left to mull over those final words. Any witness to the crime in question. My entourage picks up speed, forcing my legs to move faster. I feel the sun warm my hair and hear the bustle around us. We're outside. Our presence gains notice with each step. Curses fly at me. I feel spit on my neck and calls for my execution. A remark flutters past my ear.
"See how it feels,"
someone says. I want to scream, "I'm one of you!" but gag against the rag binding my mouth. The men prompt me into a crammed space and a door shuts. Wheels beneath me turn and gain speed. Who's to say how much time slips away before we're carted out, then made to walk what feels like a few hundred more steps. The anticipation in the air is akin to the beginning of a show, and the hairs rise on the back of my neck. The commotion of an audience swarms outside. A gentle hand unties my gag, then my blindfold. Sills are the first eyes I see. The only thing more alarming than these circumstances is the relief I feel upon seeing his face. It's guttural, like being picked up by a parent after falling and scraping your knee as a child. "Where are we?" I ask, throat tight.
"The first act. This is the original arena stage in Theatron,"
Syl explains, moving to untie Jude's bindings, because he removed mine first. It feels significant, and I can't place why.
"Players performed here when they still walked freely."
Not that I could guess this by the windowless stone room we're enclosed in, but I remember reading about the first act theater in the district well enough. I've even passed it, a hulking stone arena, long forgotten and crumbling from neglect.
"They used to put players on trial here. They used to execute players here,"
Jude offers helpfully, blinking until his eyes adjust to the light.
"Witnesses have a right to see the trial. Generally, if a player has been accused, you can imagine the witnesses are many."
"How many?" I ask. Syl ignores the question and throws our gags and blindfolds to the ground, then turns and looks pointedly at me.
Alistair.
He rests his hands on my shoulders. Disgust doesn't creep through my bones like it should. The touch almost feels comforting. Whatever Syl is to me right now, he's not my enemy, which almost scares me more than the trial ahead. Whatever he's about to say is lost as a woman uniformed in black and silver appears at the door. She says nothing, but motions us through, noticeably avoiding our eyes. Syl swallows his words to me and offers instead, "Break a leg." I feel my audience before I see them. The tunnel we pass through spits us into an outdoor arena built of weathered stone and shaped like a bowl. The rims of the bowl are full. We're surrounded by the company of what seems like thousands. I can't bear to look at their faces, but I feel their eyes all the same. I expect screams, curses, something. Instead, eerie silence stretches over the crowd. The stands where my accusers sit have fallen into disuse. Thin rays of sun light the circular platform ahead as I march, keeping my eyes on Syl's back until we reach its center. It's dusty and cracked, a ring of Eleutherian gold encircling the stage we stand upon. Jude is guided off to my left. I spot a place near him where the line of Eleutherian gold is broken by a hair, unsealed. Syl stands just behind us at the center. Once, players performed on this stage. Later, their blood spilled on it. Which purpose it will be used for today is anyone's guess. The audience rises to their feet. Many from south of the cut have come in support of the playhouse, judging by the number of metallic, theatrical masks I spot in the rows. Survive this, I chant to myself. I made it this far. This isn't how I'm supposed to die. A line of 7 men and women file out of the opposite tunnel. Theatron's council, robed in black and silver. They seat themselves accordingly at a table far upstage. The crowd sits when they do. Finally, the magistrate enters and stops before us, with slicked-back silver hair and eyes like a fox. Those eyes lock on me and stay there until she calls, "Jude Stefaros, you stand before the council, accused of breaking your contract and violating Theatron law by crossing out of Playhouse grounds before the start of the Great Dionysia." I innocently pretend not to notice the accusing glare he sends my way. "Alistair Hunt," she goes on, "you are charged with the illegal misuse of craft by a player and the murder of a council-appointed official." "She was marked, so I can't have her killed with craft," I snap back. "And I am not a player," I add before Syl can stop me. "You are not anyone," the magistrate says, not taking the bait. "According to the city census and Theatron record, you do not exist." The air grows very still. Jude shuts his eyes beside me, but I feel Syl watching keenly. "Alistair Hunt," she demands. "Who are you?" For the first time in a while, the scars of my mark burn, wishing to tell the truth. I seal my lips shut, and the magistrate smiles. She knows she's onto something. "These are significant accusations against the Playhouse, Salinas," the magistrate states, turning her attention to Syl. "A Playhouse plague. A council-appointed official dead at the hands of a player." "She is not a player. She is an auditionee," Syl argues back. "Yet, with her craft, she brought perhaps one of the most notable plagues Theatron has ever seen. How do you explain it?" The magistrate eyes him, daring him to answer. "I admit, craft has taken a particular bond to her blood. She is a natural," Syl answers, steady. Slowly, the magistrate turns toward me. "A bond to her blood so strong, she may have influenced a woman to execute herself before thousands of witnesses." "The woman was marked," Syl says, voice hardening. "Alistair could not have used compulsion to influence her." "Then how do you explain her death?" Even as she says the words, the realization runs cold through me. Craft bonding so close to my blood, strong enough to kill a marked woman. Because I am a marked woman. Perhaps able to use craft on a marked because I've been forced to do it on myself. There's something I'm missing here, a piece I'm sure I'm not seeing. Still, I tuck the possibility away under my growing pile of secrets. The magistrate extracts a scroll from her belt, unfurls it, and reads it aloud. Early evaluations anticipate the Playhouse's Dark Days plague has damaged the vision in an estimated 4% of the affected city's population. Many more claim madness by the shadows of your hand. I shut my eyes, like that will block out the words. She must be referring to those who were close to the Playhouse, to that strange darkness that I brought. Thank the gods it didn't kill anyone. It wasn't me. It was something else. Your craft bled into the ground, darkening streets and infrastructure alike. You have damaged every last crop within the city limits, unleashing an unprecedented shortage over its population, she announces. An act of defense, Syl argues. Alistair's work, while admittedly excessive, came in response to an unauthorized siege on the Playhouse. She is not a player. She does not fall under such laws. The crowd stirs again. It's ludicrous, but technically he's right. The magistrate's face hardens. There's a glimmer in her eye that makes nausea churn in my stomach. Your claims only hold steady if you can prove she isn't one of yours, Salinas. And to do that, you will need to prove she is someone else. As I've said, there is no record of you, Alistair Hunt. No name, no family, no appearance in the census. You come from nowhere. Unless you can prove otherwise, the court has no choice but to assume illegal dealings of the Playhouse and try her as such. She is not a player, shouts Jude. And I am not Alistair Hunt, I say. My voice strikes the arena like a whip. I stride forward. Riven. My name is Riven Hesper. My chains clink as I pull my hands up, grip my collar, and yank it aside, where the raw scars of my mark shine beneath. Riven. And I am the marked daughter of the Peacemaker. Act 3, Scene 4. At first, a hush settles on the arena. Then, all hell breaks loose. Around me, spectators from north and south alike jump to their feet in protest. The council shouts for the magistrate, and the magistrate shouts for order. I can't bring myself to look at Syl, certain what I'll find there. Disappointment, shock, maybe betrayal. It unnerves me to admit Syl may be the closest thing I have to an ally now. My throat tightens where my mark was, a written confession for all to see. A ruined mark is abominable in the north, and destroying it intentionally? Unthinkable. Moments pass in mounting chaos until the magistrate somehow brings order back to the court. She turns to me, her pace abrupt and her face full of disbelief as she grips at my collar and examines the scars closely. A moment or two passes before she pauses, then clutches my jaw roughly with one hand. There's a snap of movement at my left, and I hear Syl mutter a sharp warning to Jude while the woman examines my eyes. Her hand feels like a block of ice, the touch leaving me nauseous. Finally, she releases me, breathing hard and turning to the council for guidance. She is marked. She was, at least. Riven Hesper. I turn at the sound of my name to the robed, aging man seated at the center of the council. He raises a wrinkled hand and motions me forward. I approach cautiously, one step at a time, taking in the council at last. These are the revered bloodlines of Dionysus's first followers. Their faces are unremarkable, human. Counselor Augustus Buras, overseer of Parados, I presume, based on where he sits. He gestures for me to stop when I'm within arm's reach. The spitting image of Mikhail, then, aren't you? His eyes track every angle of my face, like he's imagining what it would look like were I not full of craft. Your father was a dear friend, Riven.
The Atron felt his loss greatly.
The scrutiny of Counselor Augustus's gaze is not nearly so startling as the hatred looming in the eyes of the girl a few seats removed from him, no older than 16. I can guess who she is by her age. Moira Atticus, successor to her father at an unexpectedly young age, ruler of Serene. Just as quickly, I recall Jude's casual confession. I wonder if she suspects him of her father's murder. Regardless, she has enough reason to hate us both. "What?" she says flatly, noticing me staring. "I'm sorry," I say, inclining my head and turning to address the rest of them. "For what I did." Her throat bobs, eyes hardening. "Every word from your lips is a lie." Her family swore its hatred for the Playhouse and has ruled Serene with that hatred for a long time. I look to Syl for instruction, but he's gone entirely still and offers no help.
"Forgive Moira's brashness,"
Augustus cuts in with a light-hearted laugh.
"You know how the young are."
He seems to be speaking more to Syl than me.
"In any case, death comes for us all."
"Not for her, it doesn't." Moira seethes, the edges of her words elegantly clipped.
"Moira,"
Augustus cautions. "Is that why you did it?" she goes on. "Betrayed your people. Everything you were raised to believe in." There's something more behind her words than anger. I hear her confusion, sense a sadness deep behind her lowered brow. "For this? For immortality?" She's asking more than that. I'm her would-be co-conspirator. Galen never named to the council who would be delivering Jude to Serene, but she must know now it was supposed to be me. And I failed. Badly. "Immortality," I repeat, a smirk on my lips. "I may not live to see next week."
"Yes, the great Dionysia," says another counselor next to Moira. "You and your bloodbaths, Syl." "Why change a favored tradition?" Syl replies with a laugh. "Your brother is a good man. He served the council well," adds the counselor of orchestra at Augustus's side. "He can corroborate your relation to the Hesper family."
"He cannot," I say coldly.
"And why is that?" Augustus demands.
"Riven. He's dead. At the hands of your council guard." I deliver the words like a scripted line, making sure the pitch of my voice carries through the arena even as it breaks. Murmurs swim through the air. I tune them out. I don't hear anything. I haven't even had a moment to say the words out loud. Galen is dead. A droplet of gold stains the ground, and I struggle to bring my bound wrists up to wipe my eyes. Augustus studies me, and I wonder if it's sympathy I see lurking behind his cloudy gaze.
"Did you find yourself in the Playhouse and enroll in the casting call by choice, Riven?"
he asks. It's a leading question. His eyes slide to Jude. And there it is. I could tell the truth and end all of this right now. Jude would almost certainly be executed. By no means would I walk free, but my contract with the Playhouse would be voided. Looking over my shoulder, I find Jude's eyes. He lowers his head, bracing himself. Then, slowly, he nods at me. "Go on," he seems to say. "I dare you." My lips move, but no words break past my teeth. A grip like a vice works its way around my throat, a feeling I know all too well. Splinters of anger claw up my neck. I will not have the council execute Jude. It's not enough. I want so much more than that now. I want revenge. And suddenly, I know exactly how I get out of this. "Yes," I answer. "I entered the casting call by choice." Shock descends over all 7 faces before me at the lie as I prepared to deliver the performance of my life before thousands. And, perhaps, the performance for my life.
"Why did you go to the Playhouse?"
Augustus inquires, not believing me. "Riven. For a seat at the table." I raise my chin. "A player hurt me when I was young. Cursed me, you might have heard. Like many of you, I heard no music growing up, read no story, lived in fear of the playhouse's return, and I am tired of being afraid. I gesture at Jude with my bound hands. Riven, their lead player isn't guilty of breaking his contract. I am, for forcing him to leave the playhouse, to show him the world outside. And look how he's returned without a soul harmed. It's a miracle Jude doesn't snort at the blatant lie. I angle my body outward, appealing to the crowd, silently unleashing my craft, reaching for their heartstrings and giving them a gentle tug, testing if I can. Riven, my father died at the hands of the playhouse, for his desire to seek peace between two worlds at each other's throats. My craft flows through me, warming behind my eyes. But my brother died at the hands of the North, the result of their fear. My voice climbs higher and louder as I shout to the crowd. The playhouse is not going anywhere. So why shouldn't the North have a seat at the table? Why shouldn't you have your voices heard? Their glassy eyes focus on me, captivated. I wonder if my speech has sought out true sympathy from them, or if it's my own craft looking back at me, if their tear-stained faces are wet with faux grief I have imposed. Maybe their marks can't protect them from me. I walk the platform, eyes up and chin high, riven. I seek to become the first marked player, I say, laying it on thick. To represent truth and trust as a voice from north of the cut in the playhouse. To watch over their efforts and uses of craft, and to bridge the gap between Theatron's people that too many lives have fallen into already. Go on. Believe me. My feet move downstage to the front of the platform. Riven, not only will I become the first marked player, I stop and steady myself, gathering my breath, but their lead player. I can't strip the playhouse of its power until it's my power to yield, as lead player. Riven, I challenge Jude Stepharos to the Great Dionysia. Act 3, Scene 5. They cheer. They cheer. They cheer until the magistrate raises her arms and demands order, and Augustus stands from his seat. The council calls for a brief recess to discuss these most unusual circumstances, he announces. Still, there is nothing to discuss. He points a finger at me. Riven is accused of the illegal misuse of craft. Your laws guide the actions of players, not a marked. No such laws exist. The magistrate straightens, jaw tight. I'll admit, Selinus, it is an extremely rare situation. Still, with all due respect, her crimes no longer fall under the council's jurisdiction. I feel his eyes on my face. They fall under mine. I think for a moment he'll order Jude to kill me right then and there, and brace myself for a fight. Still, she is a marked who entered the playhouse under false pretenses and illegally enrolled in the Great Dionysia. He paces toward me, waving off the magistrate when she moves to stop him. She stole my player's craft for her own use, lied to me, endangered my lead player, and stole him from his home. And tell me, Riven? Syl stops about 2 inches from my face. Is it true? Did you kill my dear little monster, Marigold? There's no use in denying it. Riven, I did. Selinus, perhaps we can, interrupts Augustus. Syl, she gave up her right to your defense when she came to my playhouse. Syl takes 1 breath, 2, nods to the council, then turns to appeal to the crowd. What would you have me do with her? He calls. After all, she's one of you. The audience stirs in response, hesitant and indecipherable calls popping up at the prospect of not only one of their own being executed before them, but the peacemaker's heir, their one and only voice in the playhouse during its re-entry. It's quiet, too quiet, until, near the front, someone calls out, Let her perform! Conspiratorial whispers stir at the suggestion as Syl makes a display of guiding Jude and me to the front of the platform, grandly gesturing. Syl. I won't grant her freedom. He shakes his head and sighs. She enrolled in the competition, and she will see it through. Riven's crimes are forgiven, and the Playhouse welcomes this most unusual prospect of the North's first player. He grins, all pretense of sadness gone, but there's something in that smile that unsettles me. Perhaps the first step toward the mending of this broken land once and for all. Then, the words I dread and anticipate. Syl. Riven Hesper will compete in the Great Dionysia. Will you have her? The crowd, their hearts swelled by my speech, release their approval in waves of cheers and cries that shake the stage. Slowly, I raise my eyes and meet Jude's gaze. He doesn't look angry, or scared, or confused. His face is full of relief. Before I can question it, Syl calls out, Why delay, Council? He turns back toward the mixed expressions on their faces. They hold no ground here. We have our champion. I see no reason to delay. The Great Dionysia will begin tomorrow. Act 3, Scene 6. News of my confession doesn't just make the local district paper the next day. Instead, it makes the headlines of every paper in every town and every city across the Atron, flooding the media with rumors of caged actors in the North and teens removing their marks for a chance in the spotlight. Many report of the unmanageable, record number of patrons from both the South and North arriving in the district to witness the 5-day Great Dionysia, which begins tonight, in a few hours' time. 3 days of performance. The 4th day, an intermission for both sides to agree to a new treaty, whatever the terms may be. On the 5th day, the finale, a battle of craft between Jude and me that only one of us will walk out of. As evening falls over the dining hall, heralding our last meal before the Great Dionysia, a sharp whisper catches my attention. I raise my eyes and see Mattia staring back at me from the players' table as Arius leans in to mutter something to her. I will not share a stage with a marked, she hisses back at him. Insulting. The revelation of my mark was, predictably, not a welcome one with the players, except for Titus, who largely regarded the whole thing as hilarious and commended my stupidity. But I don't find Mattia's threats any more unsettling than the tables my fellow auditionees once sat at, now empty, like they were never here. When I inquired about where the remaining auditionees went, Syl simply shrugged and asked who I was talking about. Sitting in the dining hall for a casual last meal feels outrageous and borderline comical as the clock ticks closer to the Great Dionysia. This feels more like a performance than anything. Outside the dining hall's floor-to-ceiling windows, an audience eagerly watches. I numbly go back to flipping through articles. Reporters ruthlessly resurrect the story of Mikhail Hesper the Peacemaker, rehashing it in an increasingly unflattering light in the South. Meanwhile, in the North, my father's story is made into the tale of a man caught between worlds. His loyalties are nearly as hotly debated as my own. Protests against my eligibility to compete begin in several different territories this morning. My mother could not be reached for comment. I shove the paper off the table, doing my best not to care. But something catches my eye as I toss another mindless article aside. A solograph from my classroom from nearly 10 years ago. It sits below the headline, Riven Hesper, What We Know So Far. The image is poor and grainy, in absent shades of black and white, but I can make out the forced smile of my teacher, Professor Aridi, hands clutched in front of her. The 12 toothy grins of my classmates filed in front of the chalkboard. My younger self stands centered at the back for the sake of my height. The pinched sides of my 8-year-old mouth look more like a grimace. It's no wonder. I remember this day, the day after I received my mark. This image couldn't have been snapped more than a few hours after I passed out in class and subsequently stumbled out of the nurse's station, groggy and irritable. Today, I see something I hadn't noticed before in the corner of the image. First, the nurse tucked in the back, watching me with concern. She hovered for most of the day afterward. But beside her, barely noticeable in the right corner, is another face I recall from that day. A stranger, kind and unassuming, with bright hazel eyes. A healer who looked over my mark after it got infected, though I don't recall ever seeing him again afterward. In the solograph, it's hard to tell if he meant to be captured. His hand is raised in a polite wave goodbye, one leg already halfway through the open door. But the way his knuckles are clutched white around a healer's kit tells a different story. My fork clatters onto my plate as I lean close, my breath stilling in my lungs. There's a ring on his middle finger. Though grainy, I recognize the shape. Finders keepers. And there, across his open palm, a bandage with the edge of a long, deep cut peeking out at his wrist. The paper shrivels at the corners as my fists clench. My heart starts to pound. Slowly, I cast my gaze across the dining hall to Jude. He sits at the head of the table beside Mattia, easy and unbothered. Sensing my attention, he raises his eyes to mine, alight with a challenge I've come to recognize. I follow the glimmer of his ring to his chalice, which he raises in a mocking toast. I raise mine back in answer and drink. Jude wanted a chance to kill me in the arena. And he will have it. Act 3, Scene 7. When I burst into my dressing room, I do the one thing I swore I wouldn't do again. I call out to Cassia in the mirror, risk of being overheard, be damned. There are 100 pieces snapping together in my head. With each one, the picture grows grimmer. Something isn't adding up. Jude has mimicked and spoken to me as someone else at least twice before I came to the playhouse. He made me believe he spotted me at the casting call, that he seized the opportunity to make a show of killing the peacemaker's daughter in the arena and reclaiming his name as lead player. Now, though, I don't think that's true. Jude has been watching me for a long time. But when I reach my mirror and press my palms to the glass, it's not my aunt's face I see. It's Mattia's. Sharp nails poised for my throat, she lunges through the glass and tackles me to the ground. Her razor-like nails rake across the base of my marked throat, and I scream, pain exploding up my neck and sending dots across my vision. I throw her off me and into the small side table that collapses under her weight. "You aren't welcome here," she growls, lifting herself from the rubble with inhuman speed. "And you are certainly no lead player." Mattia runs at me again, and I throw my arms up in time to stop the jagged edge of an ornate candelabra she's grabbed from introducing itself to the side of my head. It drags a nasty cut down my forearm instead. She wants blood, but I can't suspend my reality and survive her blows without sending my life into another player. Something tells me Mattia is not about to be a willing participant. She actually means to kill me. I go for the splintered table leg on the ground and wield it like a stake as she corners me, her sparrow-like eyes honing in on my movements. "I remember your father, you know?" she says, pathetic and desperate. "Always watching us from afar, under claims of reporting back to your council. But he envied us." She extracts a blade from her belt. "I think you envy us too." She lunges as my back meets the mantel, nowhere left to go. Her dagger misses my eye by the skin of my teeth. Instead, the dagger plunges into Jean's portrait behind me, driving into the painting inches from my face. Mattia sneers as I dive beneath her armed hand, silver slicing clean through the canvas as she frees her blade. A torrent of paper floods through the open slit of Jean's painting. The rustling of pages floating to the ground is peculiar enough to give us both pause, heaving breaths as a storm of sheets, darkened with ink, fills the space between us. There are hundreds, like the portrait's been swollen with them, bursting forth like feathers from a torn pillow. Mattia watches me, and I Mattia. We both dive for the pages.
Diary entries. Must be. Jean was always too sentimental.
Mattia mutters until her voice cuts into silence, mouth agape.
They aren't diary entries at all.
Riven. Hello.
Syl. You might as well come in. The show's just about to start, you know. The words slice into my memory, sink into my veins. I reach for another. Titus. Gods, they're annoying. Mattia. You've barely spoken to a single auditionee yet, Titus. Arius. They may surprise you yet, Titus. Casting calls bring in all kinds. My first instinct is to toss them into the fireplace and swear I saw nothing. But when I peer up, Jean's painted face knowingly stares down at me from the frame, the slit from Mattia's knife gaping from her hair to her shoulder. For the first time, Jean doesn't look like a stranger. I know you. Something worse than Mattia's candelabra smashes through my mind. A dam. Broken. My breaths quicken, and my head floods with songs and words, lifting a veil I didn't know was there. It feels wrong, like a treat I've stolen and hidden out of guilt. Then, flashes. My vision burns red and gold, pain flaring through my temples until I can't think straight. Mattia screams. It comes out like a wail, distressed and piercing. Stop! I snap at her. Her calls will reach Syl. It'll summon the whole damned cast to this room. But as I take in the mess around me, it occurs to me that may be the least of my worries. A wisp of a shadow corners around Mattia and curls up the wall. With it, a cold breeze falls over the room. The lights begin to dim. Nixine. We aren't supposed to be here. Mattia isn't supposed to be doing this, saying this. We know something we aren't supposed to know. We didn't see this, Mattia says shakily under her breath. Her long fingers gather pages into her arms. Riven? We didn't. She tosses the stack into the flames, which flare and spit back as she levels a fierce glare at me. Now, come help me. What have I done? I wonder, as Mattia gathers another bundle of pages into her arms. Burning them won't undo this. I grip as many pages as I can and stagger to my feet. And I run. Act 3, Scene 8. I run as fast as my legs will carry me, my fists full of yellowing pages. In the light, though, they aren't yellow at all. They shimmer like gold leaf. The texture feels familiar in my hands, soft yet unterrible. When I reach the lobby, I nearly slam into Syl. Syl, Riven! Where have you been? Where is Mattia? You're both late. He checks his watch. The great Dionysia begins in an hour. My breaths are coming too quick. His attention narrows on me, then to the pages clutched in my hands. She feels ill, I murmur, but the words come out awkwardly. The silence is torment. Slowly, Syl shakes his head at me. No, she doesn't, he replies firmly, staring deep into my eyes. He knows. Titus. Gods! Who is screaming? He emerges from the staircase, Arius and Parrish just behind him. Did Jude stumble across his own reflection? Syl's eyes bore into mine and then fall back to the pages. Oh, Riven, he says gently, but his tone is grief-stricken. You weren't supposed to find that. Before he can reach for me, I bolt. My heart hammers against my ribcage as I run, making a mad dash for the narrow corridor under the lobby staircase. I have no idea where I'm going, but I know something I'm not supposed to know. There, down the hall, a set of doors I've seen before. They lead into the arena, where contenders were introduced the first night of the casting call. Mirrors. There are mirrors down there, lining the walls. I remember seeing them. Slamming into the doors, I race down the stairs. But with every step, I remember more. Gold-encrusted mirrors hang over stone walls by the narrow entrance into the arena, the very same one I stood in during my first night in the playhouse. Eavesdroppers and shadows be damned, I slam my palms into the glass. Cassia!
Show me Cassia Hesper. Astonishingly, an image clears. One of Cassia's old study, dusty bookshelves stacked against rickety walls. My heart tears a fraction more. After all of this, Cassia left the mirror uncovered for me. Then, Riven? Cassia! My voice sounds shaky and unfamiliar in my own ears. Riven, that isn't you, is it? Urgency clips her tone. Her figure steps cautiously into view. She looks much the same, save for the haggard lines beneath her eyes. I know better than to think I can say the same for myself. Cassia eases back when she lays eyes on me, the fear plain on her face. There's a sound like a door banging somewhere in the distance. I don't know which side of the mirror it comes from. I don't have time to... My words jumble. Then, come to the playhouse. In an instant, her expression shifts, distraught. So it's true. You're one of them now. Cass, please, I plead, breathless as the clip of steps echoes somewhere outside the arena's entrance. I don't know how to convey any of it. You have to stop me. Stop you, Cass repeats, voice low. You have to stop me from doing something terrible, I urge, desperate. If what the papers say is true, it's far too late for that. Flinching, I steal a glance at the pages in my hands. I'm going to do worse. No, Riven, Cassia says, her tone indicating the conversation is over. I will not go near the playhouse. Not for you, and not for... Fine, I yell, my mind racing. Then get a message to the council for me, okay? Please. There's something you should know. I drag my gaze over the pages. There's something we should all know. A light claps on outside the hall I'm burrowed in. It summons me forward. I grip the sides of the mirror to keep my feet from moving for it. I risked my neck and reputation telling the council you would deliver the lead player to them. Instead, you have volunteered to take his place. Her lip curls in disgust, but there's more than that. Her eyes are full of hurt. What message could you possibly have now? I grit my teeth. Be honest, Cassia, please. Did my father make you swear not to say? I swallow, unsure how to even ask this. Where did I come from? I land on, enunciating each word, pinning Cassia with my golden stare. Her face stills. You are not from over the cut, if that's what you're insinuating. My chin shoots up, a half-truth. Cassia's face softens. It's said and done, Riven. None of it matters now. What is said and done? Your father, Mikhail. He had a cousin near the border who was killed by revelers. Mikhail took you in, insisted on it. You couldn't have been more than 3. She speaks carefully, like I'm a flame to douse. Helene isn't my mother, I conclude, and Cassia is not my aunt. Mikhail wanted to raise you as their own. You are still family. My breaths come quicker as I laugh at the ridiculousness. Cass, I look like him, I shout, pointing out the obvious. Helene may not be my mother, but Mikhail is most certainly my father. Cassia thinks I was an orphan taken in, but I'm not. She was fed a lie. She winces. I know. Obviously, what Mikhail said is not true. She seems to run out of words. I'm pretty sure the only ones left are, clearly he had an affair. Clearly your mother lied to protect him. Mikhail wasn't marked. No one was back then. Gods, what have I done? Go to the council, I say. The great Dionysia has to be stopped. It was a plan. This was all a plan. And tell them what, exactly? Cassia growls, patience wearing thin. I don't know anything, I say, regretting the lies I swore by in my trial, realizing I've walked right into a trap. Tell them they're holding me here, that I was tricked by a player. You're marked. They can't accuse you of deception. They can accuse me of being outright mad, she hisses. And I can certainly accuse you of deception.
You can. And you should, I say, defeated. Cass, after this conversation, don't believe another word I say. Ever. Not that she needs to know. This will be our last conversation anyway. Cassia looks drained.
What is it you've done, Riven? She whispers.
It isn't just what I've done.
It's what I'm going to do,
I plead.
You owe me. This is your fault, too.
Cassia bares her teeth at me.
My fault? You walked into the playhouse? It's not that I came to the playhouse, Cassia, I shout. The problem is that I came back.
Act 3, Scene 9. First, Cassia is there. Then, the glass ripples, darkens, and she's gone. The curtained entrance to the arena shivers with light, sways with the swell of music pounding beneath my feet. There's a pull in the air, like someone's thrown a hook through my chest and is tugging on it. My eyes search for the invisible string lifting my hand to move the curtain aside. The arena is dark. Familiarity coats the scene around me. Then, a voice. Tig. Gods, I hate waiting here. A whisper I've heard before. It comes from my left. No, it doesn't, but it should. A great crack startles me as lights flash on within each of the archways, illuminating us. Except I'm alone this time. Around me, each auditionee from my first day in the playhouse should stand as a glowing silhouette in the darkness. They aren't there. I look up and watch a series of spotlights piercing the 5 empty spaces on the platform above, where the players should stand. Or did. Eerily, their spaces are empty too. Finally, a long, elegant shadow emerges from the 6th and largest entrance in the arena. My face hardens as Syl materializes within the arch. Syl. Ladies and gentlemen. Even from this distance, his eyes slice through me as the director marches into the arena. Syl. Congratulations! You should all be proud. A round of applause for this year's cast. Applause crashes in around me as Syl's arms stretch out to the audience. No, applause doesn't come. There's no applause, no audience. But I've lived this scene, and so I know there should be. Enough, Salinas! The voice that rips from my vocal cords sounds nothing like mine. It's ear-splitting, drenched with the theatric pitch of the players that should be standing over me. Syl levels his gaze on me. Act 1, Scene 7, he says. It takes more effort than it should to move forward. I can feel the reluctance in disobeying now, challenging my own blocking. Tell me, Riven, since you're so aware. Syl speaks slowly, nodding at the pages still clutched in my hands. What is it, do you think, that controls the world? Is it money? Fame? Love? My eyes drop to the loose pages. I release them, and they flutter to the floor. Stories! Riven! He announces when I don't answer. It is not what we're taught, who we know, what we have, what controls us. He inclines his head, waiting for me to finish the sentence. The answer rises in my throat, but I swallow it. Syl sighs. What controls us is what entertains us. And so I am going to tell you a story, Riven. One that will sweep the masses. He winks. There once was a girl who grew up much the same as many. Without craft, fearful of players. Only the division did more than break the world she lived in. It broke her own family, took a parent from her grasp. The air constricts in my lungs as the truth collapses in on me, heavy as steel. Syl, she's taken and branded with their righteous marks and made to fade into ordinariness, just like everyone else. She is raised to hate and fear the playhouse, just like everyone else. That is the point. She is just like everyone else.
Stop, I say without meaning to, bringing a hand to my mark, feeling the scars tingle at my throat. Still,
then one day, she comes to the playhouse and finds no evil to fuel her hate. In fact, it becomes a home. It feels like home. So, torn between the two, she becomes the bridge that bonds them. A bridge for the playhouse to return to the north and be welcomed. Because if she can forgive the playhouse, why shouldn't everyone?
The carefree tone of Syl's story vanishes in his next sentence.
Or, that's how the story was supposed to go.
The arena is still. The absence of my fellow auditionees feels overwhelming now. Where are they? I demand.
They aren't in this scene, Riven.
Scene. I kneel and grasp the fallen pages from my dressing room. They glow like the skin of a player, like my own skin, humming with life in my hands, like the script in Syl's. My eyes scan more of the words, dated the night of the playhouse's return. Jude. No need to be nervous. Between you and me, this crowd is nothing but a pack of weeds with only a handful of flowers to pluck. Riven. I'm not auditioning. Jude. Oh? This is my first conversation with Jude. Written and somehow hidden away by Jean Hunt in her own painting 15 years before it ever happened. Riven. Jude. He spoke these words to me. The gold leaf papers bend in my hands as I clutch them harder. Syl.
I'm sure he did, he laughs. In fact, I'm certain it's one of only a handful of times either of you recited your own lines. I'll admit I'm disappointed. The improvisation was wildly unprofessional of both of you.
Riven, these pages, they were in Jean's painting. No, not pages. Script. This is a script. My eyes fall to the book that Syl clutches in his hands, the one that never leaves his side. The realization settles in as I note the glow of the pages. The script that Jude is so afraid of, that he warned me to stay away from. Syl gestures at the words in my hands, the stolen pages.
I should have known she'd go and do something like that after she tore them out. Jean had become a liability.
You murdered her, I accuse. He poisoned that cup she drank from. I'm sure of it. My hands shake. She didn't deserve that. She was a person, Syl.
Jean is not a person,
roars Syl, throwing his arms out.
She is a character, Riven.
The world stops, the silence pounding in my ears as he levels a telling glance at me.
And so are you.
Act 3, Scene 10. My fourth wall shatters. 1,000 memories, faces, voices pound on the inside of my skull, seeking a way to the surface. Beneath it all, something stirs. Something stronger than me, something that has just awoken. I blink rapidly until my vision clears. I know, I admit at last, the shock caving into my chest. Syl moves toward me, then halts when I raise a hand to indicate no closer.
I understand this is painful, but I am so proud of you, Riven. You've been terribly missed. What was it like, being away so long?
There's a lump building in my chest, and it tightens painfully. I have a family, and I have a mother and
a father?
Prompts Syl.
What do you know of your father, Riven?
I straighten, my memory grappling with reality, all of a sudden distrustful of both. His name was Mikhail Hesper, a hero, a peacemaker, wrongfully murdered.
No, Riven. Your father was never wrongfully murdered. He was rightfully so.
Syl shakes his head.
And you are certainly not Mikhail's daughter.
He's right. I know he's right. But something in me defiantly utters the words, I am.
Syl, you are not, Riven. Mikhail planted you. 15 years ago, he planted you, a player in the costume of an innocent child in his own family, where you'd grow up in a city that would have no reason to suspect you of being anything more than a troubled daughter. I blink a few times. The words sound right, but everything in me rejects them. That's not who I am. I desperately grasp on to that part of me, grapple for pieces of my identity slipping out of reach. Riven Hesper, daughter of the peacemaker. Hesper, daughter. I'm neither. Riven. Why? The word spears out of my throat. It's the only one I can manage. Syl. We lost access to half of Theatron after being forced into that damned treaty the North is so fond of. Half our audience, for 500 years. And the North, they used that time, learned to shield their minds, build their walls. Marks eventually took root, spread. We were losing too much ground. This had been a plan. A long one. The treaty would expire. The dust would settle, but if we were to ever win the North, take back the stage that belongs rightfully to the Playhouse, we would need to be tactical. Not by war or by bloodshed. What would that get us? An audience of corpses. He shrugs. There is no power to be had over the dead. And so you sent me, I say, betrayed. By Syl or by myself, I'm not sure. I look at my hands, then drop them to my sides, guilt falling heavily over me. It hurts to think. Like I've been sitting at the tip of an iceberg my entire life and have just dipped underneath the surface to find what happened before my name was Riven. And everything underneath is dark and cold and terrifying. Syl raises his chin. Tell me who you are. Riven. My name is Riven Hesper, I answer defiantly. But as I go, my words slow and shift. Not into what I am, but what I'm supposed to be, the part I play. Daughter of the peacemaker. I come to the Playhouse and eventually give in to my love for craft. I kill Jude in the arena and win the great Dionysia. I win audiences over by the masses. I pull in a breath, the realization taking its hold on me at long last. I am a bridge that opens the gates to all of Theatron. Good, says Syl. Now, tell me who you really are. The silence lingers between us until the thing under my skin breaks it. Gold rushes through my veins and blazes bright in my eyes, casting a brilliant glow over my vision. A second voice, one that doesn't sound like mine, speaks. And it is horrible. I am the first player, I say, formed from the well of Mount Eleutherae. I was cast in the role of Riven Hesper 15 years ago to take back the North. I'm not their hero. I never was. I can't save them from the craft that poisons their minds. I am the poison. I am the craft. Act 3, Scene 11. Syl claps, a proud smile on his lips. I internally strangle the thing beneath my skin, shoving it deeper and deeper before it can resurface again. But the player underneath is awake now, aware. It fights me back. For a blink, I struggle to remember my name, grasping at my memories like straws. My only player I would trust with such a role. And you played it well. You nearly broke my old heart when you showed up looking like you did. I stare back down at the page, crumpled on the floor beside the others, at Jude's first words to me. These aren't records, I say. They're written before they happen, all of it. It was scripted. The script, the book that rests like a breathing entity in Syl's hands, director and playwright. Some distant memory hovers at the edges of my mind, of reading the script for this story many years ago, of signing on for this role, the role of Riven Hesper. I wanted this, or
The thing inside me did. That can't be. Denial throttles my mind. My father—
Mikhail is not your father, Syl interrupts. He was a mortal, and a traitor to the North you seem to love so much.
Dorian's comment races back to me, chills my blood. Your player-worshipping traitor of a father. He knew my father, already suspected something was off. Syl goes on.
Mikhail Hesper was obsessive, selfish, bitter. He hungered for fame and notoriety, and was willing to do anything for it. He came to my playhouse as an emissary, no less. Some vain effort from your human council to get ahead of the treaty years before its expiration.
And you killed him? I say, unsure how much more of this I can take.
I made him an offer, Riven. I'd turn him into a hero. Peacemaker, they would call him.
Syl laughs to himself.
Mikhail returned home with my miraculous agreement. A compromise. A promise to keep my players contained in the playhouse, by law.
His smile makes me sick to my stomach.
Of course, after losing so many of my players, I never planned to let any of you out again anyway.
Why would Syl sign into such a thing? I asked Jude. Because it was only ever for Syl's benefit, to ensure the players stayed contained, controlled, under threat of their lives if they tried to disobey. What worth is a director without his players?
But your human council seemed overjoyed, and Mikhail was renowned for his work as a peacemaker, just as I promised.
His life's work. I've always thought of him as a hero. All of it a lie.
And in exchange, Syl says, Mikhail would plant you in the North with his own family. A player in the costume of a child. Convince your mother you were rescued from revelers, the orphan of distant relatives.
You look so much like your father, my mother would always say. I often pondered the confusion in her voice, the dip in her brow. As far as she knew, I was an orphan. I had no right to look like her long-dead husband. It must have hurt her every day, the insinuation of an affair living in her own home, even though that's not what I am. What I am is so much worse.
There, you would grow up as one of them, and one day come home.
Syl grins.
And you would bring the rest of Theatron to our doorstep with you, willingly.
Me, a fox in the henhouse. But I look like him, I argue. Syl scoffs.
You ought to. Your costume was designed after Mikhail. Notice how it's captivated your council to see the peacemaker's face on stage. Notice how those from the North trust you in a way they would never trust a player from south of the cut.
I'm the one to scoff now. Trust? They were scared of me, and had every right to be.
Small-town gossip doesn't concern me, Riven. Though I am sorry your costume wore down so badly after the marking. That must have been a frightful sight, Syl says without emotion. Your face in the papers does, though.
A face all of Theatron will know, with golden eyes. So why kill him? Mikhail, I press. Surely his death could only hurt the Playhouse's image, murdering a famous peacemaker Syl practically invented.
That was not supposed to happen.
Syl frowns.
In all his obsessive visits to the Playhouse, Mikhail did the most foolish thing a person can do.
I brace myself. I know where this is going. Jude told me. He fell in love with a player. Jean.
Yes.
Syl's face falls.
Mortals are not trustworthy or reliable. They fill themselves with guilt over the smallest things.
He feigns sadness.
After Mikhail learned the truth, he took it upon himself to break Jean's fourth wall, provide her proof of what she was, a character, temporary. Mortals decide love is not love unless it is all true. But love is man's own play, in which he often casts the wrong characters.
Syl gestures to the fallen pages at my feet, and I follow them, pages Jean stole. Did she go mad after realizing what she was? I look at my hands. What we are. Just speaking the words makes my mind feel like it's about to snap in half. The lurking suspicion that had hung in the back of my mind resurfaces. I thought maybe she was my...
What? Your mother?
Syl laughs richly.
Jean is no one's mother. You belong to no one. No one but me and my playhouse.
Each word slices deeper, then twists like a knife. No mother. No father. Player.
The fourth wall is there to keep you safe, Riven, as was Jean's. One of you learns and then all of you are in danger. And she did just that. Shared her discovery with another castmate, Jude. Broke his fourth wall, begging his help. It spreads like a disease every time it happens.
Jude. Gods. It's all of us. We're all characters. My heart feels like it's shriveling in on itself, my lungs too tight.
You characters are fragile. And that's all Jean was, he says. A costume with too much control over the actor beneath. She began to break, like all characters do. Her hair fell out, her memories faded, her skin peeled right off. The player beneath came to claim its body back once she was made aware of her own impermanence.
His words ring true against my sightings of Jean, her skin cracking, her eyes hollowed out and hungry. The player underneath was trying to shed the character it played, Jean Hunt. A role, nothing more. He shrugs.
The character of Jean was written with a soft heart. She was horrified of the truth of what she was. Then, discovering the end of her story, that she would die and give Jude her crown,
he shakes his head.
That sent her over the edge.
Her last performance is well documented, but most people only ever focus on her death, not the breakdown she had first. Jean, racing at the audience, screaming and screaming, "It's not real. None of this. Don't believe it. Don't believe." And then falling to the ground, dying there before the audience. Not a suicide, a murder. You poisoned her, I seethe.
It did not kill the player, Riven. It would take much more to kill the player beneath her skin. It only killed the character she was playing. Made it easier for the player to shed Jean Hunt completely. Or it should have.
Viscerally, I know this from my time here, before I was even me. Our notorious deaths in the Great Dionysia are just a scripted dance, to shed one character and begin the role of another. Dead roles cannot hold on to their players. In the Playhouse, we call the shedding of a character first death. When I die, I won't be able to hold on to mine. On to Riven. Second death is worse. Second death is undoable. Second death means to kill the player underneath. It's why we're all intuitively terrified of Eleutherian gold. It's nearly the only thing that can kill us, wholly and completely. Well, that and... Gods. Nixine. I saw Jean, I argue. She wasn't dead. Syl's face grows grim.
Either her player could not or would not shed her. It may have been selfish for me to let Jean haunt the Playhouse like she did, hoping one day the player beneath her skin would peel off that nuisance of a costume. There are so few of you left, you know. I've had Nixine searching for her for ages.
Well, Nixine certainly found her, thanks to me. I ratted her out, gave away her hiding spot to the Playhouse's stage manager, thirsting to rip apart anything that doesn't belong. Jean couldn't speak. I lower my voice to a whisper. She kept trying. Riven. The word had come from her lips with the effort of moving a mountain. Script. She was trying to warn me, to stop me from playing my role exactly how I was meant to. A puppet who hasn't noticed its strings.
Of course she couldn't speak. Jean's character hasn't had any lines in ages. She has no scenes left. She isn't even a person, Riven.
Suddenly he looks sad.
Characters are easy to kill. Flimsy and temporary. Like you.
I wince at that.
A poorly executed reality suspension is enough to kill you, your role. What you saw of Jean was the death of a player.
Second death. Permanent.
It grieves me, but it couldn't be helped, Syl says. Some characters are stickier than others, and there was no getting her to come out of her role. Her player was a great loss. The words tingle on my skin. It's just a matter of time before the player within me tries to do the same, peels me off like an old costume. And my father? I wince and correct myself. Mikhail? I need to know if some part of it was true, whether he was my father or not. What of him? What happened? Syl throws me a pitying look. He became a liability. After Jean's unfortunate last performance, as you know, he stood and made all sorts of commotion running from my theater. He nearly made it out, too. But he didn't, I say. Jude was faster. The director pulls in a deep breath. Who's to say what Mikhail planned to do? Turn himself in? Kill you? Admit to the council what he'd done? Humans and their hearts are unpredictable. It was a risk we couldn't take. In fact, his death was a damned nuisance for us to deal with. I had to correct your storyline around his absence. Very messy. He watches me for a reaction, and I give him none. My chest is too tight. So he goes on. Then came Marks. He nods and gestures at my neck. We didn't know if we'd see you again after those became commonplace. A drastic measure the council justified with the peacemaker's death. But here you are, home, just like you swore. Something irks me, a tinge of numbness that splinters down my neck where my mark used to be, trailing through my shoulder. Slowly, I tug at my sleeve to check, and a cry builds in my chest. Gold blisters from my clavicle to my shoulder cap, eating away at the skin like a disease. It's spreading. It looks like Jude's wound. Are these lines? I say, panicked. What I'm saying right now? No, says Syl. Anger slices into his voice for the first time. You've gone entirely off script. Not to mention, you've made a habit of breaking the most important rule of the playhouse. The fourth wall, I mutter, studying my wound. It isn't an old tradition or myth of the theater. It's there to protect you, Syl reminds me, and he closes the last couple of steps between us. He pulls my hand away from the blistering well of gold bleeding through my skin, like a parent examining a scraped elbow. Look what happens when you become aware. Characters are little more than skin. They'll come right off if you aren't careful. I jolt, tugging away. That isn't true. I am me. I am Riven. I am not just skin. Even if what's beneath my skin isn't me at all. Act 3, Scene 12. You mean Jude has known who I am? All this time. The arena echoes my voice back at me. But look what his knowledge has cost him, Syl says, swinging an arm wide to take in the entire stage. He's hanging on by a thread, tearing his costume, forgetting his lines. We only needed him to last long enough to compete in the Great Dionysia and give you his crown. Then his player will shed him, too, and begin anew. No. The very idea of Jude being torn from himself, being tossed out in favor of a new role, makes rage boil under my skin. He's more than that. He's more than that to me. My mind races. Everything looks different now. How he forgot my name. Couldn't recall his own favorite color. Simple things that should be at the tip of his tongue. His memory is only as good as my own, false and deceitful, like a prettily painted house whose walls are filled with rot and decay. Jude didn't run into me that first night in the playhouse. He was waiting, barely clinging to his set storyline, that of a selfish player seeking to reclaim his crown. Do we all know? I ask, my voice hoarse. But I think I know the answer. Thank the gods, no, Syl huffs. Once a fourth wall is broken, it cannot be rebuilt. Characters will start dying from that point forward until the player sheds them completely. A shudder racks my body. It's begun. I feel it,
Only Jude.
Yes. You two have a most inconvenient tendency to find each other, no matter who you're playing.
The director scowls.
The more aware you become, the worse it gets. Jude is deteriorating quickly now, but we managed to keep him intact for 15 years after his fourth wall broke. I'm sure we can at least manage the same for you.
He shakes his head.
We have to, Riven. For the sake of my playhouse, for your cast, to claim what is rightfully ours, our audience, your audience. Theatron in its entirety.
And I realize now that Syl will be satisfied with nothing less. None of us would. We players feed off their attention. Corpses can't be entertained, controlled, and the bigger our audience, the stronger we'll become. We want them alive. We want them groveling, willing and fooled by me. So few of you left. I survey the room where the other auditionees stood at one time, only now I recognize them for what they really were. Players. Tig, Phileas, Thyone, Linus. All of them just players in the costumes of auditionees. There were always more than 5 of us. There's no casting call. No competition to become a player. I have the nerve to sound surprised. It's all a performance.
The playhouse is no place for mere mortals, Riven. We entertain the hopeful actors who come through our doors and dismiss them when the first night is through.
He shrugs.
The great Dionysia is a beautiful thing, a good show. Let the mortals believe they're in control. Let them think they might reach our ranks themselves.
Each realization strikes me through the heart, though I can't pretend I didn't know, vague as the memories are. Fate guides the feet of the willing and drags the heels of the defiant. I shake off the words. I am more than the cards I am dealt. I have to be. Riven has to be. I think I've even grown to like her. I am not just a role. Anger radiates over my every word, and I will not be shed. Concern bleeds into Syl's expression as he glances down at the script and back up at me.
I will not lose another one of you.
He watches my eyes, looking for the thing under my skin that knows him. It stirs when he grips my shoulders.
You are a character, and you will let my player go after all is said and done. Do you hear me, Riven? This form is no more real than the characters you play on stage.
Something wrestles within me at the reminder, something alive and more aware than before. I smother it, but it's there, starving and angry and eager.
You will let my player go when it is time,
he repeats, angrier now. My heart aches, but I don't dare reach inward for it, because it isn't mine. I'm sharing it with a monster. My thoughts, my words, my actions, all of them coming secondary to an ancient creature's desires to execute a script written long ago.
The great Dionysia begins tonight, says Syl, short. A prelude to negotiations with the council in 3 days' time.
He throws his arms out, grandiose.
I want you to change the tide. To make them believe the daughter of a man who broke the bond between worlds can be Theatron's redeeming grace. You are the bridge between the playhouse and them.
He smiles proudly.
History is easier to change than you think. All you need is enough people to believe it. And you will make them believe it.
They won't forgive so easily, I say quietly, and they shouldn't.
No, they won't. But they will wonder. They will want to know why you chose the playhouse over them. And your performance will break their reluctance.
His hand finds my chin, lifting it to face him.
The heart is stronger than the mind, Riven. Humans abandon their stubborn truths so long as they feel strongly enough inclined to do so.
His eyes are still that same soft blue, friendly and calm. Not hard or malicious, the relaxed expression of someone who already knows he's won. I shake from his grip. No. Syl throws his head back, exasperated.
Do you know what theater started as? You should. You were there. He waves his hands. Moral plays. Simple comedies and tragedies, all designed to teach an audience the difference between right and wrong. You'd be surprised how often people get the two mixed up. Something in me considers this, hesitates. What gives you the right to determine which is which? He blinks, confusion dawning on his face. That mark did mess you up, didn't it? I don't think it did, actually. I think maybe I'm seeing the world clearly for once. Maybe Jean did, too. The audience doesn't matter, he states. They are on a ticking clock. One day the clock will stop. Then I couldn't tell you anything else about them because no one remembers. But they will remember you. They will come here to see you. They come here to escape, for meaning and for excitement, for you to explain to them what is right and what is wrong. And do you know who is more eager to escape reality than even the audience? I return a glare. Actors, Riven. That is what you are. And what are you? I demand, unable to hold the question back any longer. Syl stares at me with that awful smile again, far too comfortable where he stands as I boil over with fury. I expect him to claim he's a god, a monster, an evil ancient spirit with limitless power. His answer is none of these things, and somehow worse. I am just a man, Riven. When I say nothing, Syl goes on. Not one from here, I'll admit, he chuckles. A man who pulled us out of the well, drained it of its craft, caged us, leashed us. My eyes fall on the book in his hands, feeling the thrum of its power in my blood. With that, something awakens in me at the sight of the script, more than just the lines written for us, but a power that runs deep in the playhouse, binds us to it, to a mortal who stole the power of a god. Part of me longs to grab it from his hands. The rest of me fears the consequences of touching that book, remembers the stark emptiness that blotted out the light in Thione's eyes when she did. It's a shame, don't you think, Riven? I offer humans all the entertainment they could ask for, write them stories and songs, and have my players perform them. You stole them, and us. I improved your world, he returns, a bitterness to his tone as he laughs sharply. And so many of them would choose to live without stories at all, rather than warm their hearts with the ones I so generously provide. Somewhere above us, the great lobby clock sings out a warning call, summoning me for my entrance. The great Dionysia. The festival is about to begin. The patience thins in Syl's voice when I make no move to follow my blocking back upstairs. What I'm offering you, Riven, is a permanent escape. As a player, you never have to deal with the pangs of reality again. You can be anyone. You will bathe in the glow of a spotlight every night. You will be loved by the thousands. When I don't speak, Syl's smile strains. Let's be honest. You aren't here to avenge anyone. You aren't here to destroy my playhouse. You're here to prove to yourself you hate it. But you can't. You can't prove to yourself you're any better than an actor because you are so much worse. I am better. I am not just an actor. The clock chimes again, insistent. You aren't even an actor, Riven. His voice claws with anger, but I know the desperation in Syl's face. Not the condescending look of a director corralling an amateur performer, but the disbelieving grievances of a puppeteer arguing with his own puppet. You are a character, one that has gone severely off script. You were created for the playhouse, and you will die in the playhouse, because you are nothing without it. You are not real. When the player is done with you, she will shed you, and you will be nothing again. He takes an unsteady breath, lowering his voice to a warning whisper. Characters that are too aware are of no use to me. Then why tell me all this? Why make me even more aware? I yell back at him. He tilts his head. Have you heard of Deus Ex Machina, Riven? It's the part of the story when the gods, higher powers, what have you, must drop in to fix things. Necessary only when something in the story has gone so horribly wrong that there is no other way to mend it. And you've been going constantly off script since you got home. He walks a circle around me, and his eyes fall to my ruined mark, which gapes open with golden craft. Because of that will always run in your blood. But I know you, Riven, which is why you played your role in every way that mattered. Because deep inside, this life is what you want. You are far from finished here. I cup a hand over my mark, wishing it were still there. It was probably the strongest weapon I ever had against my own script, against the thing inside me. The clock chimes its final warning. I should be in costume by now, should be heading to the front doors with the rest of my cast. And if I fail, if the North doesn't cooperate and I can't win them over... His face darkens into an expression that plainly conveys, you know the answer. Syl will finally give up on trying to win them. He'll wipe them out. He'll unleash us to do it. They don't deserve to be slaughtered, I say under my breath. Though, when I think of Harris, I wonder if that's more merciful than what will otherwise happen to them. Syl's face twists, that anger just inside yanking on its leash. Then you had better be prepared to convince every one of the council rulers sitting in their seats, waiting for your performance. Because if a single one doesn't open their gates the day after Dionysia... Do not threaten me, I bark. You need me. The Playhouse is nothing without an audience, and your audience is wary of you. Damn it all, Riven. I am simply giving you options. You think I want to see you hurt? You think I want to see any of my players hurt? I love you. Every one of you. My gut twists. He means what he says. The game is over, he announces. I know every move you will make. I know every thought that will cross your mind. I know everything about you because I wrote it. The ruined mark between my collarbones twinges. Choose to forget about all of this best you can, Syl goes on. Choose to go back to playing the role of Riven Hesper. Something hot stirs under my skin. Power. To persuade, to veil, to retell. Desire for eyes on me forever. I am built of it. There will be no leaving the Playhouse for you, says Syl. You will perform and win over your audience. You will finally have what you want. And what do I want, Syl? I dare him. Oh, Riven, Syl says, pitying. You want everything waiting for you at the end of this great Dionysia. A cast that you fit into, a home that you belong in. He clasps his hands together. An endless audience that desires you. Years of disgusted looks and sidelong glances, of strangers whispering and moving to cushion more space between them and me, carousel through my mind. Then the audience singing my name, never tiring of my presence. My heart aches at the contrast. A world where I am never alone, where I am always loved. A world where my presence isn't too much for the space around me. A home. The word sings through me, plays my heartstrings in perfect harmony. My heart swells in my chest, and I feel every word I've ever spoken on my tongue, every move I've ever made in my muscles. Everything I've ever done was designed to bring me here. Suddenly, I want it all so badly, I think I'll burn from the inside out. My heart longs for it, for home. Would it be so bad? Or, I croak at last, if I don't perform? There is no or, Riven, he says. There never was. Act 3, Scene 13. As I exit the arena, each blink of my eyes feels like waking from a dream, my body already moving automatically into the blocking for the next scene. Syl's words beat against the borders of my mind. My life is only a role I play. My world is a set.
All that's left is for me to perform, and to be Syl's winning piece at the end of a very long game. And that wakes something inside of me, cuts through the fog. My mind is still my own, and it's saying, fucking run. I bolt along the corridor and up the steps, gripping the door handle and flying through the opening, and smack into Jude. I realize I'm staring, but I can't help it. For the first time, I recognize him, all of him. Not only the arch of his brow, the curve of his lips, the spirited gleam in his eyes. It's something more now, something that makes my heart drop. Jude. Awful hurry you're in, Riven. Did you miss me that much? The line I'm supposed to say surfaces on my tongue. It reaches up my throat, the snarky comeback that leads us into our next scene, where we prepare for the show. Riven, I swallow the words, then choke out my own. I remember you. Jude freezes, his expression cracking at the edges. I see it in the raise of his brow. And I know you remember me, I say, suddenly seeing past the royal blue theatrical garb, the metallic leaves sewn into his hair, the kohl smudged under his lashes. He's always been there. You have to help me stop this, I say. Please. Stop, he whispers, shaking his head. Stop it, Riven, stop. His eyes dart past me and then back. A slit in his neck gapes farther open when he looks over his shoulder, gold seeping out, a nick in his peeling costume. His character is breaking, cracking right here, right now, over his skin. But I see recognition there. I hear the words wrestling in the air between us. He grabs my shoulder, the other cradling the back of my head like he's about to kiss me. Then something happens. His face clears. His posture eases. The actor inside pulling Jude back into line. He drops the hand from behind my head and lets it fall to grip my arm. And just like that, he's gone. He turns and charges down the hall, dragging me along by my elbow. Jude. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Cicero and Syl don't look surprised when Jude hauls me into the costume wing. Get her in costume, Jude says, emotionless. His death grip releases me onto a small platform surrounded by 3 gold-encrusted mirrors. I bolt off it for the door, thrashing and cursing when Jude pins my arms over my waist and tosses me back. He struggles too. I'm stronger now. I'm not going out there, I hiss, fighting. I won't go through with the great Dionysia. You've already missed your call time, Syl says, annoyed. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be, Riven. Jude clamps his hands down on my shoulders and leans too close to my ear. Jude. The whole world is waiting for you out there. A cold rage is festering beneath his words. It doesn't sound like Jude. I don't think it's him at all. I catch his eye, and there's nothing there. Just hollow gold irises. Maybe there's too little left of Jude to wrangle the monster that plays him. The costume designer peeks his head out from behind a rack, his arms heavy with a long onyx gown. Though I know Cicero isn't a costume designer at all now. He's a player, just like me, playing the role of Cicero. The gold hairpiece, not the silver, Syl instructs, stripping off my embroidered vest like I'm a doll to dress up. I clutch my arms close to my waist, horrified at the state of my figure. Jude curses under his breath. Strips of skin have begun to peel like tree bark, gold glinting beneath. There's a long, ugly line raised across my waist, staining my cream-colored shift. I tense, slowly lifting 2 fingers to a particularly tattered area at my collarbone, smoothing the skin back down. Don't touch it, Syl orders, emerging from behind the mirror with a box that he pulls a makeup palette from, slated with skin tones that look just like mine. He extracts a brush from its base and runs it over the wound, roughly concealing where gold bleeds, right at the scars of my mark. I grit my teeth. Like makeup will conceal the fact that my body is peeling off me. I'm not going on stage. You are, he interrupts. You will do exactly what is scripted for you, or... Syl grips a lock of my hair and pulls. It falls right out, lands on the floor in a pathetic curl. I didn't even feel the pull. The curse, my mind thinks automatically. No, not a curse at all. A symptom of a dying character, of going off script. The irony of coming full circle feels like a slap in the face. This will get much worse. If you have any love for your cast, Riven. Syl meets my eyes in the mirror with meaning. Any of them, he says again, as Cicero flies in and begins sewing me into the gown. You will go out there. I have no love for my cast or this theater, I lie. Fine then. If you have any love for these mortals, like you claim, Syl counters. He laughs to himself, like I'm a child, concerned about endangering my imaginary friends. Then you will stay on script. You will win them all over, and you will do it peacefully. I won't be here to do it if I lose in the arena, I bite back. If Jude wins instead and ruins his little storyline, try me. Syl throws his head back and laughs. Then you will die, Riven. And I will have my player beneath all of you back. And she, I promise you, will have no qualms about destroying whatever blocks her path, as you've already demonstrated. The smile curving his lips is cold. I do hope we don't have to resort to it. The world is your stage. Why should we burn half of it down, after all the trouble we've gone to in order to take it back? My heart sinks like an anchor in my chest. Syl is right. I'm a thin skin, tying a monster down from destroying half of Theatron. I can feel her beneath me. She'll obliterate everything that stands in her way. I wonder if this is how Jean felt, why she held on for so long. Syl plucks a gleaming crown from one of Cicero's boxes, digging it so hard into my scalp that I yelp. There, I catch it. A sudden twitch of movement from Jude at my call, just barely a crack in that icy exterior. We will see you at the doors, Jude, Syl states, also catching this. Jude blinks several times, like he's struggling to remember something. I catch his eye in the mirror, and for a moment, I think I see a glimpse of him, hesitating. Syl, perhaps I can... Syl, we will see you out there. Fear blooms in my chest as that emptiness crosses Jude's face again, and I wonder if I've lost him for good as he returns a tense look at us both before vanishing out the door, locking onto his script again. My mouth opens as if to call him back, but the words can't seem to escape my tongue. He leaves me with Syl, who shoos out a confused Cicero and takes to lacing up the back of my dress himself. No need to pit all your anger on Jude, he says. He's been lying to me, all this. I inhale sharply when Syl pulls the laces too tight. He catches my eye in the mirror. He is what he is. You may be my most resilient player, Riven, but you had best believe Jude is my most loyal. He's been protecting you. Then he's done a hell of a job, given where I'm standing right now. Not protecting you from the playhouse, Riven. Syl snatches one of my hands, and in a single awful movement, pinches my thumbnail, ripping it clean off. My fingernail detaches easily, like it was glued on. I buckle, swallowing a howl of pain. I didn't feel the hair pull, but I felt that. From yourself, Syl goes on, circling around me where I'm doubled over. He grips my chin, forcing my gaze up to meet his. You will not think of the things you've learned about yourself. About the playhouse. You will play the role of Riven Hesper, the first player of the North, crowned triumphant in 5 days' time. Do you hear me? My fourth wall quakes in my mind. Methexis, I whisper to myself as Syl circles around to my back again, and feel my craft beckoning for me from the earth, reaching up from the ground like shadows of gold only I can see below. I reach for it, searching for comfort, for power, for something to make me feel less defenseless than Syl thinks I am. But my fourth wall is broken now, and so I see what fills the abyss. What has always filled the abyss. Faces. Countless faces fill the earth below me like the river Styx. Every character I have ever played, every costume I have ever worn, all of them reaching for me. Riven is just another that will be tossed into the pit when I shed her. Methexis, I breathe again. And the bridge is gone, just as Syl stands before me again. Okay, I acquiesce. Okay. Act 3, Scene 14. When we enter the lobby, all 5 players wait by the door, Jude at the front. By the confused looks on their faces, they've been waiting a while. Titus.
Don't worry about it. Stage fright gets the best of us all.
He stands beside Mattia, who stares like I'm a ghost she can see through. Then, ever so slightly, she shakes her head. Forget what we saw. But I see it already. A rip in the skin there at the corner of her eye, bleeding. The first tear in her costume. It'll only spread, now that she knows what she is. Mine will spread too, like Jude's. At Syl's command, Jude throws the doors open and steps into the night, slowing only to offer me his hand. Jude.
Ready, Riven? Your first great Dionysia will be a sight to remember.
I want to refuse, insist that I won't be a part of this, that I'm done with this role, that I won't see it through to the finale, and won't allow the Playhouse to reclaim the world with tricks and lies, that what we've already done to half of Theatron is unforgivable. But my lines burn on my tongue, and Syl's threats ring in my ears, so I answer, I'm ready. And don't correct that this isn't either of our first great Dionysia. We've seen all of them. Impatient, Syl shoves me forward. I stumble, catching Jude's hand for balance as he leads us down the steps and into a path carved from the crowds. Jude's eyes flicker to the bandage wrapped around my thumb, where Syl ripped the nail from its bed moments ago. A question forms on his mouth that he doesn't ask. He just squeezes my hand a little tighter. And traitor or ally, player or Jude, I can't seem to let go. The clock over the Playhouse foyer sings the song of our freedom. Midnight. The beginning of the great Dionysia, allowing the players to walk freely for 5 days' time, like dogs given extra lead on a leash. At the end of it, our roles will be completed, our contracts will reset, and the gates will seal. Syl will have his way, and even Jude and I won't have leeway to leave anymore. We'll be trapped, just like the others, like we've always been. We're only being let out of our enclosure to lure everyone else in. Our gilded cage shrieks open to raucous applause. The gates are clotted with watchful eyes filled with awe. Gifts of flimsy jewelry, expensive fabrics, and love letters litter our path. We don't pick them up. Whispers of the player from the north taunt my ears. I tense when someone is bold enough to reach out and graze my dress. I register nothing of the eager faces or praises, just a distorted sea of people bordering my peripheral vision, my eyes focused on my hand in Jude's as he leads us forward. I wanted this, didn't I? I can't help but wonder as I'm guided through with my cast. Watched, wanted, belonging. Not like this, my mind counters, even as that thing deep under my skin shifts, filled with pride. An actor who played her role perfectly.
Look up. Look at their faces, Riven.
Syl speaks over my shoulder, quiet enough that the rest of my cast won't hear.
Refuse your role, and the player you are under this pathetic exterior will paint the streets with their blood. Look up. Look at their eyes.
My will thins with each step. On all sides, we're surrounded by crowds so thick I can't see where they end or begin, but I see their faces tracking my every move. I notice the mixture of unguarded grins and hesitant pinched lips, open palms that offer flowers, notes, silver. Worst of all, though, are the marks. So many displayed, their golden seals broken, like mine. The disturbing display of loyalty stops me in my tracks. I surrendered my mark under the threat of death, and these people have recklessly surrendered theirs under the promise of hope. I can't do this. This is wrong. But if I refuse, this player will shed me like a costume, and she'll do worse. My breaths quicken, freezing and drying in my throat. Jude's arm goes taut as space stretches between us, and I don't move forward with him. Syl urges me onward from behind, but I can't move. My hand hurts, and I realize it's because Jude is squeezing it, the edge of his finder's keeper's ring pressing into my index finger. I stare at our hands and then up at him.
"Remember what I told you,"
he whispers. And finally I catch it. Recognition, however brief. It creeps through his exterior for just a moment, breaking past.
3 deep breaths.
My eyes find the coin hanging at his collarbone, winking back at me in the moonlight. Jude was right all that time ago, I decide. We are the same. 2 sides of a shiny coin used to purchase terrible things. Act 3, Scene 15. Sincerely, I hoped never to see the first act theater again after my trial. At least I'm not being led into it by chains this time, though Jude's grip could probably give those shackles a run for their money. It's as I remember, an outdoor amphitheater nestled at the bottom of a hill, filled with seats that climb up to the rim, though the seats are mostly full already. At its base sprawls a platform with a massive skein of white pillars lined up behind it. Stars cluster overhead, as if arranged to produce the most light directly above the stage. Smart of Syl to move the first performance of the great Dionysia here. Some in the north may be eager, curious, but not enough to risk setting foot in the playhouse. He'll win them slowly first. In an open-air stage, where spectators can observe from the seats, watch from the stands, or just listen from the safety of their homes miles away. I'm led through the crowd and around back, up a flight of stairs, and into the skein at the back of the stage. I register little, if any, of it as I'm ushered through a curtained entrance and onto the stage behind Jude. My ears pop as the audience jumps to their feet at the sight of us. Syl. "Welcome! Welcome! To the great Dionysia!" His voice booms, carries over the applause. He nods at Jude, and the lead player raises his eyes to the sky. A whispered word falls from his mouth. The entire world falls dark, like a curtain closing, a set being prepared. Chants turn to excited whispers. The crowd stirs with unease, frightened by the dark illusion. Then the world blazes gold, a burst of craft seeping into the ground and shooting across the district. The moon shines like a spotlight, illuminating a different city than the one we stood in a moment ago, adorned in the fashion of every great Dionysia, past and present. My eyes track maroon flowers encircling the platform, blooming through emerald ivy. The dusty, cracked stage shines in luminous gold beneath my feet. Warmth coats the atron's chilly air, replaced by a silky breeze that seems to hum sweetly when it passes you by. The realization pierces me like an arrow. It's decorated as our lost home on the mountain, Eleutherae. The audience seems to notice all at once, some with shock, others with delight, that the colors of their own clothing have brightened into vivid shades of red, gold, and purple. Most of them return a roaring wave of applause. This is more color than many of them have ever seen, much less worn. Even I have to pause to take it in, seeing the world outside illuminated in beauty that we hoard all to ourselves. My mind flashes briefly to the archives, to every story ever written, stolen away by us. Syl. "Tonight!" His diction cuts clean through the last of their cheers as Jude and I exit the stage. "We are proud to present a brand new show based on old events. As we know, those who do not learn from their histories, Titus, have better things to do." His heckling receives a fit of laughter as he exits. Syl shakes his head, smiling, and turns back to the audience. Syl. "In honor of the upcoming renegotiation of the Playhouse's home in Theatron and a peaceful return to the North, the cast feels a responsibility
To remind the world of conflicts not so long ago, if only to avoid their recurrence. We must learn from our pasts, yes? The crowd stirs, uneasy. Meanwhile, we take our places off stage. As we wait, the audience stirs with anticipation, revelers eagerly claiming the best views, while those with marks take hesitant positions near the edges of the theater until the last seat is occupied. From backstage, I peek and catch a glance of Theatron's counsel being escorted into the front row. Sill's voice rings in my head. I want you to change the tide. All my ideas of bringing the playhouse to its knees shake, uneasy. Not because I'm frightened I can't beat Jude in the arena. I can. I'm designed to. But because the thing I am beneath this skin is stronger than me. And my own nature will, I am certain, come to claim back her vessel. You are the bridge between the playhouse and Theatron. I want to be. I want to be, I realize. And I hate that I do. I want to be here, before an audience, beloved. Home. Would it be so bad to be that bridge? Would it be so wrong? Sill. Let the show begin! The lights dim, and I shut my eyes, embracing the warmth twirling at my fingertips. Craft nips at the air. They will want to know why you chose the playhouse over them. It's tempting. So tempting. No one would be the wiser. They'd never know I'm the true villain of their story. For the next 3 days, we'll perform this new show in 5 acts. We won't sleep, eat, or drink. On the 4th, we'll rest. An intermission for debate as the Playhouse and the Council sign a new agreement. On the 5th day, Jude and I will fight. The heart is stronger than the mind. Humans abandon their stubborn truths so long as they feel strongly enough inclined to do so. The script for this performance is 513 pages, carefully crafted lines into the shape of a simple parable that waits on my tongue, stirs in my bones. One that rewrites Theatron's history, carving the new story into the eyes that watch. Rewriting history is easy, Sill told me. You just need enough people to believe it. The audience settles comfortably into their seats, and the moon illuminates our stage. For the first time in a long time, North and South Theatron sit side by side, and Sill has done a remarkable job convincing them the enemy is each other. Waiting, I set my eyes on my glass-green shoes, the color stark against the gilded platform at my feet as I pull in 3 deep breaths. Jude materializes at my side, ready for our entrance. Jude, I whisper, feeling the call of the stage in my blood as the show roars to life. Help me stop him. I flinch at my own words, the same ones Jean spoke to him, begged him. Jude refuses to meet my eye, his gaze on the stage. Jude. Break a leg, Riven. Then the show begins, and we move for our entrance in a performance that was set, written, and cast 15 years ago. Act 3, Scene 16. Act 1. The first act is a story I know, but haven't heard in a long, long time. The story of a simple man, a craftsman, no less. Sill is younger in this version of events, played and mimicked by Parrish. I watch with dread from backstage at the depiction of Sill introducing the first players, us. As he drains the well dry of story, of song, of craft, he assures his new players that this is what they are meant for. A prop book rests in his hands to represent the script as he makes them grand promises of spotlights and splendor and endless stages. He promises this will fix the world because he is a smart man and he can fix the world. They agree. It makes sense. It sounds nice. He binds them to the book in his hands, and the world is their stage. Act 2.
Arius's lyrical narration pulls the audience through Theatron's histories, its wars, its players, all in captivating song and sugary words. He skillfully omits the playhouse's part in most of it. His melodies are a corridor from a dreadful past to a bright future, one that rests in Syl's trustworthy, capable hands. Act 3. The third act moves into more recent years. Titus plays the role of Mikhail, his traitorous actions hidden from the audience. His death is framed as a tragic accident. Still, I don't watch from backstage when his body falls from the highest level of the skein, hits the marble with a disturbing crunch. The results of a faulty railing in this version of events. The audience wails at the depiction of the playhouse fleeing the district in the wake of his death and the calamity that followed. Act 4. Nausea gathers in my throat as Mattia helps me change costumes, donning Galen's old jacket. Then I set foot on stage for the third act. My story. The story of a girl who grew up fearful of players, who lost a parent to the division, who carries the same mark as the rest of the North, a girl who despises the playhouse, just like the audience. I'm just like everyone else. I step onto a set drained of its color, surrounded by faded, dreary shades of gray. Then I journey to the playhouse, and the world comes alive, blossoms with beauty and entertainment and song that the audience yearns for, locked behind its gilded doors. There, I discover it isn't full of evil. It's deeply misunderstood. So, torn between the two, I become the bridge that bonds them. Act 5. All is well. Act 3, Scene 17. I haven't slept or eaten in 3 days, but when Syl calls us out to a roaring curtain call, I feel full and awake, more alive than I have in years. Jude, Riven, we're up. I startle from my daze, the show a blur of vague recollections. Syl has called our names. Mattia sweeps into a low bow as Jude leads me onto the stage. Riotous applause shakes the platform. Screams for us to look in 1,000 different directions attack my ears. Syl, I give you Jude Stepharos and Riven Hesper. Jude bows low, then takes a sweeping step aside and gestures to me. My legs shake, anger coursing through my veins. At the playhouse or at myself for doing exactly what Syl wanted, I'm not sure. Or maybe just at the fact that this feels so good. I bow. Syl, not only your stars of this most wonderful and memorable performance, but your contenders for this Dionysia's finale. You are all invited to witness Riven seek a permanent role here in the playhouse when she challenges Jude to a final standoff in the arena. Syl presents a book between us, pressing a quill into one of my hands, while Jude signs the book without hesitation. When he's done, he looks to me hopefully. I glance over the page. A faux contract. This is Riven Hesper's promise to the playhouse, should she win in the arena. To stay and perform until challenged for her place. This is just a prop. A measly piece of paper that can be torn or burned or crumbled. My contract, my true contract with the playhouse, flashes through my head. The feeling of a quill in my hand long ago. Gold spilling across the page. My name, my real name, signed at the bottom. An eternity sworn to the playhouse, to whatever role I am cast in. All for this. Fame, love, belonging, power. I press the quill to the page and sign, a show of sealing myself inside the playhouse until my death, should I survive the finale. The audience watches, awed by my devotion. The leaders of Theatron observe from the front row, their expressions still and contemplative, eyes roaming over me and then Jude, then back to me. Syl, any words you'd like to share, Riven? I swallow, conjure the lines I know were written for me. They come out stiff as ice. Riven. It will be an honor to perform in the arena with you, Jude. Syl. And you, Jude. The whish of something piercing the air breaks the conversation, followed by the gasps of the audience as it soars overhead. I see a slant of gold ripping through the sky. Then I hear myself scream. Act 3, Scene 18. I grasp onto Jude's shoulder as I stumble. At first, all I can think is that my leg feels like it's been plunged into ice water. Then I see the shaft of an arrow protruding above my knee, and pain explodes up my body, wakes something inside me. My player. I've died many, many times, and this is perhaps closer to true death than we, have ever been. Second death. This arrow was made with Eleutherian gold. The other players bolt on instinct, gathering around me like a shield. Jude is shouting something furiously at Syl, but I can't make out what he's saying over the ringing in my ears or the panicked audience. A reproachful grumble that sounds like, "Hold it together," falls out of my mouth as I test my leg. Spots cloud my vision, and I blink them away in time to see Titus pluck a spear off the floor of the stage, a prop from our show, and throw it with brutal force into the audience, met by screams so loud my ears pop. My eyes follow the spear as it whips through the air and buries itself in the wall of an old, broken watchtower past the crowds, embedded beside a window it missed by mere inches. In the window is a face, one I almost don't recognize, but I know it, even at this distance. Cassia locks eyes with me. Her hands still clutch the crossbow. In a blink, it dawns on me. She tried her best to carry out my last request. Stop me. She nods, acceptance of her failure in the resolute set of her shoulders. The players will find her, if the crowds don't find her first. I shudder to think what they'll do. I try to mouth at her to run, to go. My mind is groggy, my mouth struggling to form words. But she tried to undo it. She tried to stop me. I think I begged her to. But the player in me is awake, and she's angry, furious that the hands of someone so ordinary almost ended the never-ending performance of a player with a single arrow. She pushes me to my feet with a ferocity I don't possess, shoves away from Jude. She makes sure everyone in the crowd sees my hand grip the arrow and rip it from my own flesh. A shout of agony dies in my throat, never making it to my lips as I straighten, hold the arrow in front of me, and drop it carelessly to the floor. I'm not smiling, yet I feel the stretch of my lips pulling to either side of my face in a wide grin. I can't seem to stop it. My perspective slips, shifts, isn't mine anymore. It's someone else's, and it's bleeding into my own thoughts, my desires, my morals. I want them dead. What? The thought feels foreign, not mine. No, I don't. But a new voice is there, and it's louder than my own mind. I want them all dead. Act 3, Scene 19. Jude has 2 noses, 4 nostrils total. That, or my vision, has begun to double from this vantage point. I mutter something to the tune of, "Put me the hell down."
"Riven, if you can resist fighting me on one thing,"
Jude says, sparing a glance down at me as he slows and starts to climb. Up? Stairs? Is that where we're going?
"let it be what was just nearly your very own public assassination."
I lull my head back and catch a glimpse of the playhouse doors as Jude carries me across the landing. Behind him, a sea of anxious faces hovers at the gates. My vision blurs again. My mind feels fuzzy, but I'm decently confident Jude plucked me from the first act theater's stage and took off sometime after my legs forgot where the ground was. My thigh feels like it was impaled with an icicle, a glacial stillness lingering at the wound. That wasn't supposed to happen. I focus on the glittering coin resting at Jude's neck on a thin chain, my fingers brushing his skin as I reach for it and roll the metal between my fingers. The gold is warm from being pressed to his collar.
No, it wasn't,
he agrees.
And your greedy little hands can keep that coin.
He slows just a bit. There are whispers over his shoulders, onlookers with far too much interest in our conversation. He lowers his voice.
Of course I remember you, Riven. I remember everything.
He's still there. Relief pours into the part of me that cracked wide open earlier. Not quite mending the break, but it's a salve. As he sidles through the playhouse doors, leaving the crowds behind, I fiddle with the neckline of my dress, checking the wound where my mark was. The delicate flesh feels like it's split open, spreading. Not good. My player is closer to the surface, recognizing me for what I am, a costume, worn and thinning, a character to take control of before I go any more off-script than I already have. That monster beneath looked out at the audience and wished them all death until I somehow managed to strangle her back into the confines of my mind. You pretended, earlier, with Syl. My accusation comes out a bit slurred, my mind sluggish from the Eleutherian gold.
I had to. You must be out of your mind to go off script in front of Syl like that. After Jean?
He shakes his head, chest rising and falling.
He won't put up with a character gaining that much control. He'll kill you. Not just you, all of you.
Second death. If Syl can't control me, he'll kill me, player and all.
We did too much to get you here, he goes on. I've spent years trying to keep you alive for this.
That's funny, because I spent those years just trying to stay alive, I return, spiteful. Some backstory would have been helpful.
It probably would have gotten you killed.
His voice drops to a whisper, like he's worried someone will hear.
Please, leave your fourth wall alone. And whatever you do, don't tell the others. Go back to thinking of me as a selfish player who trapped you. Think of me as what I'm supposed to be, not what I am.
You don't make it to the end of this story, you know. I let the coin drop from my fingers, staring at the exaggerated frown of the tragedy mask engraved into the gold, resting against his heart.
I know,
he answers, and throws a look over his shoulder, probably watching for Syl. A shadow skitters up the wall of the playhouse. We're speaking off-script, and Nixine listens for such things.
But you'll see me again, as someone new.
You won't remember.
I won't.
He moves up a scarlet staircase, the one that leads to our dressing rooms. My heartstrings ring at the matter-of-fact tone, like it's already said and done. Isn't it strange? I press. Having all this power just to be leashed under someone else's strings? Jude presses his lips together.
It's the script, Riven. The world is controlled by the strength of a pen. So are we.
Freedom for power. We enter the common room. That rage festers deep in my soul again. The idea that a mere man could get his hands on such power. The thought is so sharp, it cuts through the fog of my mind. For a moment, I'm quiet. An idea takes shape behind my eyes. What happens if the script is, edited? Jude's steps falter as he stares at me, the way you might stare at a child who's just announced a horde of monsters lives under their bed. He looks so alarmed I'm scared he'll drop me. And he does, setting me onto a scarlet chaise so suddenly I yelp. His eyes narrow.
We're actors, not playwrights.
I wince at the bitter cold pain obscuring my vision from the movement before recovering and arguing, but the script is the reason.
Do not, he warns, touch that book.
I push myself up. Why not?
Because if it has the power to make us, then it can unmake us just the same. Jean ripped those pages out and went stark mad. We're bound by it.
He spares a pleading glance down at me.
Please, Riven, for your safety, for mine, for our cast, leave it be.
But think, if there was a way to...
I will not think on anything,
Jude says, but his tone weakens.
If it means losing you.
His hands cup my face, and his eyes lock on mine, bright with determination.
Riven, listen to me. Syl will protect his players long before he protects the roles we play. He's right to.
I almost laugh, trying to read his gaze. What does that mean? His hands are warm, but his tone ices over.
It means if it comes down to losing your character now, or losing you forever, I will skin that costume off you myself.
Act 3, Scene 20. Jude's words pierce my spine. I'm unsure if he could mean such a thing. I pull back far enough to search his eyes. He tries to school his features, but there's an edge he can't hide, dark and unforgiving. I will skin that costume off you myself. The air in the common room seems to dissolve through the stained glass windows as I try and fail to pull in a breath, until a shout mercifully shatters the silence. "Out of my way, Jude!" calls Arius, rushing from the hall with a tray of what looks like salves and fresh bandages. It frees us both from the agonizing stretch of quiet as Jude moves to make room and Arius kneels at my side. "Arius, don't!" He swats my hand away from inspecting the gash above my knee. "You don't want it to spread. It's already in your blood." I roll my eyes. That ship sailed the day I was marked. But I don't argue as Arius pushes the gauzy folds of my costume from the arrow wound and checks the laceration with the gentleness of a seasoned nurse, snapping at Jude to give him space. Jude is still staring at me like he can't believe what I've suggested. I look away, focusing on Arius instead, because I can't believe what he just said either. But when I blink, I don't see Arius at all. I recognize him for every face he's ever worn. An old friend, a gifted healer who's sewn me up 1,000 times before. Arius. "Definitely diluted gold. You got lucky." He flashes me an encouraging smile. Lucky? I laugh hoarsely and bite back a comment about my own family not splurging enough on pure Eleutherian gold to kill me, though the discomfort pulsing up my leg is still enough to make me consider snatching an axe from the wall to chop it off. Arius presses over the wound to staunch the blood. A furious string of curses rises in my throat as I grip the sides of the chaise, clamping my teeth together as the stampede that is my cast parades out of the hall. Titus.
"Gods above! Aye, Riven. Did you know you've got a little scratch on your leg there?"
He jokes, but his lips have gone white, and I sense the fear rattling beneath his tone. In every life we've lived together, in every new role, Titus has numbed the worst parts with debauchery and humor. It's like I'm seeing them all clearly for the first time, memories fighting to the surface. Faces I've known and loved, words I've said and regretted. When we players were pulled from the well, our forms came full with humanity's deepest struggles and emotions, the substance of all great stories. Jude.
"Where's Syl gone?"
Mattia. "Still out there, filling their heads with pretty words about Riven's grand sacrifice." I can hear the eye roll on her tongue. She's keeping her distance at the door with a solemn frown on her lips. That fourth wall cracks a little more as I stare at her, catching a glimpse of one of my oldest friends and greatest rivals. I should stop thinking about this. It's making it worse. It's bringing my cast's true names to my thoughts. I could shatter everything they know of themselves and of me with a word. Parrish. "May I see?" We all startle as Parrish and her anklets jingle forward. "I've never seen an Eleutherian injury up close before. Titus wouldn't let me."
Titus, be grateful for that.
I suppress a smile at her curiosity. She's worn more costumes than any of us, never placed in any singular role for long. She gets bored so easily. Arius. "It's a rude thing to ask, Parrish."
Jude. "Never mind that. Come look, Parrish. You might as well see what we're strong enough to survive."
Jude clears his throat, catches my eye.
"And you will, Riven."
Jude. I know him better than the rest. I've loved him. His every song, every story, more than any.
You'll survive this,
he says again. We both catch the emphasis on that last word, this. This is something I can heal from. Abandoning our script, that I would not heal from. None of us would. Alone, that is. But I'm not alone anymore. I never have been. What would it take, I wonder, looking at my cast? What would it cost to win our freedom? My gaze falls on Jude, and I already know what it would take, what it will cost. I will skin that costume off you myself. It's going to cost me, Jude. Act 3, Scene 21. That night, as I try to fall asleep, a chest full of memories cracks open, and several roles I've lived spill out. I grasp at them like straws, but come up empty with a vague feeling of loss. Under the lamplight, I roll the little bottle of Eleutherian gold between my fingers. Galen's parting gift, proof that he was here. In a strange way, it's the only thing left to cling to that makes me feel real, human, my own. Galen must have suspected on some level what I was. Maybe he chose to love me anyway. It doesn't mix well with Syl's claims of mortals being foolish and selfish. Humans love, and they seem to do it selflessly. A soft tone startles me from that strange place between dreams and consciousness. It's a small voice, gentle and humming behind the mirror I draped a curtain over before going to bed. With no one to speak to, I don't need a mirror anymore. According to Mattia, Cassia was arrested hours ago. She's in a holding cell now, awaiting trial. Another person I've failed to save. The floor is cool beneath my feet as I pull myself out of bed, attempting to keep pressure off my bad leg, though feeling has slowly started to return to it, to cut through the ice-like stillness, after Arius spent several hours mending the wound. "Dear Riven Hesper," whispers the voice as I reach the glass. A child's. "Please don't tell anyone about this. I don't think you're bad." A very foolish child, apparently. I've heard prayers thrum at the edges of my mirror before. This one sounds different. I pull the fabric from the glass, press my ear to it, and listen carefully. "Please keep this a secret. I have always wanted to see the playhouse." Then a tapping sound, like a small finger scraping at a window. "My sister says you're from here, so I was wondering if you could let me come see it. I won't tell anyone." She's from north of the cut, I realize with a start. My first instinct is to frighten her, scare her away from the playhouse forever, warn that she should run as far from this place as she can. But when my hand drifts to the glass, I call a portal through instead. A small child crouches on the other side of the mirror, a thick garment cast across the glass where she's clearly pulled it to the side. She sits in a drab and dark room, bare of decoration or beauty. She looks like I did, once. The child jumps when I materialize on the other side, though I wager she can see little more than the glow of my eyes in the darkness, which is for the best. I must be a frightening sight. My tongue moves to warn her of the dangers of craft, of the playhouse, of all of it. But the tips of my fingers reach for the mirror instead. I close my eyes and call on the craft thrumming in my blood. Like that day in the archives with Jude, I cast a quiet hum from my throat. I hear a tiny gasp, followed by a delighted laugh, and open my eyes. On the other side of the glass, flecks of gold fall from the ceiling like new snow, showering her room in light. The mirror echoes my song, swelling and doubling the melody. She bursts into giggles, her bare feet spinning in circles as the golden blizzard falls over her. Something inside me smiles. That, I think. Maybe that's what I'm for. I catch one last glimpse of the little girl twirling beneath the stardust before banishing the portal and covering the mirror once more. Then I shut my eyes against the third day of the great Dionysia and make peace with the sunrise rapidly approaching on day 4. Then do my best not to think about the 5th. When I do sleep, I dream of Mount Eleuthère. At its top, a well, bleeding gold. Act 3, Scene 22. The rest of the cast is already gone by the time I exit my dressing room, tucking locks of dark hair back with little gold pins as I head for the stairs to join them outside. In all honesty, I'd hoped to avoid the celebrations altogether, until Titus very helpfully pointed out I can be boring when I'm dead tomorrow. A comment that made Jude's eyes briefly flash to mine. Then he left the room rather quickly. I hate knowing the ending. Heading down the stairs to the lobby, I lean over the railing and catch an obscured glimpse of the festivities outside through the stained glass, though I'm less concerned about the big party than I am about what's happening beyond it. Somewhere inside the stone behemoth sequestered in the second ring of the district, Jude and Syl are convening with the council. A brief formality, Syl said, before the Playhouse's newfound freedom is final, though they left several hours ago and haven't returned. Jude and I haven't spoken since yesterday, and the look of warning he gave me before he left, and the blatant refusal to speak off script when I tried, makes me think we aren't going to anytime soon. I press my hands to the gilded doors and step into the night. The 4th day of the Great Dionysia reeks of debauchery, an outdoor night market hosted in the heart of the district where the Playhouse looms. Above, the sky sparkles with stars. Below, music pulses merrily in the air as I exit through the open gates. I enter the celebrations with a limp and probably the most outrageous plan I've ever had in my life. Even after Arius swore up and down that officials had scrubbed the district of any signs of Eleutherian weapons, I warily watch for pointed arrows among the smiling mouths and reaching hands as I move through the festival, past tables overflowing with delicacies, cakes, and rare wines. Merchants busy around them, overwhelmed by demand, until one spots me and bursts into tears with a speech of unending gratitude that I don't deserve. It's impossible to catch all of what she says over the music, but the word red dots her sentences more than once, and I notice the roses woven into her black hair. Red. Color. Beauty. All seeping outside of the Playhouse for the duration of the festival. Probably more than most of them have ever seen. I hurry faster down the street. Betmasters lurk at every corner, coin changing hands over my and Jude's fates. Wagers laid on who will emerge from the finale tomorrow alive. Farther down, booths are strung with tiny lanterns that twinkle like fireflies, their vendors hawking playbills and posters, shouting their prices over the beat of drums. "Come now, Riven!" Titus bellows, emerging from a crowd of revelers dancing wildly in the open plaza. Wine stains the corners of his lips, gold leaves falling loose from his hair and floating to the ground. "Your last night on Earth calls for a dance." Before I can object, he grips my hand and pulls me into what I think is a dance, but feels like a gallop. "You're drunk," I observe, wincing when my injured leg meets too much pressure after Titus attempts to dip me. "You're correct." He throws his head back and laughs. "See? At least I can admit when I'm something no one likes very much." He spins me, brushing too close to revelers that form a circle around us, their ears itching to catch a word of conversation among players. "Titus, I know the feeling, though, you know." He sticks a foot out for emphasis, the one an arrow sliced right through. "Never stops hurting." Riven, comforting. Then we're dancing again. "Titus, I need to—" I lower my voice. "Talk to you about something. An idea." Titus grins wickedly. "Oh? Trying to make Jude jealous? Sure, I'm in." I frown. Not that. "So long as your idea doesn't involve me going inside. I'm fucking tired of that place and plan to enjoy my freedom while I've got it." He raises an eyebrow. "And don't think I've forgiven either of you for leaving us all behind to go on your little adventure outside.
Damned unfair, that was.
Titus blinks a few times at his own words, shaking his head in confusion. He doesn't realize he's slipped, gone off script. Recovering, he locks his arm around my waist, hoisting me into the air and whirling us twice before setting me down. Titus.
I'm impressed, Riven. You're either about to unite a nation or start a war. Between you and me, one of those sounds much more interesting.
He playfully waggles his eyebrows at me.
I haven't gone to battle in a long time.
I flinch at the reminder and turn to peer up at the second ring of the district beyond the square. Nearby, Syl and Jude sit among the council. I wonder what's happening now. Riven. Let's hope it never comes to that. My words are interrupted by a riotous auction commencing down the street over props used during our 3-day performance. Titus.
Yeah, well, I imagine it's inevitable when they find out what our boy Jude is trying to argue in there.
I hesitate, tripping over my own feet. Riven, what? Titus.
After your little incident last night, Jude's trying to claim Eleutherian gold shouldn't be allowed within a city's reach of the playhouse. A danger to us, you know?
Riven, but... I stumble over my words. But they're arguing for the playhouse to have full freedom to travel all of Theatron. Titus nods. I clear my throat and lower my voice. That would ban the use of Eleutherian gold entirely. Titus.
Use, ownership, trade, you name it. They're claiming the last 15 years have been filled with propaganda, and that Mikhail, well, your father, fell to his death on accident.
Just as it was framed in the play.
Clearly you're here with us, so you're not too broken up about it.
An incredulous laugh bursts from my throat. But most of the North is marked with Eleutherian gold. Titus.
They're proposing a grace period for everyone to have their marks unsealed. All Syl sees is a lot of potential playhouse goers. Besides, I hear you've already started a trend in some cities.
I shake my head. The council will never agree to that.
Won't they?
Titus grins.
They might have some stubborn heads on the council with marks of their own. But rumor on the street is...
He leans in, brushes his lips to my ear in a whisper.
One of our players can use craft on the marked.
Titus gives me a conspiratorial grin.
It might have been dark outside when it happened, Riven. But I watched you kill that woman. There was a mark on her neck.
He means Eleni. I lower my eyes, looking away.
Gods, you must have hated her. Making her do it herself like that. Nasty way to go.
He spins me around.
You're right, though. The council will never agree. They need all 7 committed, and, well, that was quite the show you put on in Paraskenia.
I wreaked havoc with that plague of darkness, made it very clear players cannot be trusted.
Titus, don't look so grim. War is fun. Gods, what's she doing up there? Parrish!
He jerks his chin at the ivy-covered wall of brick, where Parrish has scaled halfway up, dress hiked to her knees.
Get down!
She pauses to pout over her shoulder. There's a piece of ivy there at the top that I want for my collection.
Titus, you don't have an ivy collection.
Parrish. I didn't say it wasn't the first piece. He shakes his head, gives up, falls back in step with me.
Titus, so, what is it you wanted to tell me? I'm all yours, Riven.
I brace my mind, trying to assure myself this is the right thing to do, that this is not a terrible idea. He spins me again, but this time, when he pulls me back to him, I lean in and whisper at his ear. His rich laughter vanishes. I don't say much, just a word, a name, but it's one he hasn't heard in a long, long time. Titus's hand freezes on my lower back. He looks into my eyes, smile fading, recognition breaking across his gaze. Arius.
Riven, have you finally run him out of words?
Our castmate breaks from the crowds, a blissfully ignorant grin on his mouth as he claps Titus on the shoulder. "You're more impressive than I thought." But Titus is still frozen, staring at me, struck silent. "It spreads like a disease every time it happens," Sil said. "Good, I decide. Let it." Across the street, Mataya's eyes bounce between Titus and me, calculating. She shakes her head at me, solemn. Before Titus can speak, I pull away and disappear into the crowd, stealing inspiration from the first face I notice and mimicking it over my own. Then I slip into the night, unrecognizable, elbowing through revelers until I break away from the party and make for the stone steps leading up to the second ring of the district. If the North refuses to cooperate, Sil will give up and wipe them out. I know that as well as I know my own lines. But the plague I caused wasn't scripted. It wasn't supposed to happen, and now it's thrown a wrench in Sil's grand storyline, made the council resistant. And they have to concede, because if they don't... I walk until I reach the enormous columns bordering the Archean of Dionysus. Stepping over the chamber threshold, I drop my mimicry mask and follow Jude's voice echoing through the stone halls. Eventually, it leads me to a set of carved doors. "Serene will be safe," Jude is saying. "I swear it to you, upon my blood and my stage." Moira's voice laughs coldly. "Jude Stepharos, I have never heard a more worthless promise." "Then allow one from me." My voice strikes the room as I throw open the doors, but my heart rings with the words. The betrayal I'm unleashing on my home, even if it's the only way to save it. And definitely the only way to prove my loyalty to Sil. He needs to believe I'm on his side, that I've given up. Still, my stomach twists. "Riven, your mines of Eleutherian gold have run dry. Your forces are weak, and your resources almost non-existent. You may fight with what you have, but you won't win." With a single breath, I've broken my promise to Galen to not speak of the shortage. Even Sil didn't know about that. I'm sorry, Galen. I've let him down in so many ways, but this time, I'm going to make it right. The room freezes, all 7 sets of council members' eyes on me, reflecting horror. Moira looks on me with hate as I lay cards that aren't mine on their negotiation table. Jude stares at me, astonished, and it's an effort to meet his gaze, like he'll be able to read the decision behind my eyes. But Sil, he smiles, the most horrible smile I have ever seen. "My Riven, how we've missed you this evening." Act 3, Scene 23. Later that night, I follow my scripted blocking up to the Playhouse Terrace, much as I resent obeying it. For right now, I have a role to play. By the slow, stumbled chatter, I assume I'm late for my entrance. They've run out of lines. Titus. "Riven!" His voice booms as I emerge, but I catch the tension in his smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at either a new star player or a corpse with a very nice jawline." Mataya kicks him. "Mataya, do you think you could make it more than a few sentences without being such a shameless flirt?" Titus, "With wine like this and a face like yours?" Arius, "Join us, Riven. There's drink to go around." Titus, "So drink, like there's no tomorrow." He winks, but holds my gaze a beat too long, our earlier conversation written behind his eyes. There's a small place below his ear where gold peeks through, the tiniest crack in his costume. Moving to the couches, I seat myself in the space beside Parrish, realizing it isn't incidentally empty, but unwittingly reserved. More of it, scripted. I catch Mataya's attention, where she's plucking figs from a bowl. Her gaze bounces away from mine. There's a new rupture of gold at her hairline, spreading like a web. The player in me sees it and feels disgusted, noting the urge to shed a deteriorating costume, empathizing. But I am the costume, and I'm still here. So I shove those thoughts away. Riven. Any word on the council? Arius grimaces. Titus laughs. Micaiah. From what I hear, I don't think Jude will be joining us tonight. Jude. Actually, he will. We all turn to where Jude stares blankly at us from the top of the steps. I wonder if anyone else notices the messy way his gold irises have begun to bleed into the whites of his eyes. His handsome features, sharp before, are almost inhuman now. Any news? Parrish chirps. Jude. It would seem your speech moved them, Riven. Moved them. A kind way to phrase plucked every line of defense from their fingertips. They've surrendered. Signed on to Syl's new terms, to go into effect beginning tomorrow, after the great Dionysia winner's been crowned. He finds a seat across from me, but avoids my eyes. The Playhouse has won. Silence shivers over the words. Then my cast breaks into cheers. Wine is poured, and chalices are clinked together. I've done it. Exactly what I was designed to do. Taken the world for a stage. Handed it to Syl on a platter. I hate to admit part of me feels good. Complete. Playing my role as it was intended. Jude. Confiscations of Eleutherian weapons and the dismantling of resistance groups will begin immediately after. I expect none of it will go down cleanly. Titus. Well, enough of this doom and gloom. One of you will be dead tomorrow, and that's exciting. The mere mention of the arena sets a chill in the air, as the quiet chorus of banter carefully sculpted around me plays out like a piece of sheet music. I clutch the Eleutherian gold vial in my pocket, wondering what Galen would say, if he could see me now. Arius. Well, Riven? I snap to attention, unsure what the question was, until I realize I know what's been said, because I remember reading this scene. Red wine splashes over the sides of a crystal chalice Arius sets on the table. Any predictions? He clarifies. About tomorrow? Parrish nudges me jokingly. Suppose you'll join us forever? We've got the whole world to perform on these days. I look widely at my cast. Jude's knuckles are white around his cup. I raise my own. Riven. Ignorance is bliss. Our final night slips away with the shift of stars and the clearing of crowds below, though some hopeful onlookers sleep outside the playhouse gates, craning their necks up toward the terrace. The players make their exits in pieces. First Micaiah, who always retires early, then Parrish, who stretches, yawns, and mutters something about checking on her experiment. Then, stubbornly, Titus, who awakens from his drunken stupor at this proclamation. Finally, Arius rubs his eyes, then floats down the stairs after the rest. Alone, Jude and I say nothing to each other. This scene is over. We're supposed to go to bed, too. Being the obedient player Jude always is, he numbly gathers his coat from over a chair without a word. Fine. With my shoulders tight, I turn stiffly and stalk toward the stairs, making my peace with the thought that the next and last time we'll see each other will be in the arena. Riven, he blurts as I pad down the first 3 steps. It's the first unscripted word he's deigned to utter since that conversation yesterday. I throw a look over my shoulder, brow gathered. We're out of lines for this scene. And Jude has made his alliances clear. He speaks, I say dryly. The lights in the stairwell leading to the common room flicker, dimming. We're off script, but somehow it feels more natural than the words that were written for us. This is the safest time to talk. When we return to our rooms at night, before the lights shut off. His voice is tight. The same way it's okay to smile and wave and break character during curtain call. The curtain is starting to shut. I pinch the corners of my mouth into a cold half-smile. Then I had best get backstage before it does. I scamper down a few more steps before he calls, exasperated, Riven! But my next entrance, to my dressing room and then to my bed, is calling. I'm sure he can feel his own blocking, too.
Please,
he adds stiffly, like the word takes a lot of work.
I know you're mad, and you're right to be, but can we just please talk to me?
I try to tell myself it's silly to be angry with Jude, that I can't feel any more betrayed by him than by myself, that we both accepted our roles, no matter how long ago it was. But only one of us seems intent on seeing it through to the end. And I am not just mad about that. I'm furious. I breathe. Look at him. What, Jude? He watches me, suspicious, as I climb back up the steps.
You helped the Playhouse evade a war tonight. I know you too well to think you did it out of the goodness of your heart.
I sense the real question beneath his words, though. Can we go back to safely playing our roles now? The torchlight flickers, then starts to dim. As it does, I catch a glimpse of him, an actual glimpse, of every face Jude has worn, every voice he has spoken to me with.
I want to know why,
he says. You may be my most resilient player, Syl told me, but you had best believe Jude is my most loyal. I hate that, in a sense, Syl has won. I don't know if I'm looking at an ally or an enemy. Maybe some unholy combination of the two. But until I find out which, I do have a new part to play, and it will be a tricky one. My mouth opens. It takes effort to form the words that aren't a line, that my tongue was never supposed to form. Because I choose this, I say. I choose every life we will live after this. I choose our stage and this playhouse. My home. The place where my mark once was twists with phantom pain at the lie. But Jude doesn't seem to notice me wince. Instead, he closes the space between us in 2 strides, throws his arms around me, and he weeps. Act 3, Scene 24. Hugging Jude feels like coming home and shutting the door after you. It feels like the peace and stillness that follows. In spite of how mad I am at him, my resolve softens, my anger briefly melting away into the warmth of his chest. But my ribs feel like they're about to crack, so I wheeze out, Jude, would you please put me down?
Do you know what it is to miss a person for 15 years?
He tucks his face into my hair.
I'll put you down when I'm ready.
The lights flicker again, so I guess Jude's metaphorical curtain is already closing. Noticing this, he tenses, sets me on solid ground, hands finding my face.
God, it all went wrong.
His eyes are bright, restless.
I wasn't sure you'd make it home.
I exhale a laugh, but it comes out bitter as I press my palm to my throat. Yeah, well, I almost didn't. The corners of his smile fall.
That wasn't supposed to happen. I tried to stop it.
He did, just with a different face. Almost dragged me back to the playhouse and foiled Syl's carefully laid plans, and in the end left me with a warning. Come with me or you will suffer.
And then afterward,
he says, quiet.
I still listened for you, just in case.
A blurry memory clicks into place. Nights I couldn't sleep after the marking, exhausted from pain, but alive with a rush of anger. I blamed it all on my so-called curse. But deep in the quiet, during the longest nights, I heard singing. A soft, rich humming from the drawer of my nightstand, where my mother's hand mirror hid. One night, I even opened the drawer, pressed my fingers to the glass. As years passed, I grew certain I must have dreamed the whole thing. I heard you, I say, realizing. It made me feel like I wasn't alone. It helped.
You were so far away from home, with no idea who you were, and I thought maybe hearing...
Jude stops, shakes his head.
I don't know what I thought. You were getting weaker and weaker. Then one night, everything just went silent.
Galen was furious when he discovered the mirror, tossed it right out the window. Jude runs his fingers through his hair, staring off somewhere.
And Mikhail. Gods, he wasn't supposed to die. I messed it all up, Riven.
You stopped him from... I shiver, not finishing the sentence. Jude swallows, nodding.
That last performance with Jean. She'd already broken my fourth wall, and she made a big show of telling Syl she'd burn the playhouse down before shedding her role, as if she could just leave and go live a simple human life. I think it's all in the world that she was ever after. She just wanted out.
Something winds tighter in my chest at the thought that we can't go live normal lives. I'm proof enough of that. And I want out. The corners of my eyes burn, and it takes me a moment to understand why. I can barely recall who Jean was to me, but something stirs in my heart, the same deep and irreversible sense of loss that caved into my chest when my brother was taken from me. I realize I've stepped away, put space between us, and Jude notices too, is looking through me the same way he did that day in the snow, like he's desperately trying to pluck the magic combination of words out of the air between us to convince me he isn't some unfeeling monster. Slowly, I nod at him. Go on. Jude's throat bobs.
When she collapsed, I looked up from the stage and saw Mikhail rise from his seat. Then he took off for the doors.
Jude shakes his head, as if to shake off the memory.
The curtain fell, and I've never run so fast in my life. I cornered him before he reached the lobby. I don't know what he meant to do, but he had a knife in his hands. That same knife you brought in here. For a moment, it was like there was no script. No lines.
His eyes wander to a far corner of the terrace.
He ran. Tried to escape. At some point, we ended up here, and I...
He scrubs a hand over his face, not finishing the sentence.
It was all too late. I'd broken character, badly. That's when this started getting worse.
He moves into the last of the torchlight by the ledge, tugs one sleeve up far enough to reveal where nicks of gold mar his skin.
It spread slowly at first, but the damage was done.
He drops his hands to his sides and looks pointedly down toward the landing, where Mikhail's body was discovered.
The audience was filing out when they found him. It messed everything up. And after Syl made such a big show of the peacemaker.
His voice wavers.
Fear spread. The North declared marking children not long after that. Syl let me out to check on you, make sure you survived, but I...
attempted to drag me back to the playhouse instead. I picture the player I saw, her voice sweet and conniving, luring me away.
Well, I might have not exactly followed the instructions.
He tries to laugh, but it comes out hollow as I look to his scarred hand and refrain from reaching for it. I draw my shoulders in instead, the guilt weighing them down. I could have hurt him much worse that day.
Hell, I'd have gone instead, but Syl, he...
Jude grimaces, and I wonder if I'm imagining the shame coating his expression.
Syl didn't think any of the rest of us would survive that long out there.
Judging by how quickly Jude fell apart during our little adventure through Serene, Syl was probably right about that. It's quiet for a moment. A familiar, nice quiet.
Were they good to you?
Jude clears his throat.
Your family.
He sounds nervous about the answer, unsure what sort of hands I'd been left in. It hurts to think. It all looks different through this lens. I sigh. You first.
My family never existed, now that I think about it.
He shakes his head.
I'm not actually from Thimble. I have all the memories as if I were, though, because Jude is from Thimble. I can't always tell the difference between what's real and what's not.
That's often the case in the playhouse. I collect my memories, real, true memories. I was raised by a mother. In my mind's carousel of recollections, her eyes darted away from me more and more as I grew, her lips white with worry. But I think maybe she was scared of me, Knew something was wrong. Part of me knows not to blame her, not to be bitter. After all, I grew up looking like Mikhail. At best, I seemed like the evidence of an affair. At worst, the suggestion of an affair with a player. I'm neither of those things, and worse. But none of it dulls the sting of her stiff, one-word answers to me growing up. The way her shoulders tensed when I passed, the flinch in her expression when I spoke, the way she'd only ever peer above my head and never into my eyes. She chose not to be a mother to me, either way. The words settle between us. I think harder and decide, that man planted a player in his own home, all for fame and recognition and the obsessive love of another woman, Jean, a character, just like me, who never really existed. You exist, Jude says firmly. I exist, just differently from everyone else. He looks thoughtful for a moment. Is what he did so unthinkable? Betraying the world for love? I watch him back. No, I say. I don't think it's unthinkable at all. That's exactly the problem. I clear my throat, but I grew up. Normal, I thought, until they took me to be marked. A shadow passes over his eyes. I thought the marking would kill you. But Syl swore the safest thing we could do was let it play out and trust that you were strong enough to make your way home to us. I still snuck out once more after to check on you, and he nearly had my head for that. Jude watches the moon full and bright above us. And then I waited, wondering if it was enough, if you were alive or dead. This isn't how I'm supposed to die. That thought sliced through me the night I was attacked at the casting call, because that wasn't the end of my story. Now that I think about it, I know exactly how and when my role ends. I read it ages ago. A shudder skitters up my spine. Another torch blows out. I watched from the window the night of the casting call, waiting for you to come home, and you did, just like you promised, he says. At the memory, I imagine myself standing outside the playhouse, entranced by that voice that seemed to clasp around my heart like a fishhook and pull my feet forward. I think I could have listened to it forever. I think I have listened to it forever. But you didn't look anything like you were supposed to. He stares down at the gates like he sees something I can't, his voice breaking. You were skin and bones. Your face was gray. And gods, the way you looked at me, like you were terrified and disgusted at once, when all I wanted to do was pick you up and never put you back down. And I subsequently made it my personal mission to be a thorn in his side. Gods, he didn't deserve half of what I put him through. I gather the words, but they sound ridiculous now. I thought Kraft had poisoned me. Everyone did, I say, watching another torch start to dim. Food never made me full. Blankets never made me warm. And gods, I hated it when anyone touched me. I trail off, cringing. Everyone's hands were always sharp and cold, and food doesn't sustain us. Performing does, he interrupts, clearing his throat. Craft is the only thing that can warm your blood, and you were all but cut off from your bridge by that mark. And touch, he shudders too. You're a player, the antithesis to reality. Humans, though, they're full with it. They can't escape their reality. It's why they flock to us for distraction. Their touch should repel you. I look at him. I was never cursed. You were starving, he says with a humorless laugh, and subsequently poisoned by that mark, which just sped up the progression and probably damaged the bond between your role and... He doesn't say it. Between my role and the monster that plays it. Syl's most resilient player. I frown at the thought. And then you paraded into the playhouse, deathly unwell from so many years away, and all you wanted to do was leave again. You didn't know half your lines. Then, for you to insist on keeping that mark. He throws his head back, looking exhausted, and I remember all his desperate attempts, not to train me for a competition, but to bring me back to myself, while I fought him every step of the way.
And when you finally did let me burn it off, you just hated me more.
He raises an eyebrow at me.
I thought we were making progress until you showed up to my dressing room with that arrow aimed at me, which you were not supposed to do, by the way.
I grin back. There's something oddly comforting about it, a small relief, that even if so much of it was supposed to be scripted, we weren't. Jude leans back onto the ledge, the dimming torchlight casting his hair in summery shades of auburn, crosses his arms, and finally seems to relax a little. Why didn't you just tell me by that point? I ask, leaning onto the ledge beside him until our sleeves brush. He laughs weakly.
I almost did. About 100 times. I wanted to tell you. But a fourth wall can't be unbroken. Once we know, we know.
He adjusts his rings, like he's looking for a distraction from the thought.
You taking me out of the playhouse was never supposed to happen. It pushed me so far off script, my memories started slipping out of place. My costume, everything.
Dread slices through my chest as I realize what I did. He hadn't even been able to recall my name. I'm sorry, I say, not sure that I am. My favorite parts of Jude have never been planned moments in a crafted storyline. They've been whispered words in the dark, stolen looks backstage between scenes, sly attempts to outsmart each other in the margins of a script we were given no choice in. I'm tired of the two of us being bound to one man's grand narrative. I imagine the entire world is. But as I notice a new nick splitting between my thumb and index finger, a rip in my costume, and a consequence of this conversation, I'm not sure we have much choice. Jude's eyes follow mine to the damage, softening.
It's horrible, knowing, Riven. It's lonely, not to mention dangerous.
He reaches for my hand where it rests on the ledge, examining delicate skin where my costume has begun to fray, like he's afraid of making it worse.
I didn't want this to happen to you two.
With a sort of carefulness entirely at odds with the character he should be playing right now, he presses my palm to his chest, and I can't help but note the familiar rhythm of his heart, a pulse that sounds more like music when I think about it. He pushes up my sleeve, the warmth of his fingers lingering where the flesh has already begun to peel away. His face falls.
And it is anyway.
Fear gathers in a lump in my throat, but I swallow it down. He's right, it has. Even if the worst of the damage can be hidden behind a high neckline, the deterioration has started to spread in small, thin scrapes. I doubt Syl will always be able to fix this with makeup. At some point, Riven, everything I am, will fade to make way for someone new. Some old part of me wants to stomp and scream that it isn't fair, but I think I've done enough screaming into the void about unfairness to last me into the next lifetime. Maybe sometimes things are just unfair. That doesn't mean I'm done fighting. I draw back, and words cut loose from my mouth that I'm definitely not supposed to say, but I mean all the same. I don't want you to go, I utter, and mean it, all my anger crumbling. Jude plucks a piece of ivy from the column beside us, absently rubs it between his index finger and thumb.
I'm not going anywhere. You'll see me again, with a new face, a new name, a new role. And I'm sure you'll drive me to my wit's end then, too.
A new piece of ivy grows in place of the broken one almost immediately, like the old leaf was never there. I won't know it's you, I counter. And I hate the way my heart lurches when I speak. His fourth wall will be rebuilt, and after Riven, mine will be too. Still in this cycle, still in this cage. And you won't know. He holds the ivy over the ledge, and we watch it float down together.
I'd know you with any face and by any name, Riven.
His golden eyes meet mine, and his words wrap around me like a familiar blanket.
Any voice, no matter how cutting. Through any gaze, no matter how loathing. I would know your touch through a closed curtain, and the sound of your step when the last spotlight has gone out. I have known you at the beginning of each performance, and I will bow with you at the brink of every finale.
Finale. That word seems to wedge itself between us, a rift driving us further apart. I pull in a breath, an easier one, lighter, and lift my gaze from where it's stalled on the flecks of gold peeling off my hands, from flesh that's ephemeral, to watch the light in Jude's eyes, which isn't. He and I may be sewn with the same eternal thread, but it still comes unraveled at the end of each show. We're running out of time. A thought hovers at the edges of my mind, that slash of lipstick written across Jude's mirror. I thought a fan must have written it. If not in this one, then in the next. Not a fan's handwriting, and not his. Mine. I grin. If not in this one,
then in the next. I do love it when you leave me notes,
he confirms with a smile.
And I say that calls for a toast.
Jude wanders across the terrace to the table, full with our abandoned chalices. He plucks two and fills them with what's left of the wine, returning with less than half a cup between us and shoving the greater of the two into my hands.
To the gods damned finale?
He asks, raising his cup, a glimmer in his eye. That word again, finale. It rings melancholy in the air as I meet his gaze and raise my chalice. To the gods damned finale. Act 3, Scene 25. All my worst ideas start with this feeling. A subtle spark that tingles at the back of my head. Jude frowns.
That's your scheming face.
Okay, maybe not all that subtle. Another torch blows out and startles us both. We should be in our dressing rooms by now, but I'm not ready to go inside yet. That thought, that horribly risky but very interesting idea, sparkles in my mind's eye, but the words aren't quite there yet. And with it, a deep sense of knowing I will win our freedom if it kills us. Looking at Jude, I wonder if it might. Down below, the nearest city in the south stirs, still bustling with excitement. On the opposite side, in the distance, the north stands silent and watchful, like a garden without sunlight. Somewhere below in the district, the council sits around a table, bickering over the playhouse's newfound re-entry, without ever realizing they've each stood witness to a very elaborate show. Above it all, I can't help but notice how the moon shines down on both sides of Theatron in equal measure. Without warning, I abandon my cup and hoist myself onto the railing, balancing on the soles of my feet as I cling to the ivy wrapped around the nearest column. Jude drops his chalice and rushes in my direction, calling out, "A moment's peace, Riven, I am begging! Now what are you? Ow!" My foot loses its purchase and kicks him square in the chest. "Sorry," I apologize over my shoulder, already lifting myself up the ivy and onto the ornate dome that caps the terrace. If all the craft in the world rests in our veins, the world ought to have a taste of it too. It was theirs once. When I peek over the ledge, I catch a glimpse of the crow statue atop the dome, frozen in flight, its marble wings stretched to the sky. "Up here!" I pull my body onto the very top of the playhouse, Jude already close behind.
"And what are we doing up here?"
he calls after me, climbing onto the ledge. The wind grabs at his hair, throwing it sideways across his face, which in turn looks annoyed. "We're taking bets." I spin and go for the coin around his neck. Jude doesn't move as I snap it from its chain.
"On what?"
he asks, raising an eyebrow. "On the arena." His shoulders fall.
"We know."
Let your mind drift gently with the melody, as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
how that ends. What if we didn't? I ask. In my head, my spark of an idea takes firmer shape, and that shape is a mountain with a well at the top. What if it didn't end the way it's supposed to? His expression strains. Riven. I hold the coin up between us, the moonlight winking off the stamped, frowning mask, then turn it over to reveal its joyful counterpart. Call it. Comedy or tragedy? Jude rolls his eyes. How optimistic are we feeling? In a comedy, everyone lives happily ever after. In a tragedy, scarcely anyone lives at all. Is that your answer? No, he replies and saunters forward. His hands find my jaw, slide back into my hair. The gleam in his eyes could give the stars overhead a run for their money. My answer is that the finale has already happened. We just haven't performed it yet. The coin suddenly feels cold in my hand, the words heavy in the air. It must show in my expression because he adds, I've never pretended to be a hero, Riven. I have no interest in it. What? You'd sooner call yourself a villain? I mean it as a joke, but my throat tightens and the words come out stiff. All that stands between a hero and villainy is proper motivation, he says. Love provokes the hero as violently as it does the villain, and it's merely who tells the story that determines which is which. His words sink into the silence between us. I can't help but wonder which one of those we are, but decide the question is better left unanswered, and, slipping out of his reach, toss the coin. It flips once, twice, maybe 3 times between us, before plummeting back down, where I catch it on the top side of my palm, pressing my other hand over the answer. Well, he prompts, what's this prophetic coin say? I peek, then peer up at him. It doesn't matter. Then I spin and fling the coin as far as I can. It soars and soars until it stops, freezes there in the sky. My hand stretches out to it, feet inching closer to the ledge, until Jude jumps forward to grip the back of my dress and hold me steady. With a flick of my wrist and a whispered command to my craft, the gold illuminates. Just a small burst of light at first, a fractured coin. But while Jude mutters something about not being able to trust me with any of his jewelry, the pieces unfurl in a sparkle of light that first doubles, then triples, then bursts. The illusion echoing across the night sky like a sea of golden stars. Below, the city seems to sparkle under the light, chasing away its shadows. A gentle tug on the back of my dress. I guess I didn't care for that particular necklace anyway, he says. Let's not forget our neighbors. I follow Jude, this time, to the south's side, while he pulls a ring from his index finger. There's not a sound to be heard, save for the music of our feet racing around the dome, recreating my illusion until the entire sky lights up with gold like a brilliant sunset. Far below, doors fly open, windows sliding down for heads to peek out in curiosity. We grin at the delight that squeals in the south, and laugh mischievously at the initial panic that eventually softens into relieved confusion in the north. Wind in my hair, I snap my fingers and watch my tiny stars fall like golden frost, a mirror to my illusion from one night before. For the first time in a very long time, the world outside glows brighter than the playhouse. Jude and I settle ourselves on the ledge, our legs hanging over the drop like children on a log. We might have stayed there forever, had someone not written the words for us to come down. Nixine will begin searching for us soon, wondering why 2 actors are out of bed. And so, eventually, we gather ourselves and stand, ready to go. To sleep, to wake, to take our places for the finale. And my idea for how it might end. I try to parcel the words, to stop him long enough to hear me out, but I'll miss you, Jude, falls from my mouth instead before he can climb back down the ivy. Even though we both know that that isn't even his real name. He slows on his way to the ledge, shoulders shaking with laughter. Good. He turns, flipping his palm to the sky to show me that ugly white scar slashed across it.
Then you'll know how it feels.
I linger, like the clock down in the lobby will quit ticking if I only stay still enough. But part of me suspects Jude is looking forward to shedding this costume, to rebuilding that fourth wall and living in ignorant bliss again. I'd be tempted to, at least. When I don't move, because I don't want this part to be over, Jude relents, saunters up to meet me, smirking like a fox.
I'm never far off, Riven. I've never been far off. What is death but a brief intermission? A moment backstage.
He brushes a knuckle to the delicate skin behind my ear, glides it down my jaw, and tilts my chin up to meet his gaze, which seems brighter than the moon that halos his silhouette.
A quiet place to try on a new costume, and then find you. And even when I'm not there on stage with you, I'm an eye in the audience.
He's worn a lot of costumes through time, and even if I can't remember much, I wonder if this is my favorite. The smile, at the very least, I decide. Always sly and clever, like it's hiding the last verse of a forgotten song. Hair that glints like torchlight at the ends, eyes as bewitching as they are gentle, and, at the moment, disarmed. As if drawn there by some invisible thread, I move to brush my thumb over that single freckle below the left one, shoving away the bitter sense of dread that prods at my heartstrings. That idea starts to gleam in my mind, shinier by the moment.
I am applauding your every move, listening for each and every line, and at the end, I'll be at the stage door to meet you,
he says, and his hands are so warm and familiar, I can't help but lean into them, wrapped in the scent of hyacinth, and not caring that his rings will get twisted in my hair.
Whether in the next life or the one after, I'll wait there in the wings until it's time again.
I'm not ready to let Jude go, but as he slides his scarred palm to the back of my neck, looks on me with eyes that I think I've spent most of this life and several others dreaming about, I don't think I ever will be, either. His lips brush against mine, not for the first time, but possibly for the last. I find myself memorizing every movement, every touch, holding on to the moment like it'll slip through my fingers, the same way Jude is holding on to me. The kiss is nothing like that day in the snow. It's soft, lingering. My arms slip around his neck, drawn into his current, and I lean into the hand he winds around my waist, the fingers he spears into my hair as it shifts, deepens, turns into the sort of kiss reserved for the last act of a performance. Kissing Jude feels like the strike of a match on a bitterly cold night. It feels like waking from a nightmare only to catch the glimmer of a sunrise. It feels like that last piece of a long scattered puzzle finally clicking into place. Until the clinking of what sounds like a fallen chalice freezes us both. Jude whips his head toward the ledge, eyes searching, and I'm suddenly very aware of the subtle clatter of movement down below. Syl? Then the accompanied whispering of shadows. Not Syl. Nixine.
Don't move,
murmurs Jude, who's gone as tense as the crow statue behind him. I hold my breath, but in the quiet, my mind drifts to Jean and the message she gave her life delivering. Riven. Script. Moments pass in rigid stillness, and eventually, Nixine departs, probably to search other crevices of the playhouse for her missing actors. Taking the hint, we retreat back down the ivy in shared silence, in time to witness the only remaining torch snuff out, leaving trails of smoke in its wake. Jude's shoulders drop.
I'd say that's our cue, Riven.
He turns for the stairwell, but before he reaches it, I blurt out, "Wait!" And at last, my very, very dangerous idea spills out of me. Do you ever think about the well? The words are heavy. I'm definitely not supposed to be saying them. If we came from it, doesn't that mean we were free at some point? Jude goes still but doesn't turn. His voice drops to a low, quiet warning.
The well is deadly to us.
He moves to leave again. Is it? I press. And he pauses again, his shoulders going tight. He knows me. He knows where I'm going with this. Why? If we came from it, maybe it only wants back what was taken. Us. Our craft. The gods never poisoned the well after we rose out of it. Maybe Syl polarized it by emptying it of our craft and our power, until it became what it is now, Eleutherian gold. When he caged us, bound us to his script. Slowly, Jude shifts to look at me. His expression might as well be made of stone, but I go on anyway. Wouldn't that mean there was a time when craft belonged to the world? I ask. A time before it was all stolen and hoarded here. A time before we were greedy, he huffs. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe I like being greedy? His eyes dart away like he didn't mean to say that. But think, won't you? I swallow and hurry a step toward him. If there was a time before this, there could be a time after it, couldn't there? Before the playhouse. The script flashes through my mind. My voice strains, thin. Before Syl and that book. That book gives us power, he says, his voice going taut. If we aren't subject to it, we're subject to them. He jerks his chin at the ledge, to the cities beyond. You think we're liars, tricksters, but humans do terrifying things with power, for power. He turns to look at me and his eyes gleam, steadfast. Before, we knelt to the world, not the other way around. Loath as I am to admit it, his words ruffle my prideful feathers. He's right. I do like this power. I like being in control. But I also think he's wrong. Wrong about the people. Wrong about staying trapped here. In my head, through a cloud of foreign memories, I almost glimpse it. Eleuthere, a mountain that peeks over the hills, bleeding gold in a place lost to men, a well at its top. My heart aches for it, misses it. If there was a way to fix this, would you? I let my eyes drift from him out to the world beyond, to the dull and joyless life marked and reveler alike are accustomed to the life I was accustomed to. Fix what we've done. He scratches the back of his neck, hesitating. I'd say the two of us are a little late for redemption, love. We're not. I shake my head, wishing I could brush the guilt from my shoulders. You're not. There's time to undo this. No, there's not. He heads for the stairs, and my heart drops. Good night, Riven. Wait, Jude! I know, there's a way we can stop. Enough! He snaps, gripping the railing. His eyes flare. The castmate is dead because of me. Can I undo that? My mouth shuts, opens again. What happened to Jean wasn't your... I should have stopped her, Riven. His words speed up, like he's been holding on to them a long time, and now they've all come tumbling out. She said all this same nonsense, too. And if I'd gotten her to give up the delusion of escaping this place, if I'd gotten her to comply with the damned script, none of it would have happened. She'd be here. With a different face, fine, but... He shakes his head. I want to interrupt, to reach for him, but I can't move. I'm not even sure if he's talking to me or to himself. We get so little say in our own words, and I wonder if he's been needing to say these for a long time. Syl killed her for refusing to play her role. He poisoned that cup and warned if I didn't help him, if I couldn't prove where my loyalties lie. Jude is my most loyal, Syl's voice taunts in my head. He'd have no choice but to write my role off, too. You think she didn't try to suspend her reality? I let her die, Riven. And then she went on to suffer that horrible halfway existence. Because of me. My gaze lands on the ground, stays there. I don't have words that can fix this. That is why I never told you the truth of what we are, why the others can't know. There are consequences for defying the set storyline, and I won't lose another castmate over it. He stops for breath, all his tender words from moments ago slashed away by the sharp edges of guilt in his tone. There's no forgiveness for that. No undoing it. His eyes shift, harder now. I will not lose you two.
So whatever you're scheming in that devious mind of yours, drop it now.
No, I argue and charge after him. What Syl did wasn't your fault. At least listen to me. Every angle of his face ices over, and the shift is so seamless, I don't dare move any closer.
If there was a way out, I'd have found it, he says. I won't gamble our lives searching for loopholes. What happened to Jean will happen to you the moment he suspects.
Jude cuts himself off like it's bad luck to say the words out loud.
It was me who led us through those gilded doors at the beginning of all of this, Riven. I will be the last to walk out of them. And I will play whatever role I have to if it means holding on to you. Let the gods judge me a villain for it. I will see you in the arena. You will win. And that is the end of this story.
I rush forward. Jude, wait.
I surrendered everything to make this world our stage.
He steps out of reach and vanishes into the darkness of the stairwell.
And heart? I'd sooner burn it down before giving it back.
Presumably, Jude goes to sleep in his dressing room. I do not. In the darkest, quietest moments of night, I slip out into the cold, watching for Nixine over my shoulder. But frankly, I'm more afraid of Jude catching me. I make one visit, two, then a third, and a fourth, and a ninth. By my last, Nixine and her shadows have spotted me and are furiously snatching at my heels, aware that I'm out of bed and severely off script, but not aware that I've spoken to every single one of my other castmates under cover of darkness. As dawn begins to break, I've set the stage for the finale. Act 3, Scene 26. My name is Alistair Hunt. As the morbid excitement of the audience rampages through the vents and carries into my dressing room, all I can think of is that first lie, that first mistake. It's enough to drown out Parrish's humming as she buzzes around my head like a bee, weaving threads of gold into my hair. At the moment, she looks so meek, it's hard to picture her ever winning her own blood battle to claim her place in our cast. Parrish. It's all right. It isn't the first time someone's wondered. I must have been staring. She taps at my jaw to get me to turn and starts painting my lips. They always underestimate the small ones. I was put in the arena with Marcus at the time. He was new enough to be the perfect degree of prideful, the sort that made him laugh at my efforts. Riven, what did you do? Parrish. Most players with a knack for compulsion imbue new emotions in their audience, but my talents lie in the exaggeration of what's already there. Marcus was overconfident, and I amplified that to a sort of blissful unawareness. Pretty easy after that. Oh, don't look so shocked. Jude wouldn't do that. Not his style. I shift uncomfortably at the reminder. I'll be locked in with Jude until one of us is dead. And based on last night, he seems perfectly fine with that being him. Parrish. But that said, she bites her lip, goes back to braiding. Watch your surroundings. Don't trust them, in the arena. And Jude, he always goes for throats. Syl.
Drama queen. Always has been.
Parrish and I look over our shoulders to find Syl at the door, a flat, square box in his hands.
Turns everything into a bloody performance, whether he's supposed to or not.
The unwelcome memory of Dorian's ear in the snow flashes across my vision, while Parrish moves to excuse herself rather quickly. She catches my eye before she goes, though, gives me a subtle nod, then presses her hand to the door. I catch the smallest rip in her elbow, the gold exposed beneath as she vanishes. Syl.
But you, Riven.
He rests the box on my vanity as the door clicks shut.
You are patient, clever. Leave him to his ego and theatrics, and Jude will destroy himself.
With a click, the box snaps open, revealing a tangle of golden leaves fashioned into a thin, glittering wreath. Syl removes it with care.
Remember,
he says, positioning the wreath over the crown of braids atop my head.
Everything you see in the arena isn't happening.
The sharpened edges dig into my scalp, but I don't let him see me flinch.
Stick to your bridge. Do not let Jude have control over the illusion.
My pulse races as Syl brushes the intricate plait parish-styled over my shoulder, and I think my hair must have grown a foot in the time I've been here. The face in the mirror looks so unlike the one I came in here with. Strangely, I think I miss the old one. Syl.
Don't make the mistake of thinking he'll take the first shot he gets. He isn't there just to kill you.
His hands settle on my shoulders, locking eyes with me in the mirror.
He's there to make a show of it. Break a leg, Riven,
he tells me, just as he's told me before every great Dionysia before. Syl moves for the door, and my mouth opens. You've gone to great lengths, Syl. Keeping all of us together, safe, here. He stills at the unscripted line, hand at the doorknob.
Such is the burden of a director.
His words are clipped at the edges. It's curious how you ended up with the script the way you did. I can see from here the muscle ticking in Syl's jaw.
Some playhouse mysteries may never be solved, he says, showing his teeth an awful lot.
For a moment, Syl doesn't look like my director. He looks like what he is, a selfish man with the hands of a thief and alchemist, wielding the stolen power of a god to use and to exploit for his own purposes. I wonder if Syl was as powerless as me once, desperate, hungry, angry. Maybe a day existed before greed overtook his bones and throttled his every desire. But if there was, it doesn't matter now. Nothing is enough for a selfish and simple man. Nothing short of ruling the world.
Your audience is counting on you,
Syl says, tone short.
See that you don't keep them waiting.
The door snaps shut behind him with a little more force than necessary. I retrieve the weapons Parrish laid out for me, 2 daggers, which I secure beneath the flexible layers of my dress, slit high on either side of my hips for easy movement. A long, polished bow, a quiver full of arrows. I pull the 13th one out, examining its point. Then, drawing a breath, slip the small golden vial that Galen gave me from beneath my neckline, where it hangs on a chain. My eyes burn, but my hands are sure as they unscrew the vial and dip the point of the arrow into Eleutherian gold, assuring myself I won't have to use it, that it will never come down to this. Jude's words from last night counter the thought. I will play whatever role I have to if it means holding on to you. Let the gods judge me a villain for it. But I will not play a role anymore. I will not be Syl's pawn, tool, or weapon. I will not be the villain of his story. And as gold dries on the arrowhead, which I stow carefully back into my quiver, I can only hope Jude won't be the villain in mine. The vial vanishes beneath the neckline of my dress. I'm about to head for the arena when a gentle hum snags my attention. The voice beckons me back to the mirror, a soft melody emanating from the other side. I've known it since it sang to me through the mirror years ago, comforting me when I was frightened. He hums the very same tune now, though in a lower, richer tone. Slowly, I place my palm to the mirror. The glass ripples at my touch. Then it warms, and I imagine a second palm meeting the other side of the glass. I can almost see the white scar slashed across it. From the depths of my memory, I recall the words to the tune he hums, a forgotten rhyme from an old play. Until next time, until then, so long until we're back again. Act 3, Scene 27. Riven! Riven! The chant swells from the opening of the stairwell, louder with each step as I descend into the darkness. It stirs something in me, a sense of dread, clashing with the thrill of a performance. By the time I reach the landing and step into the tunnel at the bottom of the playhouse, The audience feels like a riotous storm that shakes the walls and matches the pounding of my own heart. The playhouse draws its strength from its audience. A theater grows weak without them, Jude told me once. And I can feel it now in the thrum of magic rising from the ground. My eyes track the gilded edges of the tunnel around me as they gleam brighter, the gold spreading, warming. Every move forward feels like scratching an itch. Everything my role was created for boiling down to now. My steps echo in time with the crowd chanting the name of someone who doesn't exist. Someone entering a trap full of sparkling chandeliers and red velvet seats. Light darts through the breaks in the curtain up ahead, calling me forward. Sill. "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice bellows, overpowering the cheers. "It is my honor to welcome you tonight to this, the finale of our great Dionysia." Their screams for blood vibrate in the ground and satisfy the hunger of the player within me, inching closer to the surface every hour. My hands find the slit in the curtain, parting it. Sill. "Please welcome, Riven Hesper." The spotlights flood my vision as I step through the curtain, and the arena roars to life. My ears pop at the crash of applause, my head spinning with the blur of faces dotting the circular space, which is fashioned in the same golds and reds of the auditorium above it. In the podium seats closest to the ring, I find my cast, their expressions twisted with forced indifference. Mattia gives me a subtle nod. Titus winks at me. At the center, between them, Sill. In the second row just behind him, the council watches, faces taut. A grin stretches toward my ears as I drop into a dramatic bow. But when I lift my face, take in the crowds, I realize this isn't the arena I remember. It's grown, growing, twice the size I thought it was. The playhouse expands to suit however many wander through its doors, or in this case, through its mirrors. Hundreds of them, lining the entryways beyond the stands, open portals for mortals everywhere to wander in. As stragglers file into the rows and spectators shriek their approval of my entrance, the playhouse seems to tremble, to quake, to soak up the devotion and attention of those who have wandered right into the belly of the theater. Its walls groan, widening around me, making space for more and more patrons. Overhead, the ceiling rises farther away. As its walls stretch, they crack. Goldcraft rushes in to fill the spaces between. Sill. "Joining tonight's finale." He pauses with flair, and unease builds in my chest, my pulse roaring in my ears. "Lead player, Jude Stefaros." Before Sill can bite down on the last syllable of his name, the crowd is on their feet. Thunderous cheers, relentless, as the curtain across the opposite entrance sweeps open. Jude moves into the arena with otherworldly grace, his stature nearly reaching the apex of the opposite arch as he straightens. Golden veins travel like vines from his hands to his neck, glowing beneath the white of his shirt, open at the collarbone. Glittering symbols are painted across his chest to disguise the damage of his costume peeling away. Sewn into his dark hair is a matching wreath, not unlike my own, except the edges stick out, dull and rusted. Sill widely publicized that Jude would be wearing Jean's wreath to honor her memory. She notoriously finished off her own opponent by slashing their neck with the gilded edges of her crown. A grim understanding sinks in. I'm certain Sill's intentions with it reach far beyond any publicity stunt, forcing Jude into wearing a reminder of what happens when we don't obey our storylines, a crown heavy with guilt. In one of his hands, a spear. Jude doesn't seem to notice the audience, his eyes pinning me to the place where I stand, burning with the same determination that's hammering in my chest. The rest of the world blurs to noise and color. He bows, a single elegant movement, too calm for what's coming. I shove down the fear rising up my throat. A confession hovers on my tongue. To Jude, for what I'm going to do. To the audience, for what I am. To myself, for what I'm not. The air between us hums. In my mind's eye, a coin is tossed, flips in the air. Jude looks up. The lights catch the gold in his eyes, the faint shimmer of craft. The noise of the crowd falls away. The coin flips again, comedies and tragedies' faces glinting with each turn. Across the arena, Jude's lips form the shape of 3 words. 3 deep breaths. My lungs comply before I can think. The dread in my chest feels so heavy. I'd rather play any other part than this right now. Still, let us begin. The coin flips once more and falls. Jude does not break his gaze from where I stand. Until now. As his arms rise to the skies, he throws his head back. A word seems to form on his lips as his eyes burn like torches. All at once, a cover of night shakes the ceiling. Then, like a blanket, the illusion of darkness collapses over the arena. And I feel myself falling. Act 3, Scene 28. A fountain gurgles pleasantly beside where my head lies. My body is stretched out on the cool marble floor. I seem to be in some sort of grand hall or atrium. Where am I? How have I gotten here? My mind is too foggy to recall. My stomach twists like a braided rope. There's something I'm supposed to remember right now. Somewhere I'm supposed to be. "Riven?" calls a voice, echoing down one of several long hallways surrounding the fountain. I inhale a sharp breath. I know these walls. "Riven?" says the voice again, female, older, deceptively sweet and patient. Fear slides into my veins, cold and nauseating. I know that voice, too. The woman who etched my mark as a child. Clambering to my feet, I make a dive for the farthest corridor from the voice, ducking into the first unlocked room I find. The room is bare, save for a long table littered with tools used for Eleutherian marking. "There you are." My blood freezes at the sight of the woman standing by the table. Graying hair, stout shape. She isn't threatening, but the scars at the base of my throat burn like hellfire when she tilts her head at me. The woman smiles, her teeth slightly crooked. She dips a sharp instrument into a pod of Eleutherian gold. I stagger back for the door. "Come now, Riven," she says. "Don't be frightened. This is how we do things here." She spits that last part, unable to hide some edge of disgust. That's what wakes me up. "Jude," I whisper, more to myself than to him. Not real. Illusion. Jude had access to my memories during that first reality suspension, and he's resurrected one of my most frightening recollections to parade it before an audience. Not that I have any idea where the audience is. The illusion is too thick, too all-consuming. Mattia warned me to remember that the Great Dionysia is as mental as it is physical, a battle of deception. The goal is to destroy your opponent's sense of reality so thoroughly they don't know to fight back, don't even know who to fight back. It's hard to combat an opponent when you can't tell what's real and what's not. My gaze flies over the stone walls around us to the windows, hunting for the eyes of the spectators beyond. I don't see them, but I feel them. A shiver races along my spine as I realize what I'm dealing with. We draw our strength from our audience, and Jude's is growing. A lot. It all looks so real. The woman clicks her tongue. "Sharp, aren't you?" But then, her bored eyes dip to the gold pod in her hands. "You let them do this to you." I startle at his bold words, and the woman laughs, but it's Jude's voice that comes from her mouth this time. "They can see us, dear heart, but I'll take care that they only hear what we want them to." He's playing tricks with the sound. "Sorry for all this, by the way." He gestures broadly to our surroundings. Right. He's painted this awful scene intentionally for the audience, a memory so many of them know well from their own lives. "But they're expecting a show, and we might as well give them one." He nods encouragingly. "Fight back, Riven." "No." The word rushes past my lips. I can't." His brows fall like he's misheard. "You can." Apprehension curls around his voice. "It's okay. I'm ready." "I won't." My voice strains. I reach for the courage to speak words I couldn't last night. I won't fight you. I'm done with this script, Jude. And with every other. His costume falters, dissolving from his true face all at once, like every other thought has cleared from his mind, and I know I've struck a chord. He's heard those words before, from Jean. Jude's expression twists with disbelief, and his attention darts to the windows, as if Syl is right there at the glass, watching us, still pulling the strings. In the breath of a second, his demeanor goes rigid with resolve. Then I suppose I will have to convince you. Funny, I say. Something in his tone makes me want to reach for the arrows resting at my hip, but I force my hands to stay at my sides. Because I came to do the same thing. His eyes flash up to our surroundings again as he grits his teeth, maybe nervous that his masking of our voices has slipped, that Syl will hear me. A muscle feathers in his jaw as he turns his gaze back to mine, taking in my words, my intent. I want freedom. And Jude has always chosen power. His caste. Me. His eyes stir like storm clouds, and I can feel he's on the precipice. His promise last night rings in my head. I will play whatever role I have to if it means holding on to you. His face goes cold, and my stomach sinks. He's made his choice. He will play the villain in tonight's performance, just as Syl wanted. Act 3, Scene 29. So be it, he says, his hands balling into fists. At the dark shift in his voice, I take a defensive step back. Jude. There are 3 things I will have you know before the end of this, Riven. An edge cuts into his words as he recites the line. 1, that this is not your home. He throws his hands out, gesturing widely to the windows where the illusion of the district awaits outside. Instantly they shatter, glass scattering everywhere. A piece bites into my palm when I duck to cover my face. Jude, no matter where you go, no matter who you become, and no matter what you do, you will always come home. He bites down on each word. Home here, where we belong. Home to the playhouse. At that line, an anger in me wakens. Being trapped here in the playhouse, being planted in the real world like a festering wound, being used like a chess piece. Do not let Jude have control over the illusion, Syl's voice prompts in my head. I move fast, doing exactly what I did on this day 10 years ago when I was marked. I start to shove the work table over, only now, with the strength of the player I know I am. My arms thrust it at Jude with a force that pins his back to the wall. The crash of the impact shudders through the stone walls as I grip the handle of the door and summon a command under my breath. The foundations of his illusion splinter, rumble. A groan peels my attention back to Jude, who pushes the workbench off, jaw tightening, the proud glint of a challenge accepted in his eyes. The walls shake as I slip outside and slam the door shut on him. His mirage collapses, the houses and streets he conjured crumbling to ash. Methexis, I utter, and my craft rushes in response. I need to buy time before Syl realizes something has gone wrong. Make it seem like I'm fighting back until I can get Jude to reason with me. I kneel and speak to the ground. You are not dust, I tell the rubble as it swirls uneasily, like something living is beneath it. You are limestone. You are war-torn. You are an ancient city. Two can play at his memory game. I saw his recollections, too. The dust rises, solidifying into tall, cracked columns topped by heavy marble domes. I sing to the stone until it smooths into a winding path between dry grasses. The tips of my fingers prod at the sky, summoning a white moon and a foreboding wind. The scent of fear stifles the air, sharp and bitter. I draw from my bridge until the illusion molds into the shape of a different city. The lost ruins of Thimble, the same city I saw in Jude's memory. A false memory made up for his role. But whether the memory is real or not, Jude remembers every bit like it happened. I creep along the empty streets of my illusion until I find him. He faces away from me, statue-like at a crossroads, his attention roaming warily. Shoving my heels into the ground, I back behind the thick trunk of a tree and watch from afar. Then his shoulders shrink inward like a child's, eyes shifty and uncertain as he blinks up at the sky, like he can't remember what he's doing or why he's here. I reach out, nip and pull at his mind with compulsion until nothing exists except this moment, this memory. You are young. I weave deception into my tone as the wind carries my whispers to his ears. You are scared. The earth rumbles again as the wind thickens, black with smoke. I raise my mouth to the sky and command it to turn red as blood. Finally, with a flick of my wrist, I resurrect the illusion of stakes rising from the earth, the burned golden remains of our fellow players scorched upon them. Flames race through the streets, tearing toward Jude. He cries out, staggering back. He may not have lived this memory, but the player in him knows the scene well. We all do. Jude collapses to his knees, staring at the burning players on the hill, no longer the terrifying creature from a moment ago. He looks small, vulnerable. I catch a glimpse of the hopeful thing he is at heart before fear and pride hardened him. I conjure a mask for myself, that boy I saw in Jude's memory, morphing inward, younger, innocent. Dipping my thumb into the ground, I swipe ash over my cheek and notice the rough calluses of my costumed hands. Then I run into the burning city, as someone familiar, a friend, someone he'll trust. Jude! He blinks in my direction, eyes wide and frightened. Recognition blooms in his expression. I motion for him to follow me, running for the shelter of the city's temple built to honor the first players. Under my breath, I conjure the distant chorus of slaughter, a gust of shattering limestone. Jude's feet pound after mine, all the way to the columns of the temple. I don't need Jude to let his guard down. I only need him fooled long enough to lure him toward one of the heavier columns. Embers fall over the city like rain as we dart through the temple's courtyard, the night sky deepening into a darker, angry red. I lean down, brushing my fingers to the stone. Tremble, I tell them, and straighten before Jude notices. The ground obeys, shifting beneath us. Jude swears and runs between two of the columns as the marble splits at our feet. He whirls, running his hands through his hair, eyes wide and blinking, like he knows something is off about his surroundings but can't place what it is. I watch the pillars, straining my craft toward them. You are weak, I whisper to them. Jude pauses a few feet from the columns, shoulders rigid. His gaze narrows at the faded tile at his feet, then up at the columns. You cannot stand, I tell the pillars, as Jude approaches them for cover with caution. He kneels to the ground, plucking a stick from the tile defensively. I close my eyes and focus. You will fall, I command them. But when I open my eyes, Jude isn't by the pillars. He stands only a few feet from me as the column tips behind him. With a thunderous crash, the falling support beam shakes the foundations of the earth. Overhead, the dome ceiling lurches inward, begins to crumble. Then I register the object in Jude's hands. Not a stick. A pointed silver spear, the one he held when he stepped into the arena. No sooner have I grasped the turning tables before Jude pivots and throws the spear. The head slices across the air. A sharp pain explodes through my side. Jude, impressive. You had me a moment. His tone drawls, putting on a show for the crowd as I lay gasping, the spearhead buried in my side. My torso feels wet, warm. His steps approach. You should have chosen someone else to mimic. Jude's brow draws together in annoyance at my mask, which dissolves from my skin. I'm unable to hold the illusion any longer. Lucas never made it out of the city. Wasn't fast enough. I told you I escaped alone. He tilts his head. Why are you drawing this out, Riven? I've given you several opportunities now. Finish it. I gasp for breath, but it falls right out of my lungs. Pain scorches from my side and pulses through my body. This isn't enough to kill me. Jude knows that. He just wants me angry enough to fight back. And he's right. That anger is warming behind my eyes, starting to burn in my throat. He knows if I won't follow the script, the monster beneath my skin will. I won't fight you, I rasp. I am done. Jude whips his gaze up like he's heard something strange, searching the false world around us. Then he winces, clutching a hand to his temples. As he does, something twists in my mind, and I feel it too. The script. Our performance has gone awry, and the near irresistible urge to submit to the words written for us is calling us back. Something like panic flashes across his face. Then, quick and merciless as a whip, Jude grips the end of the spear before I can pull it from my side and twists. "Fight me, Riven!" he roars as the city crumbles. My illusion slipping and breaking as the urge to suspend my reality, to let this body die for a moment, overwhelms my thoughts. Darkness bruises my vision. Above us, cracks in the temple dome spread like tree branches, ready to fall in a hailstorm of rock and debris. Marble splits beneath my back. My mind begs for rest, to release the illusion and embrace the shadows hovering over my vision, eager to take me. I am so tired of fighting. Surely Syl knows by now. Knows something has gone wrong. Jude.
The second thing I will have you know before the end of this.
The skin across his left eyebrow is splitting, gold bleeding viciously down the side of his face, his costume tearing more as I push us further and further off script.
There is no true good, and no evil. Only those powerful enough to decide which is which.
My eyes narrow at the chain around his neck, bare now. The coin gone. 2 sides of a shiny coin used to purchase terrible things. I will not be used anymore. In the distance, I hear screams, the roar of the audience, someone calling my name. Jude gives the spear a final twist, shouting at me to fight back, but blood roars in my ears over his words. Then, exactly what Jude wants. Something visceral and unforgiving boils in my blood, rises to the surface. The player beneath my skin, summoned by the dangerous realization that I'm refusing my role, a marionette yanking on its own strings. White-hot craft bursts behind my eyes. My gaze turns on Jude, and fury frames it. I'm going to kill you. No. I sever the thought, strangle the overwhelming intention to fight, to kill, to rip the spear from my flesh and slash it across Jude's throat. Shadows eclipse my vision, my blood burning through my veins. With a cry, I throw my hand onto the marble and voice to the stone a final command. Before Jude can react, the dome falls, and the ground splits open, swallowing us both. Act 3, Scene 30. My fingernails scrape at the splintering floorboards, cold and rotting. Then the smell hits me. Snow and oak. Pain cleaves through my side as I push myself up to take in my surroundings, one hand clumsily staunching the blood and discovering shreds of my dress drying into the rapidly healing spear wound. I'm alone in a cabin, and I've been here before. Dorian. I recognize the chair I was tied to in the corner. Fear bobs in my throat when I notice the bottle, there at the very center, its serpentine silver top. Poison of echidna.
Go on,
A voice growls. It sounds like Dorian's.
Since you loathe your life so.
I picture the bottle I've seen, wrapped in layers of satin in Jude's dressing room. He must have brought it into the arena, not to force to my mouth, but just to see if I'd do it. Because I almost had. That day Dorian waved the vial in my face, I'd considered it. Now, I grip the poison and hurl it at the wall. A sparkle of glass sprinkles over the floor like rain as I stagger to my feet and run for the door, grabbing the handle and yanking it open. I hurry outside, the shock of snow pressing into my sandaled toes, nearly making me stumble. But I keep running, weaving among twisted branches and jumping over fallen logs. Night is thick in the air, and everywhere I look there's nothing. Nothing but the stretch of tall, dark trees and twisted branches along the side of a steep precipice of ice and stone. I slow to catch my breath and walk over to the edge of the cliff, peer down at the rushing black river far below. I steel myself, but hair rises on the back of my neck and a cold shiver rolls down my spine. I'm being watched. "Where are you?" I call out. The ache of sleet soaks my heels. "Show yourself!" A long shadow emerges from behind a tree. My hand presses at my side to stem the flow of blood. A prop metal spear wound isn't enough to incapacitate me, but my legs have begun to wobble as the figure moves in my direction, slow and deliberate. I dread the light, waiting for it to shine over Jude's face. But when he steps into the dim moon glow, it's not Jude. It's worse. My lungs cinch, recognition cutting into me. Galen steps forward into the snow, blinking with confusion. Moonlight shadows half his face. Normal, relaxed, kind. His head drifts lazily to one side.
"You should really be getting home, Riv. What are you doing out here?"
The calm timbre of his voice unglues my anger, my resolve collapsing like my illusions a moment ago. It's enough to make me wonder if, after a long, terrible nightmare, I've woken up. All I want in the world is for him to be real. Galen, I breathe, though I know it isn't possible, even if every detail down to the small scar above his cheek is intact, and... My eyes lower to the crimson stain that blooms from his chest. Small at first until it spreads. A startled sound pushes from my throat, followed by the sort of unfettered rage that sends my feet rushing forward. Galen catches hold of me, his hands firmly gripping my elbows.
"This!"
he whispers harshly, inches from my face. But that crackle of hostility doesn't fit his voice. He never sounds angry.
"This is what humans do. To you, to me, to everything good and everything we love."
The words tug at my heartstrings. Galen wasn't killed by my kind. He was killed by an ordinary human.
"They don't know right from wrong. They have to be taught."
He presses. The scent of blood stings my nose. I shut my eyes, begging my ears for silence, when all I hear is my brother's voice.
"This is what they take when given the chance, Riven."
There are a million things I would tell Galen if I could, but none of them surface. And this is not Galen. Bitterness festers in my chest, grows. The air around me hums, alive and thunderous. I want the illusion to go away, to stop, but I can't focus. It's too convincing. Part of me isn't sure it isn't my brother, that he hasn't somehow emerged from the dead to rescue me.
"Don't let all this death be for nothing,"
he says. My eyes snap open, meet his gaze. Gold slices across his eye like a live ember, and it's enough. Jude. I'm in the arena with Jude. This isn't real. He's trying to provoke me with every vile thing the world has done to me until I break. I grip him closer to me. "Trust me," I say. "I won't." Then I take a sharp step back, off the cliff, casting us both into the icy waters, gnashing below. Act 3, Scene 31. The ground is dry, but I am soaked, shivering from the cold, though I'm faintly aware of the feeling of warmth gushing from the gash in my side. It's so dark I can't see. My whole body aches, my memory burning with confusion. The finale wasn't supposed to go on this long. I'm far off script, and I just want it to be over. I want to be home. That word shudders through me, warms the ice in my veins, bleeds out from my fingertips as I lie here, staring at a blank, dark sky. Home. One by one, lights, stars, flower across it, illuminating a brilliant white moon. Home. The hard ground beneath my back softens. Silky moss blooms from the dirt, emerald green and spreading like paint on a canvas from where I lie. Home. My back begs for rest as I roll onto my side and push shakily to my feet. Under my sandals, a path of white glitters like sea foam, pouring over the hill and then up to the top of a mountain. Home. An eruption in the earth tingles beneath my step as I climb uphill. Cracks break across the mountain, trenches that fill with gold and trickle from the top like intricate lines on a map. A hum swells in the ground, music I can feel more than hear pulsing in the air. Onward, alone, I go, brushing the tips of my fingers along the bark of a tree. It responds with blooms of sapphire and violet on its heavy branches. I breathe out, and the wind answers, a light breeze that nips at my ankles, tugs at my hair. If a crowd watches me from somewhere afar, I don't hear them. All is silent, save for the chime of the stars. Golden streams and pebbles that glimmer like pearls pave my path. Everything that once filled this place before it was drained, destroyed. My home. Eleuthère. I'm alone, and it occurs to me for the first time that maybe alone isn't a bad thing. My feet move through Eleuthère like my heart beats in the earth, until I reach the top of the mountain, where every golden stream meets in one pool. The well we came from. It stretches in a large oval, maybe 20 feet across, gaping like an open wound upon the hill, luminous as my own skin, golden, alive, and ancient, soaking up starlight in a hazy swirl of brilliance that's almost too bright to look at. In its reflection, I don't see my own face. I see 100, and then 1,000, all of them morphing and shifting. I know each of them, their stories still awake and breathing in my blood. On the other side of the golden pool stands Jude, unmoving. Or what's left of him. Our tumble down the cliffs pulled skin from his frame, leaving new gashes of gold in his flesh. The cut on his eyebrow slices all the way down to his lips now. His eyes flicker from the well to the mountains sprawling below us, to every glittering star watching from above like an eager audience. We aren't really here. We're still in the arena. But this is where we're supposed to be, and Jude knows that too. He approaches the well with his shoulders tight, expression distrusting, then swiftly kneels before it, peering deeply into his own golden reflection. When he finally tears his gaze away, looks to me, cracks form in his eyes, that same ruin that dwells in my own. Rising slowly, he begins to make his way around the well. Jude, I say, careful. Please. Come home. With me.
This place doesn't exist anymore, Riven.
The words rip from his throat so viciously I startle.
Eleuthère is gone.
But the well isn't, I plead as he comes to a sharp stop a few paces from me. We were stolen. Trapped here in the playhouse, and we've been in this cycle for a long time.
The playhouse is our home,
he snaps.
It's all we have left.
It's not. My heart pounds, unruly, but my resolve doesn't waver. We're more than weapons, and you're more than your fear of not being one. I breathe and reach for words, for the ones I mean more than all the others. Don't make me leave this place without you. That does it. Jude's face clears fully and completely, void of expression. A merciless silence stretches between us for one breath. Two. He knows I won't play Syl's role any longer. By now, he knows I have no intention of winning the great Dionysia either. Then his face shifts, stretches like a jackal. Without warning, he bolts, runs at me, hand poised for my throat. But I'm faster. I draw my bow and the Eleutherian arrow from my hip, halting Jude where he stands. He freezes, and arms reach between us, every muscle going still as stone as he watches the point of my arrow poised at his heart, at its golden tip. The shift of power between us is instant. The hand he'd trained on my throat drops uselessly to his side, defeat welling in his face, pure and resolute, with the quiet hint of a smile. But I'm not fooled. I know Jude has begun to count his breaths in case he needs to hold the last one. Until he nods, daring me. Go on, he seems to say. End it. Though I can't see them, I feel the stares of the audience around us, locked in dead silence. Gritting my teeth, I push everything else out. The third thing, I demand, my voice hoarse. Jude shuts his eyes, resigned, and I press on. The third thing you would have me know before the end of this. Tell me what it is. Jude's eyes flutter open, bright with determination.
That I have loved you.
He raises his head, voice steady, certain.
Unreasonably. Entirely. Unfairly, and gods know, selfishly. In every life that I have lived.
fingers hesitate on the bowstring. Just once, I nod. Then forgive me for what I have to do in this one. In a breath, I twist, leveling my arrow at the moon glowing overhead, and release it. Act 3, Scene 32. For a moment, the world is silent. Then the sound of an Eleutherian gold arrowhead ripping into the very heart of the playhouse crashes through the stillness. My arrow found its mark, piercing the marble dome directly overhead and what lies above it, the stage. The playhouse quakes violently as what seems like millions of cracks crisscross the dome, reaching farther and farther. In a breath, our illusions dissipate like dust in the wind. Eleuthere slips away, replaced by the horrified cries of an audience watching, bewilderment filling the arena as the lights flicker. Drawing a second arrow, I aim at Jude, who watches me, open-mouthed, as chaos erupts. Before he can make a move, I level it at his chest and breathe one word. Run! His jaw shuts to clenched teeth. Defeated, he turns and runs from the arena like a bolt of lightning, disappearing beneath the arch. The audience rises to their feet in confusion, panic closing over the arena as I catch sight of Syl shouting orders at the rest of my cast to file out. Shutting out the voices, the shuffling feet, I home in on my inner world, my bridge. Methexis. Power reaches up from the ground, warmth beckoning. I draw from it, from the depths of my motivation, until craft pulses through my bones so strongly I think they might melt. I lure that power to the surface of my tongue and look at the audience. Leave, I command, compulsion dripping from the words. The mirror closest to you. Now. There's no hesitation. All at once, the audience floods toward the exits, unable to resist the command. Rapidly, the arena begins to empty. In the center of the chaos, I embrace every bitter reality I've fought for as long as I can remember. Of what's unfair, of what's imperfect, of what's temporary, of what I can't have, of what I can't control. My body is breaking under the weight of my own anger, and I can't hold on to it any longer. I inhale 3 deep breaths, and finally, release it. I forgive every moment of it. Something shatters deep in my head, and I feel the player in me shriek, her grip on me slipping as the bond between us fractures. When I look up, I find Syl, his eyes ablaze and burning holes into the place where I stand. But as the marble splits open at my feet, fissures racing up the walls like a cracked teacup, he turns with furious resignation and runs for the exit. And so do I. Act 3, Scene 33. My legs grow heavier with each step, the player beneath my skin alive, awake, furious, grasping for control, but no longer able to puppet me so easily. When I emerge into the hall outside the arena, compelled spectators seem to be making frantic exits through every mirror portal in sight. And if every mirror is open, that means at least one thing so far has gone according to plan. Syl will have fled to the green room, where he expects to find the other players. But I flee to the lobby instead, where the players will have actually gone. Hopefully. I spy Arius's long golden hair first, and relief washes over my very bones as Parrish pokes her head out from behind him, while Micaiah and Titus wander in from the opposite side. For the record, Titus calls at me as I tear into the lobby. He cracks his knuckles. Opening all the mirrors at once is a fucking nightmare. I fly into his arms with a hug before doing a brief head count, not just of Titus, Arius, Micaiah, and Parrish, but of Cicero and Cora from the costume wing, and of the 10 nameless crew members dressed in black and masked with deliberately plain faces, 5 of whom played the roles of my fellow auditionees only weeks ago, and have been resting in the temporary, unnamed roles of stage crew ever since. All of whom I paid a visit to last night, after my attempt to get Jude on board failed miserably. At my confession, I watched as the memories of their lives, of who they were, who they are, and who they will be next, crashed over their eyes. As the shared ache for home shimmered in their faces, each made an agreement with me, and for a moment, the victory of that was enough. But Jude's absence might as well be a presence in and of itself. All here? I take notice of the clump of hair missing from the side of Titus's scalp. Gold swells beneath it. He took the fourth wall break first, and maybe the hardest. Parrish's palms are lined with ripples of gold. There's a chip in Arius's nose. All who matter, and then some. Titus nods at Parrish and the obscure jar of trinkets, rehearsal room keys, and what might be a live grasshopper resting in her hands. She shakes the jar at Titus and murmurs that she can take whatever props of hers she wants, then turns to me. "Where is Jude?" Parrish asks, shifting anxiously from one foot to the other. "I thought he'd come." My eyes burn. I thought he'd be with me, too. I felt certain he would change his mind. With a small shake of my head, I say, "Let's get out of here." I cast a fleeting glance at the clock face hanging grimly over us, its hands taunting me and indicating 10 minutes until midnight, which marks the end of the Great Dionysia. My heart outpaces its ticking as the window on our freedom narrows. Our contracts will seal the gates once more at the stroke of 12, keep our feet from crossing the threshold until the next one. Sills leash on us, ready to tighten. Hurrying toward the grand entryway, I throw open the playhouse doors. They crash loudly into the night as I descend the steps. A waiting crowd outside screams their surprise, gathered at the gates and anticipating the celebration of a victor, not the chaos of thousands flooding back through the mirrors in desperate escape as cracks climb the sides of the playhouse. No one understands what the last few hours have meant for the playhouse, for Theatron. Only that something has gone deeply wrong. Taking my place at the front, I turn to watch my cast file down the steps. Arius throws me a smile. I nod back, remembering our hushed conversation from the night before. "I followed you out of the well," Arius said. "I will follow you back in." He took to the idea fastest, keen to mend all we've broken. I can't help but think his short fables of wisdom and consequence will return to find eager ears. He tells them so well. Parrish, whose tales I expect children have missed dearly, hops down the steps, filing off to my left. "You know," she said last night, stroking a stuffed animal as if it were alive, "I've grown sick of this place. A little cage-like, don't you think?" Titus grins at me, though gold has torn through the left side of his smile. His stories make me laugh the most. "Well, Riven," he said, "it's been a pleasure performing with you. Now let's get the hell out of here." Mattia gives me a resolute nod on her way down. I have no doubt the world will once again fall in love with the sagas I've heard her craft, epic and sweeping adventures that keep even me on the edge of my seat after all this time. I expected her to fight me, to be the hardest to bring back to the reality of what we are. But ever since her run-in with our scripts hidden in Jean's portrait, her skin has thinned, her costume becoming heavy and worn after hundreds of years wearing it. She only looked at me and said, "He won't go, you know. Jude." We moved to the landing under the watchful eyes of a baffled audience screaming for our attention, the moon high and bright as I raise my face to the sky. Gold sinks over my vision as my cast readies to move the playhouse one last time. The ground rumbles violently as the theater sinks into the ground, black mist billowing over us and obscuring the world beyond the gates. The air strains taut as the wails of the audience fade. Above, the sky darkens until we're fully immersed, left with nothing but the golden light streaming from the playhouse windows. At the sound of the doors opening, I turn and freeze at the figure tearing from the doors like a hellhound. Jude. For a moment, a weight releases from my chest. He's changed his mind. He's here. We can all... "Riven, stop!" Jude shouts, his voice like a crack of thunder as he races down the steps. At that word, at the fury that sharpens it, my hope gutters and slips away. Something between fear and dread takes its place as he closes in, the angles of his face morphing monstrously. But the theater is already rising up again, the ground rumbling and snapping as the playhouse reaches its final resting place. Around us, the shapes of hills and burned trenches materialize, the sky a dusty gray. All that remains of the real Eleuthère. Home. The moment Jude recognizes our surroundings, fire ignites behind his eyes, so overrun with craft that I can barely see the whites of them. As the playhouse settles, he turns on me, his face full of dread, not just as he takes in Eleuthère, but as he notices the rest of our cast. His eyes dart from them back to me. "What have you done?" I lower my hands, step forward, and in spite of all my resolve of knowing he meant it last night when he refused my idea, I reach for him. "You can come with us. Please." "It isn't that simple," he pleads between uneven breaths. "You don't know what will happen if we leave." "Maybe." I look beyond him, at the playhouse doors at his back. "But we know what will happen if we stay." "Riven." He tries again, his tone softer now, playing a familiar melody on my heartstrings, like the right words will mend everything. I wish they would. "I am not your enemy. Surely you remember that." I press my lips together, unsure either of us knows what we are to each other in this moment. "What I remember," I say, "is growing up in a world without music, without story, without color, without anything that I am made of. And it isn't fair, to me or to anyone." My breath catches. Maybe if I'd never left the playhouse, maybe if I never learned what we took.
"You won't fix the world this way."
He moves forward and I move back. The child I saw in the mirror flickers through my mind.
"We can't. And even if we could, this world wouldn't deserve it."
I wish the anger would come back, but none is there in his face, just a winking ember of hope. Something in me wavers, grabs hold of his words and starts to examine each one, because I think he's right. I can't fix the world. I don't know how. I don't even know how to fix all the damage we've already caused. "I don't need to save the world," I whisper. And as his expression breaks, I force the next words from my throat. "But I won't be used to destroy it, either." That ember of hope goes out, and something dark ignites in his eyes instead, alive with unholy rage, as his hands shift with light, maybe to try and order our cast inside, maybe to move the playhouse away from here. I'm not sure, and I brace for a fight. But as the mist clears, Jude goes still, his eyes moving beyond me to our home, Eleuthère. It's not the paradise I conjured in the arena. It's burned and vile. The flowers are flat and withered, choked by dry weeds. The sky drifts overhead in ugly shades of dark gray, mist too thick to see the stars. No matter how many years pass, Eleuthère can't heal. Not when all of its craft has been drained, stolen. His jaw tightens as he turns to take in the playhouse behind him, the hairline fractures webbing up its sides. And I see it as he lowers his brow, tilts his head, that inkling of doubt. He drops his shoulders, looks to his cast.
"All of you,"
he calls out, his voice hoarse. Silence answers. I'm not sure what exactly does it. If it's the twisted words throttling the air between us, the crumbling theater empty of our cast members' laughter, or maybe it's the audience of one still inside, controlling our worlds with the tip of a pen. There are worse things than being trapped, Jude told me once. It's safer. Nothing bought with fear is worth having, I say quietly. Jude steps back like I've slapped him, disbelief drawing his expression taut, as if he's replaying everything that led to this moment and can't puzzle out where he went wrong. Until his eyes fall on me, then drift to the closed gates beyond, and finally it dawns on him. He lowers his chin like he's about to nod, to speak something, anything. His expression breaks, pinching with pain. Jude lurches, grasps at his chest like he can't breathe. At the same time, my spine goes stiff as steel. He doesn't have to say what's wrong. I feel it too. A pull in my blood to go back into the playhouse. A visceral warning that we've all run our storylines rogue. Syl and the script. "He's coming," is all Jude gasps out. And before I can respond, he races past me, storming for the gates. The world seems to groan beneath our feet as he throws them open to Eleuthère, where there's no audience to greet us. "Go," he says, turning to us. No one moves. "All of you," he roars. "Go!" The stillness breaks at the command. I draw a breath of relief as my cast startles and turns for the exit without arguing, filing quickly through the gates where they'll begin their short trek to the well on top of the mountain. Mattia throws a questioning look over her shoulder at me as she departs, and I nod. "Go, right behind you." I turn to Jude, expecting him to follow, but he's already tearing back toward the steps. His stride falters, then stops short when he reaches me, meets my eyes like he's looking at them for the last time. "I will not apologize for loving you, dear heart," he says. "But I hope you'll forgive me for having done it so dreadfully." The words are as cutting as they are a salve, but there's something unspoken just beneath them that makes my heart plummet. "Jude, why are you saying—" "For the same reason we've never made it out." He holds my gaze. Decision made. I've tried. I've read this story 100 times. I uselessly grasp for my memories, but they're blurred at the edges. "We've tried to leave before?" "He'll call us back so long as he holds the script. One of us was always going to have to stay behind." Jude breathes, looks longingly at our cast as they begin their walk to the well, and those eyes that were full of fury a moment ago soften, cloud with fear, like he's sitting front row at a play of his own nightmares, like he knew he was always cast to be left behind. "You were right to call me a coward all that time ago, Riven. The gods, I love trying to prove you wrong." "It was me who led us through those gilded doors at the beginning of all of this," he told me. "I will be the last to walk out of them." "I'll hold him off as long as I can." His voice is steady as he drops his hands, but the shallow breaths rising in his chest betray him, the color draining from his face as he looks to the waiting doors of the playhouse, beckoning him, and 2 words ring like a bell through my head. Not yet. But before the thought reaches my lips, he runs back up the stairs, stopping only to look over his shoulder, something unreadable in his expression. "Be free, Riven." And then he's gone, vanishing inside the playhouse. All of a sudden, it's silent. I stare at those gleaming doors, which hang open like the jaws of a beast, and I almost think my shadow has followed his back in. "I won't leave you behind," Jude once told me. Damn it all, Jude, I mutter under my breath, stubbornly changing course as those 2 words crawl along my spine. Not yet. My legs ache as I run up the steps of the playhouse and fly through the entrance just as a loud, brassy song vibrates through the ground. The chime of the grand playhouse clock declares midnight. Behind me, the gates seal. Act 3, Scene 34. I don't dare call for Jude as I hurry through the playhouse antechamber. The last thing I need is for Nixine to hear me shouting. We're both so far off script, there's no telling what the stage manager will do if she finds us. But Jude won't be able to hold Syl off by himself, not so long as Syl holds that script. A shudder racks my body as I pass by that gilded arch of ghastly faces I noticed the first night I stepped into the playhouse. They don't look like they did that night. They're melting, their bright smiles drooping into tragic expressions. Everywhere I look, rust flowers across the walls, mold eating away at the gilded edges. The playhouse groans beneath my feet like a sinking ship, welcoming its captains who have returned to sink with it. Each step forward sends tiny fractures skittering across the open, empty floor. There's one relief. Thank the gods, the audience has fled. My pulse races as I hurry through the melting arch. Parting the torn curtain, I enter the lobby, discovering a rotting display of golden chandeliers and split railings leading up cracked stairs. And Jude, striding halfway across the room, comes to a sharp halt at the sound of my step. His shoulders shake with laughter, and I think he curses before turning to cast a glare my way. "Of course," he says. "Why would you stay put? My fault for expecting you to do something you have absolutely never done." He's trying to sound lighthearted, but the strain in his tone gives him away. "Every finale." I repeat his own words from last night back to him as I run across the lobby. "You said every finale." The ground rumbles again as the nearest column ruptures violently up the center and into the ceiling. The playhouse is not a building. It's an illusion, one crumbling quickly with all of its players off script and abandoning their roles. Something between mutual understanding and a grim sense of acceptance settles in the air between us. "We best not be late for the last one, then," Jude says, offering his hand. Overhead, one of the chandeliers droops lower, hanging precariously crooked. This theater is about to collapse on both of us. Jude sighs. "I'm going to assume you have one of your charming little plans cooked up." "It's definitely one of my worst, yes," I agree as dust flutters down like snow. "Riven," he says, eyes following the damage. It's falling apart about as fast as we are. "Whatever happens." He searches for words. "I know," I say, nodding and catching my breath, picturing what I wrote across his mirror. "In the next, then." I take his hand as we run over shattered marble, past portraits whose shapes and colors have begun to sickeningly bleed into each other, their frames sagging toward the ground. "I'll admit, love," he says, "I have never been so grateful to see your scheming face." Act 3, Scene 35. Places look different when you know you're seeing them for the last time. I'd never noticed the greenish tint of player Rhea's eyes, but I note them as we pass her fading portrait. She lost her battle in the arena after a 75-year run, though I realize now I'd recognize Arius in any role. The peeling red paint on the wall has a nasty slit in its side, and I almost brush my fingers over it as we pass. Parrish told me it was from Titus drunkenly challenging Jude to a duel that lasted all of 20 seconds and ended in Messiah threatening to suspend both their realities. As we cross the corridor that leads backstage, I look up the staircase that ascends to the catwalk, and for some reason, imagine Jean smiling down from it. Never a stranger hunting me in the playhouse, but an old friend trying to stop my fate from becoming hers. Maybe she'd be proud. Our heels echo as we close in on the stage, and I clutch Jude's hand a little tighter the farther we go, counting our steps. One for every song sung, another for every tale told, a third for every dance performed, a step for every page flipped. A bow taken for all that we are, story, craft. Every tale has our magic sewn into its bindings, bits of stars and laughter and whispered secrets only players know. It's far past time they were set free, for someone else to tell them. I wish the walk would last longer, but figure longer will never be enough to satiate nostalgia, even if it's just a fancy cage full of false memories. We've walked these halls in hundreds of different shoes together. It has to be enough. My plan is structured in the same fashion that all of my plans are, feeble, reckless, and prone to fall apart at any moment. "Do you believe what they say about fate?" I ask Jude, my breath catching in my throat the closer we get to the stage. I can't help but glance down at the finder's keeper's ring peeking between our fingers, searching for comfort in it. That fate bows to no man. "Yes," Jude replies and looks down at me. "I think she'd be terrified of you, though." Departing the wings, we step onto the stage, one way or another, for the last time. Act 3, Scene 36. Marigold's razor-sharp teeth flash through my memories as I tiptoe past the curtain and into the empty auditorium. "The stage," she said. "I think our contracts are here." Marigold seemed to think so, at least, I tell Jude, nervous to raise my voice above a whisper. Nixine may be lurking elsewhere at the moment, but I hardly think it'll take Syl long to track us down. It unnerves me that I don't feel my strings being pulled right now. I need to destroy our contracts before that changes. Every groan of the playhouse sends me further on edge. The stage is cracked like a sheet of ice, shattered in places. Somewhere far below, my arrow is lodged into it from my battle in the arena. I pick my way across, avoiding sharp cuts of marble. Something twists in my heart at the sight of the red velvet seats we've performed for again and again and again, torn and discolored now.
"We're relying on Marigold?" Jude complains, stopping to kick the dust of the ruined set pieces from his shoes. "Lovely. Do you know she tried to bite me once?" He trips on some debris and swears under his breath.
"Do you have a better plan?" I hiss over my shoulder.
He huffs, "I wouldn't dare. Trying to change your mind is like trying to move the sun." Then adds in a murmur, "Ill-advised and probably impossible anyway."
"Quiet," I say, navigating the platform.
"What did you do with her body, anyhow?" Jude asks, ignoring my instructions as usual. "Parrish said they couldn't find it."
I'm about to throw him a confused look when I see it. Up ahead. It's easier to notice in the stage's utter ruin, a square of marble that peeks out just a little too much in the rubble. Picking my way over the destruction, I kneel at the center of the platform, flattening my hands over the square and feeling my craft sink into the stage. A sigh of relief releases in my chest as the square pops open. Just as quickly, my heart freezes, the world tilting. Behind me, Jude lets out another curse. It's empty. Nothing inside. This is a simple trapdoor. Our contracts. They were here, weren't they? I thought... Marigold, she tried to tell me our contracts were kept here in the stage. I run out of words, look up at Jude, whose wide eyes reflect my own. It was a bad plan. It was a weak and foolish and miserable long shot, and we knew it. I'm sorry. The door at the back of the auditorium closes with a thud, and my eyes flash up. Syl.
"I'm not sure there are many words left between us, Riven."
He delivers the line too cheerfully, and my whole body goes tense as his steady pace carries him down the aisle, like a single ticket holder strolling in a few minutes late for the final act.
"Is that how it is? I give you the world, and you burn it down."
I jerk my head up, my neck stiff from ignoring my blocking. My pulse starts to race. "Maybe the world isn't yours to give." He laughs quietly to himself.
"Your contract isn't hidden in the stage, Riven. You think I'd trust my Marigold with such knowledge?"
I press my lips together, defiant, picturing that chain shackling her to the playhouse. No, probably not. But resentment burns in my veins, wanting, needing a way out to be here, to be in reach.
"I understand you've convinced your cast to go to the well."
He sighs deeply, like our escape is a mere inconvenience to his day. Convinced is a strong word for a group of players desperate to return home. I bite back. My gaze falls to the empty trapdoor, willing our contracts to magically appear. The one we were stolen from. Syl.
"You came willingly."
My eyes flash up. "And now we are leaving willingly." Syl.
"Not all of you."
He nods toward stage right.
"I nearly worried she wouldn't follow you back in."
The words make my spine lock, but the silence behind me is worse. Slowly, I turn, and my heart drops into my stomach. Because the creature staring back at me is not Jude, but it's just as familiar. An empty, cruel grin works across his face. Jude.
"Yes, I know. Follows me around like a lost puppy."
He shakes his head at me, pitying.
"I told you, Riven. Did you think leaving would be that easy?"
Act 3, Scene 37. The realization doesn't slam into me with blunt force. It doesn't punch me across the gut or crack through my mind like a peal of thunder. It's a dreadful, silent knowing that curls deep in my bones and begins to burn. I rise to my feet and stare at Jude, taking one step back, two. His eyes are hollow, but there's an amused cruelty glinting behind them. It dawns on me all at once. Jude is gone. He's been gone. His character was meant to die in the arena, and looking at him now, I realize he did. He has no scenes left, no more blocking. Just the monster beneath and a cutting gleam in his eye. The air rushes from my lungs, freezes me in place. "Give him back," I say under my breath, a patient warning as my hands curl into fists and I glare at the monster. Rage coils hot under my skin. "Give him back now!" Jude cocks his head like a bird, and a blank shadow falls over his gaze, a smile like cut glass carving across his mouth. "Lonely way to die, Riven. Even for you." My blood roars in my ears at the cold statement, words Jude would never say. My pulse thuds so loud, I don't hear Syl climb the steps of the stage. Don't notice him at all until I turn to bolt for the other wing, where the director blocks the exit. My breaths come quicker, my eyes landing on the book in his hands. A laugh nearly rips through my throat at the sheer irony, recalling my own steps that led me to the playhouse not so long ago, eager for freedom, for power. I look at my hands, stripped of most of their skin. Not free. Powerless. "You don't need to search for your contract," Syl says. "I took the liberty of breaking its seal myself. Your freedoms are done, and so are you, Riven." His stare never leaves me. "I offer you every story in the world, and you choose the one where you die on my stage." Something bucks in me at the thought. No, this is not how I'm supposed to die. Before I can consider the consequences, I jolt forward, reaching for the script in Syl's hands, like I'll be able to stop him from ending my life, from reeling my cast back to this cage. Like I'll be able to search its pages and find Jude between its lines, discover some way to call him back. But my legs go numb, and Syl laughs pityingly when my knees hit the marble with a crack, just barely out of reach. Though even from here, the power purring over the script's pages feels hot enough to rip through my skin. It probably would have shredded my flesh if I had managed to grab it. "There's no need for all this drama, Riven," Syl says as I stare up at him with a hatred that burns at my core. "You're eager to know how your story ends. That's perfectly understandable. I'll show you what it says." I don't want to know, and yet I can't help but look as he leans down, tilts the script in his palms so I can see the words. Before me, the pages almost seem to pulse, to breathe with power that has leashed us for ages. And I begin to read. Frost threads up my spine, wraps its chill around my heart as I go, drinking in words that throttle control over my castmates' lives, words meant to end mine entirely. Each one cuts into my skin, sinks into my bones, but especially the last two. Nixine enters. The doors at the back of the auditorium fly open. Instinct shouts at me to move, but a primal sort of terror slams into my chest, freezes me in place as a thick torrent of shadows bursts through the doors, moving toward me like a storm cloud. Then the darkness gathers shape, unfolding into a monstrous, massive heap of twisted, overly long limbs that taper into obsidian claws. The walls of the auditorium creak, like the weight of Nixine crawling through the entrance will rip them down. Then I hear it, a low, animalistic clacking, drowned out by a cursed chorus of tangling whispers, hissing and unrecognizable, uttered in vile tones that fill my ears. A scream catches in my throat, and I choke it back. My eyes widen, following those branch-like limbs as they stretch longer, skittering and clattering up the dome all the way to the catwalk, then slinking down the scarlet curtain and tearing it clean through the center like expensive paper. And within the darkness, a dozen quicksilver eyes. Nixine. All at once, the marble feels like someone spilled ice over it. I buckle, inhaling, but the air thins in my lungs, too cold to breathe. My own name slips my mind. The horrid whispering and clacking from the back of the auditorium creeps forward, accompanied by sharp, jutting movements as Nixine closes in on the front row, each piercing click prickling across my skin like pins. I flinch away, my breath's coming so quick that my vision starts to spin.
"It's as I told you, Riven."
I clench my teeth and open my eyes as Syl shakes his head down at me, that smile never faltering.
"Characters who are too aware are of no use to me. I did try to avoid this."
Gripping my fist so hard that my nails bite into my palms, I steel myself and dare a glance back at the velvet seats. Nixine's shadows skulk through the orchestra pit now, those jagged claws reaching for me, a beast cornering its prey. Panic clutches at my heart as I tear my gaze from the sight, searching the words Syl holds before my face as Jean flashes through my mind. The day the shadows tore her apart. Not just her role, but all of her. The memories seize me as I stare at the script, at the end of my story. Second death. Fate bows to no man. If this is mine, fate will not take me without a fight. I gasp for breath, but the air feels like icicles stabbing my lungs as I draw on my strength, praying I have some left. But as Nixine crawls onto the stage, I can't seem to get to my feet. I grasp for my craft, steeling myself to fight, ready to do it alone. Still, part of me looks to Jude for help, knowing deep down it's in vain. There's no comfort to be found in his eyes, just a glittering edge of amusement that has bile rising at the back of my throat. I should have run when I had the chance. I should have gone with the others. There's a way out. There has to be.
Jude, don't worry over it, love. Death can't be all that bad.
He shrugs, gaze empty.
And anyway, you seem so scared to live.
For a second, the words knock the air from my chest, each burrowing deep inside and twisting until something snaps.
"Jude," Syl says, "go back to your dressing room and wait for your castmates. Avoid all this unpleasantness."
But before he can finish his sentence, those taloned shadows at last prowl onto the platform, the whispers echoing my name in my ears as Nixine encroaches on that delicate radiance that shimmers around my skin like a live flame.
"What? And miss out?"
Jude meanders past me, laughing. The cutting sound of it echoes and punches swiftly through my heart like a drum. Nixine's grotesque clicking looms closer, while Jude saunters on, bored.
"You know me."
There's a slight stiffness to his gait, to the set of his shoulders. He wanders behind Syl, like he's searching for a better view of what's about to happen to me as Nixine's menacing limbs stretch across the marble. But when he looks down at me, his steps come to a sharp halt, and there's an all-too-familiar mischievous gleam in his eye.
"I cannot resist a spectacle."
At the familiar words, my gaze narrows on his, searching. Jude winks. Oh gods, it's him. It's him! Well, I suppose I shouldn't be shocked he couldn't resist one last performance. But just as fast as the wave of relief unclenches the terror from my chest, something even worse takes its place. I barely have time to register it, the intent behind this charade, the calculation playing across his eyes a mere second before he moves. Jude can't hurt Syl, but Nixine can hurt Jude. And as Nixine circles me, ready to strike, Jude lunges for our director's throat.
"Well then, Syl,"
Jude announces. He grits his teeth through a bitter laugh. It's as Nixine's shadows go dead still and change direction at Syl's startled roar of rage that the script tumbles from Syl's hands and Jude growls,
"To the goddamned finale."
Act 3, Scene 38. It feels like years ago now. Years since the first night I stepped into the playhouse and Jude gave me its most important rule. Nixine protects Syl above all else. And for the first time, in every memory as anyone I have ever been, Syl looks terrified. "Over here, love!" Jude shouts at Nixine, gripping hold of Syl and dragging him backward. "Come this way. I'll be dealt with first, yes?" "Do not ever lay a hand on Syl," Jude warned me. "We can't. Our contracts won't allow us to kill him. Jude can't kill Syl. He can't snap the neck that he hooks his arm around, can't break the arm he uses to haul him toward the wings as the director thrashes and furiously bellows at Jude to release him." But my heart plummets as I realize what Jude is doing, what he means to do. Nixine follows obediently, lured away. He's buying me time. "No!" I push to my feet, bolting after Jude, but I can't hear my own voice over the high-pitched growling of Nixine's shadows, the demonic clattering like a violent storm tearing through the playhouse, roaring in Jude's direction. "She will rip the marrow from your very bones." As I tear across the stage, golden craft blooms to the surface, so hot it scorches the soles of my feet, flooding the auditorium. But the power isn't mine. It's Jude's. He's siphoning it, pulling every bit of craft left in the grand illusion of the playhouse. Gold oozes through the cracks of the stage like an open wound, rushing over the ground and toward its keeper in a brilliant tidal wave. "Immortality takes from you." His words ring loud in my head, snatch the breath from my lungs. And power. God's power takes more. If Nixine doesn't kill him, pulling this much craft into his body to try to shield himself from her will. A twisted limb of shadow lurches into my path, and the marble between Jude and me shatters on impact. I scream, covering my eyes and searching for a way around the debris as Jude calls out, "Riven!" I jerk my chin up, and my heart stumbles at the sight of strips of his skin peeling, melting. Craft burns through his blood and what's left of his costume as he restrains Syl's outraged attempts to break free. "Power breaks you into pieces you never knew were there," Jude told me once. "It all comes at a cost." Nixine surges after him in sharp, twitching movements, her hissing whispers swelling into shrieks. Through the light, Jude's eyes burn like hellfire. "Script!" The word slams into me, pushing me into action. I whirl to where Syl dropped the script to the ground, like all the answers will be written out on the floor around it. What does he mean? I can't touch it. Jean did. She ripped pages out, and it did nothing. Riven. Script. At those words, the world tilts. The fleeting image of Jean's last moments, her very same last words, blazes across my mind. No. Still, I grasp for the script, but my vision scorches white, and I snatch my hand back. Damn it! My heart thunders in my chest. Jude bought me time. He bought me time, and I can't waste it. But this is one of those instances where I sincerely wish Jude didn't have unhinged confidence in my capabilities, because I don't know what to do. I don't know how to save either of us. What feels like a blizzard hails over the stage, freezing my hands as Nixine screeches past. I jerk my head up, like I'll be able to decode what the hell he means through looks alone, only to see shadows hacking through the golden veil of craft Jude is desperately wedging between himself and Nixine, every muscle in his body straining with the effort. Still, he won't release Syl, dragging him farther. A flash of terror scorches through me as a jagged claw emerges from the dark like an onyx blade and rips into Jude's shoulder. His scream slices through the air, unholy and otherworldly, shaking the foundations of the stage. Overhead, craft bleeds down the walls, like the whole playhouse cries with him. At the call, I bolt across the stage without thinking, running at Jude and abandoning the script and whatever he meant behind me. But Nixine is faster. One of those branch-like limbs lashes out, and a night-black talon slices at my neck. I choke, warmth flooding down my collarbones as I grab at my throat, gasping as craft pours out from the wound. When my hand brushes something, a chain hanging there at my neck, a vial Script. My world freezes. I turn and face the script, grabbing the Eleutherian gold at my neck. A little prop Syl didn't know I had. The chain clatters to the stage as I tear it from my throat, and I feel the earth rumbling beneath me as I run. Ripping those pages out won't change what's been written, but maybe... Jude lets out another wretched cry, and the sound nearly drains what willpower I have left to keep my legs from locking as I bolt in the opposite direction across the platform and land before the script lying open on the ground. It thrums with power, brimming with every character we have ever played, with every story we have ever performed. Maybe Galen was right. Maybe the world is unfair, and maybe fate cannot be escaped. But maybe, just maybe, it can be rewritten. It has to be. Jude shouts something, but it barely sounds like him. I can't even make out what the words are. They break, cut into a scream that rakes nails down my heart, a guttural snarl heralding the end of a losing battle. I look up, and Syl's eyes blaze back from the darkness as Jude pulls the two of them deeper into the wings. My director's enraged gaze locks on the script, which is out of his reach. I am finally out of Syl's reach. I clutch the vial like a sword between us and look to Jude one last time, finding him in between seconds of dying golden light as Nixine shreds into the last of his craft. But the sight it illuminates cleaves whatever is left of me in half. Thin scraps of skin stretch over Jude's face like he's wearing a brilliant mask. One of his eyes coated in a filmy layer of gold so thick I wonder if he can see through it. The left side of his body is torn in devastating, gruesome layers, where Nixine shredded through flesh. My hands shake as I twist the cap off the vial. This script was the possession of a god. I don't know that there's any way to destroy such a thing, a power strong enough to raise a playhouse and trap us into it. But if it has the power to cage us, I have to believe maybe it can free us too. It will. Fate herself will have to deal with my wrath if it doesn't. As Jude drags Syl backstage, luring Nixine away, I raise the vial, conveying the question with a single warning look. His eyes lock on mine, and his words peek through my memory as he nods once. And as the light around him dims, to die is to be forgotten. Flickers. I imagine the world will never forget me. Goes out. The last thing I see is the finder's keeper's ring on his finger, glinting in the darkness as I say, "Find me," and tip the vial over the script. Curtain call. If reports from the ship sailing the Mascara Sea near Eleuthère that day are to be believed, it all happened at once. A flash of light flooded every opening of the playhouse, which most claimed had risen from the ground only moments before to begin with. The sailors had no choice but to believe their eyes. The playhouse had returned to Eleuthère. Then the shattering of windows, the crash of marble, an eruption of golden flames shot toward the sky and all the way up the hill, the heat so suffocating. The first mate would tell stories of how it tingled on his skin for days, how all the fish floated right to the surface, dead. And just as fast, the playhouse was gone, turned to ash. But this was only the second most surprising thing that day. Figures stood around the mountaintop in that same moment, then descended right into it, vanishing in the well, their bodies a surge of light brighter than the moon. "Look!" someone called, face angled at the sky where the flames of the playhouse whipped through the clouds, melting them like ice. All at once, a flood of light cascaded over Eleuthere's destroyed ground in a rage of golden fire that raised through the weeds and ash and left patches of brilliant color in its wake. Then golden stars broke overhead, illuminating the mountain in all its ancient, lost beauty. Of course, no one would believe the sailors. They might not have believed their own eyes either, were it not for the lone survivor stranded at the edge of Eleuthère, hailing for passage on their ship. An audience member, the man told them, who had not escaped before the playhouse moved. Though When they asked the man what had happened, he refused to say much.
"Just a brief intermission, I think,"
he explained, and, to their surprise, smiled.
"Even the most tireless of actors needs a short reprieve to prepare for the final act."
The man vanished the moment they docked back in Theatron. After the playhouse disappeared from the district, speculation stirred that the players would return for vengeance, that the disastrous finale had broken the thin threads of peace, and the playhouse would come back to curse the North as punishment for its one and only tribute ruining the festival. Instead, something peculiar befell Theatron the very next morning. Children woke with songs on their lips. Storybooks opened to long-forgotten tales, their blank pages thrumming with golden life. Warm air broke overhead, flooding the sky with yellowy light and fracturing the chill that had haunted Theatron for as long as anyone could recall. Rather humorously, confusion plagued Theatron as the dulled hues of lips and hair and eyes and clothes deepened into vivid shades of color, like bright paint spilled over a gray canvas. Absurd claims vowed the statues of players across the land had developed the strange habit of blinking their golden eyes when no one was looking. Most surprisingly, those with marks watched with great alarm as the golden symbols upon their necks vanished, nullified and no longer of any use. Meanwhile, the cloudy, golden-glazed eyes of revelers mysteriously cleared, their obsession with the playhouse gradually replaced by memories and stories of their own lives. Years later, talk of the players would settle, then dwindle, and finally fade into the sparkling things of myth and legend. Mere humans would even build stages of their own and fashion masks to wear upon them. They'd perform comedies free of compulsion and tragedies free of true death. One day, it would be argued whether or not these things ever had a place in theater to begin with. However, stages everywhere would find themselves plagued by preposterous reports of hauntings, rumors of cast members no one recognized gracing the stage during a show, or of rips in costumes no one had worn. Often of props that would curiously go missing, never to be returned. Frightened stagehands would swear of steps heard in dressing rooms long thought empty, and mischievous laughter fluttering in the wings when no one was around, often accompanied by bickering. One thing, however, did not change. Children looking in mirrors everywhere would claim to see shifts in the glass, revealing the image of a great white mountain, and to hear voices speaking on just the other side, voices that would sing to them, whisper stories into their pages, and tell them the stage's greatest secret. The theater is not a place one merely visits. In fact, some of us never left. Applause. 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 Encore. The curtain flies back open, and the audience roars its applause. It's almost enough to drown out the murmured words next to me.
"My hair did not look like that."
A snort comes from the seat to my right.
"What is that, a wig?" "They spelled my name wrong on the program."
The second complaint comes from my other side with dismay. If anyone heard him murmuring frustrations over the incorrect treatment of injuries on stage during the third act, no one said anything. "Would the two of you be quiet?" I utter, clapping my hands louder and hoping no one can hear my companions. They always forget how their voices carry. Subtlety is an art too, you know? Not that we're all that skilled at subtlety. They both chose their old names and faces for the occasion. Most of us did.
"I could have done without the dance breaks," groans Mattia from the row right in front of me.
We strolled in late and couldn't get seats together.
"I don't call that subtle." She looks over her shoulder. "Embarrassing, actually, I'd argue."
Applause buzzes over the theater as the ensemble dips into clumsy, uncoordinated bows. He'd have scolded us to high heaven for that, chirps a voice behind me, and I turn in time to see Parrish's greedy fingers pocketing what appears to be one of the prop daggers from the show. I offer her a scathing glance. When did you slip out? And get backstage somehow. Again. She shrugs. I got bored during the third act reveal. Did he really talk that much? I don't remember. Who remembers? It was ages ago, I say, to avoid admitting that yes, of course I do. I remember everything. We all might have avoided the reminder were it not for the highly publicized premiere of a brand new play, one entitled My Home the Playhouse, an anonymously penned script that supposedly washed up in the mail of a producer. A brilliant new show based on the beloved myth of the playhouse and its players, according to the marquee outside. The script sang with a sort of enchantment, the director writes in the opening note of the playbill. I narrow my eyes and turn the page to the next line, where he jokingly adds, some magic, perhaps akin to what we imagine the players themselves might have had. Admittedly, none of our egos could resist when word of the premiere circulated, though I'm shocked none of us got kicked out after a certain someone threw a tantrum over nothing but balcony seats being available.
Fucking nosebleeds, I tell you, Titus says at my right. They need a bigger theater. How many do you think this place seats? 2,000?
He drinks deeply from the flimsy plastic mug of wine he picked up during intermission. He keeps complaining about the cheap plastic and cheaper alcohol, but he went back for seconds and thirds anyway.
Tiny crowd, I say.
I let my eyes sweep the theater. The house is packed. I squint, searching for an empty seat. But I suppose he's right. It doesn't hold a fraction of the playhouse's capacity. The group of lanky crew members clothed in black who manually controlled Nixine, a unique invention of wires and lights I can't seem to work out the magical mechanics of, shyly make their way across stage next. In spite of myself, I shudder. The actress in the role of the prop master bows next, receiving shockingly enthusiastic applause. The actor in the role of Galen Hesper follows. I'm sure he did a fine job. I excused myself to the restroom during most of his scenes. The players, one by one, bow next, and something about the sight makes my chest tighten. The music changes, churning with long, dark chords that I personally think feel like overkill, but who am I to say? Then he enters. A man, just a regular man, I remind myself. A man with white hair and a pristine suit. They forgot the rectangular glasses. The audience roars its approval of a villain well played as he takes his bow and joins the rest of the cast. The music shifts again, swells into the familiar overture from the beginning. A hush falls over the crowd as anticipation thickens the air. At last, the stars of the show emerge from behind the curtain, and the audience springs to their feet as they stride downstage. The leading man bows first, his face obscured by far too much gold paint. They really went overboard with that. Beneath it, though, the actor doesn't look much like him at all. None of them ever do. I've seen hundreds of his favorite roles portrayed over the years, stories we must have performed thousands of times on stage together. But I've never seen his face since that day. I've searched, though, wandering the halls of theaters, sifting through old stories, peering into the shadows behind spotlights, wondering if I'll catch a glimpse. Sometimes I think I do. I hear a familiar laugh flitting between the notes of a favorite song, or a shared joke nestled in the lines of a forgotten play. I notice the slightest scent of hyacinth in an abandoned dressing room, which I'd still argue is a better use of my time than starting wild rumors that saying the name of a cursed tragedy on stage hails ill fortune, and then hurling aforementioned ill fortune at the performance if someone does, unlike a certain castmate to my right. The leading actor smiles brightly and takes a dramatic step back, one arm out to... I don't know if she looks like me. I can't remember my face all that well. I'm not even confident I put it back on right for tonight. I had so little time to get used to it, to memorize its lines, its details. Some part of me misses it still. Maybe some part of me even misses the set pieces painted to look like marble, already rising back into the fly loft. Misses the comforts of my old bed, the fireplace in my dressing room, alight with artificial bulbs for fire safety in this rendition. It's a miracle none of us burned down the playhouse by accident before we did it on purpose. The actress bows and gestures generously back to her co-star, who offers a nod of gratitude. As a unit, the cast waves to the orchestra who accompanied the performance with heavy drum beats during the bloody finale. Next, they gesture to the crew, who executed marvelous feats of sugar glass for the shattering mirrors in the green room, and set changes so smooth, I'm shocked humans do them without magic. All too soon, it's over, and we're filing out of our little red seats, spilling into an overly crowded lobby. Though it takes a half hour of convincing Parrish to go return the dagger she thieved back to the prop room so we can leave, and the lobby is all but empty by the time she acquiesces, and subsequently returns with several stolen anklets instead. "The show made me miss mine," she pouts on the way out. "Coming?" Arius asks as I linger at the will call window. "Right behind you," I answer. But I hesitate as the last of our group vanishes through the exit, vehemently arguing over portrayals of themselves and who was better looking. Alone, I take in the lobby. A modern space built more for practicality than opulent beauty. Its plain block staircases don't look anything like the spiral steps I used to climb to my dressing room. The wired, iridescent lights on the ceiling don't carry the same warmth of the playhouse's glowing lanterns and golden candelabras. There are no painted portraits of us lining its corridors. Those have been replaced by printed posters lined in plastic. Advertisements of this show and others thought fictional. I'm almost certain every theater is haunted, and I'm almost certain its ghosts are us. And still, in spite of its lack of elaborate chandeliers and looming clocks and golden gates, I can still feel it. The warm breath of story humming in the air. The small children seated in the back rows, thinking they've just caught a glimpse of true magic for the first time. The sleepy dreams of tired actors retiring in their dressing rooms, giggling over onstage mishaps, and whispering of who came to see their show. The celebration of a story well told. They've done a fine job with it, I decide. I'm sure they will for a long, long time. "Did you enjoy the show?" I turn at the voice, adjusting my silk gloves. I thought I was alone. Behind me, obscured under the shadowy awning, a man holds the door of the theater open. "I did." I smile and pass through the open door. Down one side of the building, a small crowd flocks around what must be the stage door. The man lets the door fall shut behind us, and when he does, I glimpse the slightest glimmer of gold on his finger, the surface of an engraved ring gleaming softly in the moonlight. "Did you?" I ask politely. "Not really," he replies, and as we step into the night, I notice how the streetlights overhead shimmer across his hair, a dark shade of copper. But it's the freckle below his left eye that gives me pause. "Between you and me," he grins, and the whole world seems to fall still. I almost think the stars lean forward to catch his next words. "I've never cared for tragedies." The end. This is Susie Jackson. We hope you have enjoyed this production of A Stage Set for Villains by Shannon Spann. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.